So again, we believe that, who is that?
Who is that? Oh, this is Addie. This is Addie coming into Michigan Bluff. Looks like she's walking a little bit.
Corey. So Addie Bracey was up front early on. I wonder if the heat is taking a toll on her, similar to what Keeley has vocalized, similar to what Brittany Peterson has vocalized. It is not easy out. Addie oftentimes struggles with her stomach. It gets the best of her. She really struggles to eat when it gets this hot. It definitely threw her for a loop in 2019, even though it wasn't as hot of a year. So I really worry that maybe her stomach has gone south. And it turns out it's really hard to keep running when you can't get any calories in.
Yes, it is. That is an understatement. Something that we haven't really mentioned much is just the difficulty of eating enough to get through these 100-mile races. For the viewers at home who are less familiar with trail and ultra running, one of the major challenges is making sure that you stay on top of your nutrition and hydration. Here we have Drew Holman and Patty O'Leary, cruising through Forest Hill together. Drew Holman in 5th place, just behind Tim Tollefson. Again, Drew Holman, somebody who I've been very excited to see tackle his first 100-mile race here. Somebody who I just have a ton of respect for, a guy who I used to train with a bit in the San Francisco Bay Area. His pacer, the legend from Ireland, Patty O'Leary, another fan favorite in the sport, one of the great characters and personalities in trail and ultra running, cruising with his buddy, Drew Holman. This is one of the things that is so amazing about our sport. These two guys love each other. They train together. They push each other. And here they are, Patty there to support his friend.
Well, it's a homecoming. It's a homecoming for Drew because Drew is actually now in the Boulder community. And so it's like he's come home.
True, yep.
Patty gets to pace him. You know, we haven't gotten to see him for, 2 years. It's great that he's back on California soil getting to do this.
Amazing. So cool, man. What a great day. What an amazing race. This is so freaking cool. We now have the top 5 men out of Forest Hill. We are making progress. Oh, my goodness. Top 5 men through Forest Hill.
And again, ultralive.net is having some issues. It currently says that Tim and Drew are in 1st and 2nd. They are not. They obviously just came through Forest Hill. So still, Jim Walmsley is your lead. The likelihood, just so everyone recognizes, although Forest Hill and Michigan Bluff have decent service, when you drop back into the canyon here to head down towards the river, there is very little service. And so we might not get a good split for Jim for quite a while. So I don't think he's like lying on the side of the trail somewhere. The likelihood is that he is past Cal 1 and we just have not heard yet.
Yep. Thank you, Corinne. That's a very good point. It's hard to sort of keep track of all the different storylines at this point. But yeah, we haven't gotten an update from Jim through the Cal 1 aid station, a.k.a. Dardanelles. We are still here at Forest Hill. I'm just going to go to the women's race at Michigan Bluff to provide an update here. Last person we saw was Addie Bracey. It looks like Brittany Peterson did come through 4 minutes before Addie. So right now the top 7 are as follows. Beth Pascal still in the lead. Ragna DeBots in a strong 2nd place. Katie Asmuth running very strong in 3rd. Audrey Tanguay from France in 4th. Ruth Croft, who we saw in the chair, in 5th. Then Brittany Peterson, the 2nd place woman from 2019 in 6th. And Addie Bracey in 7th. We don't know if Addie has indeed left the Michigan Bluff aid station. She did look like she was struggling a little bit coming in to the aid station. Corinne mentioned that she has had issues in the past just keeping down enough calories to maintain the pace, but she is a great athlete. The returning, I think, 9th place finisher from 2019.
Yep, so, we're in that F9 bib today. Another important thing to note, I think, is that Beth has extended her lead over Ragna coming into this aid station. I think that it had been brought down to like 6 minutes. She currently has a 9. Leaving Michigan Bluff, she had a 9-minute lead on Ragna. That being said, Beth did take a little bit of time in the aid station. Ragna literally ran through it as her crew threw water at her. So I'll be curious to see what they look like coming into Forest Hill.
So cool. Yeah, I mean, it's so, I don't know, it's just really fascinating. Obviously, Beth Pascal has been 4th place here, but now is really having a very impressive performance as the leader of the race. feeling totally comfortable, it seems, taking control of the women's race. And then Ragna DeBots, who is, I think, an unknown quantity for most American ultra fans, but she has been the skyrunning world champion. She was the CCC champion in 2019, and this is her first time racing both in the United States and 100 miles, and she is not far back from Beth. The two of them looking amazing. And then Katie Asmuth, the sort of surprise of the day, I would say, in the overall race, coming in third into Michigan Bluff and really looking great and seeming to have having a great time.
Like she's
out
having
there.
the best time maybe out of anyone we've seen come through. Everyone looks like they're in business mode, and she looked like she was just really enjoying herself. Not to say that ultra running isn't fun, but it's also very painful. This is Max King coming through Forest Hill right now. Again, Max King is 41 and potentially not only chasing a top 10 finish here, currently running in 6th place. So once again, Jared Hazen has not come in yet. He has now been passed by Drew Holman and Max King, which does not necessarily bode well for Jared. But Max, once again, he is 41 and he is chasing that Masters record, which would be really cool. On top of getting a top 10, getting that Masters record, I think would really seal the deal for him here at Western States.
100%. And actually, the day that Masters record was set was 2013, when that was the last time I think that the race had hit triple digits on race day. That record is held by Mike Morton, who's also a former champion of the Western States 100, a legend in his own right, and Max King, of course, one of the true legends of this generation, going after Mike Morton's Masters record on a day that is equally difficult. Here's Tyler Green in Forest Hill. Oh my goodness. Tyler Green continues to make great progress. I mean, he has made up time.
7th place.
He's made up time on like Tim and Drew Holman and those guys. Tyler Green now in 7th place. He is cruising through really, really strong. There was a question in the chat as to whether Tim would be facing disqualification because maybe he didn't step over the mat. I think this is more of a glitch than anything.
Issue.
Yeah, it's a technical issue.
The mats don't always read.
Yeah, I don't think they'd let him leave the aid station had he broken any rules like that. So here's Tyler Green in the aid station with his crew. I think that's Travis Lyles in the bucket hat from Portland, Oregon. I think that's Jordan Carey in the blue shirt. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's got his wife, Rachel Drake, here on the near side of the screen. And Yassine Daboon on the far left, who you can barely see right now, will be his pacer as Tyler leaves the Forest Hill aid station. Look at him. He's got the cold blankie on him, and smashing some food.
And to point out, normally Rachel would pace him, but Rachel Drake will be pacing Keeley this race. So so she will be handing off Tyler Green to some of their friends so that she can pace good friend and Nike teammate Keely Henninger in to the finish.
Yep. Tyler Green, Rachel Drake, a power couple from Portland, Oregon. Rachel Drake just had a great race at a Golden Trail Series event in Spain. Here we have Max King receiving aid. He and Tyler together. Honestly, if these two are running together on Cal Street, I think that would be great for both of them. Just to build momentum together, for Tyler Green to be able to run with one of the greats of our generation, Max King, through one of the iconic parts of this course, one of the tough sections of this course, Cal Street, where it is so hot and so exposed. Looks like bottom right, we've got Cody Lind also coming into Forest Hill now. So we have some drama here in the back half of the men's top 10 in Forest Hill. All these guys doing really, really well.
They are moving. They are making moves. Remember how we said a lot of stuff can happen after Forest Hill? Well, here we are. We're in Forest Hill, and a lot of things are happening. The race is shaking up, particularly, in those spots, those 2 through 10, the 2 through 15 spots are going to continue to shake up. Someone asked how Casey was doing. Someone was worried that maybe Casey had dropped out. Casey, previous winner at this race, has not dropped out. She is currently up possibly as far as 11th. We're waiting for more women to come through Michigan Bluff. No women have come in yet behind Addie Bracey, who was your 7th. You're currently your 7th female into Michigan Bluff. We're waiting on Keely Henninger, Claire Gallagher, Emily Hawgood, Casey Lichtig, Camilla Mayfield, Camille Herron, Abby Hall, Kat Drew. Those are going to be your next women into Michigan Bluff that we are waiting on currently.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that update. As we see Claire Gallagher in Michigan Bluff now.
Perfect.
Claire Gallagher, again, the defending women's champion, the second fastest ever on the Western States course, having a nice cup of water, like a chalice, a chalice of some kind. She leaves with a great attitude.
So the question is she ahead of Keeley? I mean, that's what I'm assuming here. I don't think we haven't gotten anything from My Run Far. I don't think we've gotten anything from Ultra Live Net yet on those women's places. But it might be. We might have missed Keeley, or maybe Keeley is coming into the aid shortly. But Claire Gallagher, I believe, was your 8th place female in Michigan Bluff until we hear otherwise.
And just in case anybody did miss it, we've got Max King now leaving Forest Hill. Tyler Green was just a minute or two ahead of him. So they are leaving in 6th and 7th. Is that right, Corinne?
Yes, they are in 6th and 7th. We are still waiting for Jared Hazen. Cody Lind, as he's in right
Forest
now.
Hill. Yeah, we just saw him sit down at the tent with his family,
so
with
those are
his dad.
6th, 7th, 8th.
Great. Wow, these guys are all doing an amazing job. And honestly, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I mean, it's tough to be, totally objective. Of course, we all want Jared Hazen to have a great race today. It looks like he's fallen off. But, for the most part, a lot of these characters are the people who we assumed would be sort of in the positions they are, right? We've got Jim Walmsley out front, Hayden Hawks, Tim Tollefson, and then we've got Alex Nichols running through the field. We've got Tyler Green and Drew Holman making their way up. We've got Max King being strong and consistent as he always is. So I would say on the men's side, the biggest surprise of the day is Cody Lind cruising in 8th place, having an awesome day. Corinne, you've got a great update for us.
Yeah, so it does appear that we finally have a split from Jim from Cal 1. Again, that looks like that was through maybe 6 minutes ago. Is that right? Does that seem right to you? Or are we getting super, super delayed information? That's 9 hours and 49 minutes elapsed. So I think
that's Cal 2.
That's Cal 2. Okay,
yep.
Perfect. I was like, that seems not right.
Bang on course record pace.
At Cal 2.
Yeah, I Run Far says bang on course record pace. He looks hot but moving well. Took a lot of ice and water.
That's true. So we didn't used to have Cal 1. It really I feel like Cal 1, oftentimes we don't get a split from it. Like if I look at the 2012 splits, there isn't a Cal 1. Its name has changed over and over again.
But on Ultra Live, it says...
Oh,
okay.
Like here
he
for
is.
example?
Here he is through Cal 2. Okay. But it did say Cal 1 momentarily, so he is through Cal 2. That means Jim is, 8 miles or so out of Forest Hill.
Yeah, I don't think they
Bang on
actually
course record
generally
pace.
get splits from... Yep, they just changed it to Cal 2. Thanks, everyone. I think that oftentimes, if I look at the historical splits, for example, from 2019, they oftentimes don't get splits from Cal 1. They're super, I think there's 6 splits for the entire field exactly. So I think that it's just not updated in the system, that basically needs to default to Cal 2.
Yep. Great. We did just see Charlie Ware sitting in a chair at Michigan Bluff, not looking particularly excited about life. Shout out to Charlie Ware and the Tucson running community. Hope he gets up. Big screen here. We have our boy, Cody Lind, who I just mentioned is the surprise of the day in the men's field. 3rd generation Western States runner, cruising out of Forest Hill. Looking awesome with his pacer. Can't identify his pacer, but great friend and supporter of Cody Lind, who is making his way towards the left-hand turn onto California Street, where he will then start his long, winding descent down to the Chucky River crossing, which he should arrive at in 2.5 hours or so.
Yeah, we still don't have Claire coming through Michigan Bluff, for example, on ultralive.net. So waiting for some things to update there.
I have somebody asking what the course record is here in the chat. The course record is 14 hours and 9 minutes, if you can believe that, to cover 100 miles. That is held by Jim Walmsley, set in 2019. The women's course record, I think it's 1642 or 1646. We will double check that. That is held by Ellie Greenwood, a Scottish runner by way of Vancouver, Canada. She set that amazing course record in 2012, and nobody has come within a half hour of it. So we will see if Beth Pascal can challenge her fellow Great Britain athlete and come close to or break Ellie Greenwood's amazing record from 2012.
Yeah, at the last split, she had fallen behind it by about 6 minutes. As far as pacing out the race goes, Ellie Greenwood's record is 16:47.19. The second best time ever was Claire Gallagher back in 2019 in 17:23.25. So even if she falls just short potentially of Ellie's record, she is on pace right now to definitely run the second fastest time ever.
Yeah.
Assuming things continue to trend this direction.
That would be absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Guys, we're going to take a 60-second break here in the booth. We will be back in just 1 minute. Amazing commercial, and we also want to give a big shout out to Buff. You can check them out at buffusa.com. I'm sure everybody watching this is familiar with their amazing products, probably made famous by trail and ultra runners throughout the course of the last decade. They are amazing products to wear around your head, to wear around your neck. Of course, over the last year, they've been also great for covering up your mouth, and they also make other great products. So please do check out our great sponsor, Buff, at buffusa.com, where you can find these really cool Western States graphic neck gaiters and headwear. Thanks so much to our sponsors for supporting us here today. We will now go back to the professional race. We've got some updates from Zach Marion, a sort of a field correspondent from Forest Hill. He said Alex was typical Alex, cool and calm. This is Alex Nichols. He said that Hayden was fired up and that he asked for caffeine, but said that his legs were back. Oh my goodness, that's exciting. Then we've got Tim ready to push. He said he was getting great beta from Topher. That's Topher Gaylord. And then Drew, he said that Drew looked worked. I honestly thought that Drew looked pretty good in the screen here, but he was happy to hit some downhill. So Drew will have plenty of downhill coming up. And then Tyler Green left with high energy. Called out Max, so basically said, Max, come on, let's hang out. Max got out of his chair and went with him. So again, it speaks to the friendship and camaraderie in the professional end of this sport, something that just makes trail and ultra running the best sport in the world. 100%.
Definitely.
We are having an absolute blast here. We're trying to do a little troubleshooting here on our end of the women's race.
So it does. We do now have a split. So we saw that footage of Claire Gallagher kind of joking with her crew, to just slamming some water and kind of, moving her way out of the aid station. Who we missed was right in front of her. We didn't get footage of her, and she didn't come up in the iRun Far feed or the Ultra Live Net feed, but it does appear that Keely Henninger is just in front of Claire Gallagher, and I'm hoping that Claire picks her up and they carry each other in to Forest Hill, because I think they will both thrive on that, getting to Forest Hill to see their big cruise where they'll get rejuvenated and put back together so they can continue to run hard for the rest of the race.
Totally. And I think that would just be really good experience for Keely too, to run with the defending champion Claire Gallagher. Keely comes from a team sport background. There's Emily Hawgood, your friend and teammate.
And she's moved up quite a bit, because her last split, she was more than 20 minutes No, that doesn't make any sense. These splits, these are from the same aid station. That's why. This is my teammate, Emily Hawgood, coming in for the 10th place female into Michigan Bluff. Let's see if she's made up any time from El Dorado Creek up that climb. I'll figure that out.
So again, as I was saying, yeah, for Keely Henninger to be in 8th place now, she, of course, has a lot of ground left to cover, but certainly somebody who I think has all the talent and potential to really take the next step in her career to be sort of one of the most world-class athletes on the trail and ultramarathon circuit. Just a couple years ago, she won 2 of the most important races here in North America, the Chucky 50K and then the Lake Sonoma 50 miler. At that time, Lake Sonoma was a golden ticket race. She actively turned down her opportunity to race Western States in 2018, only to come back in 2021, accept a spot, and have her first crack at the 100-mile distance. So Keely Henninger is in 8th place. We did not see her through here. Corinne, tell us the amazing story of your friend and teammate, Emily Hawgood, and how she got into the race.
Yeah, so Emily Hawgood, she really wanted to race her way into this race. And so she went to Bandera in January, and she finished like a devastating 3rd place. So behind Katie Asmuth. And so she went to Black Canyons, and she fell. And instead of dropping out, she pushed through because she wasn't sure what was going to happen ahead of her. And I think she finished 6th or 7th. And then she showed up at Canyons 100K. Okay, and all of a sudden it was a race for maybe between 4 or 5 women for golden tickets, plus Beth Pascal and Audrey Tanguy, who were leading the race early on. And if they finished 1st and 2nd, the tickets only rolled down so far. So if Emily didn't finish high enough up for the ticket to roll down to her or get the ticket outright, that was all of a sudden going to be an issue. She was going to have done 300 Ks and not come up with the golden ticket. But she finished 4th at the race, just behind Audrey Tanguy. And got that 2nd golden ticket at that race. Abby Hall, another Adidas Terex teammate, got the 1st golden ticket at that race, so they are both in this race. So she did 300 Ks to be here. Other probably not known fact, she was actually offered a Ultra Trail World Tour spot that week of Canyons 100K, and she turned it down because she really wanted to race her way in. And that spot, guess who got that spot?
Ragnar DeBots.
100%.
Oh my goodness, what an amazing story. Oh, that is so cool. So just to clarify for those watching who aren't as familiar, the Ultra Trail World Tour is a race series organization who is able to provide spots to elite athletes here at the Western States 100. They offered a spot to Emily Hawgood, who we just saw leave the Michigan Bluff aid station in 10th place. She turned down that spot because she wanted to earn it at the Canyons 100K, which she ultimately did. That is an incredible story. Thank you so much for sharing it, Corinne. We are now going to kick it to some awesome videos of some of the heroic runners in the middle of the pack here at the Western States 100. We promised we would show you guys this stuff. We're going to do the best we can, so we'll cut to that now.
I'm Josh Bonkowski. I'm from Salt Lake City, Utah, and I'm hoping that I might win my division, which is old men over 50 who are pediatric neurologists and have 4 kids.
My name is Will Briggs. I live in San Diego, California right now. I just want to say thanks to my wife for putting up with all the training I've been doing.
My name is Jill Cole, and I'm from Los Gatos, California. This is my first Western States, and I'm excited to see my crew at Duncan Canyon.
This is Ken Kyler, and I'm from Pasadena, California. Really looking forward to tomorrow's run. It's my first Western States. I did participate in the 3-day training camp, and it was awesome. So I feel good about tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to it. It's beautiful out there.
My name's Shane Croth from Portland, Oregon. Super stoked to be here. Looking forward to tomorrow. I've got a great crew with my wife and some friends that have run the race before, and it's just going to be a great day.
My name's Lauren from San Jose, California. Tomorrow will be my second Western States. I ran my first in 2014 as my first 100, and I hope to go back tomorrow and do it sub 24.
My name is Carolyn Leckett, and I'm from Olney, Montana. This is my third Western States, and I hope to finish. This time I will be doing it without crew and pacer. but I want to give a shout out to all my previous crews and pacers. I know you're sending me good energy, and I'm going to do it. All right.
Hello, I'm Tom Summers from South Amboy, New Jersey, and this has been 10 years in the making. I've been wanting to run Western States, so I did it with 5 tickets.
My name is Kuni Yamagata. I'm from Citrus Heights, California, and my plan is to get the first aid station. That's it.
Okay, we are back here at Forest Hill. How cool was that? That was absolutely amazing. I am so excited that the race captured those videos this year. I believe that was the brainchild of Billy Yang, the new board member here at the Western States 100, had the presence of mind and wherewithal to capture those awesome snippets of the racers in the middle and back of the pack who are out there fighting their way through this amazing and challenging 100-mile day. It brings a tear to your eye. This is the greatest sport ever. It's so cool to see those stories, and we're going to do our best to continue bringing those. Of course, as we said, this coverage will go the full 30 hours today. So even though we have been mostly focused on the men's and women's lead packs, there will be plenty of time to see your runners come through if you are cheering on somebody who isn't fighting for one of these coveted top 10 positions. Again, thank you guys all for being here. I'm Dylan Bowman, joined by my friend and co-host and colleague compatriot, Corinne Malcolm. We are having the time of our lives here on the track.
We are now sweating.
We are definitely sweating. I've got lots of bottles of water sort of scattered around me, offset. You can't see them now, but we are having a great time here, and we are so excited to have so many of you watching with us. I don't have a live number of how many people are watching us right now, but I know it's several thousand, and we couldn't be more happy, proud, excited to be able to share the amazing story of this awesome race, and so far it has not disappointed. We have, just to kind of catch everybody up, if you are just joining us, the lead men are all through the Forest Hill aid station. Let me just do a quick refresh here so that I can get you.
Yeah, I don't think Jared Hazen has come through yet, which is, we'd like to see him appear here shortly. So we might have, I think we might be at 8 or 9 men through and 10 women through Michigan Bluff.
Yep. So, excuse me, I'll just give you the information that we do have right now. I have 8 men through Forest Hill. We've got, of course, Jim Walmsley out with a commanding lead, then Hayden Hawks in second place, Alex Nichols in third, just ahead of Tim Tollefson, then Drew Holman, Max King, Tyler Green, and Cody Lind. Some of those places are sort of flip-flop. So, for example, Tyler Green actually left the aid station before Max King. They're sort of running together. Same with Drew and Tim Tollefson. They are very close together as well. But all these top 8 men did look pretty darn good coming through Forest Hill. Jim Walmsley was basically on or even a little bit under his course record pace at Forest Hill. We did receive some updates from people in the field saying that he is just going for the win, that he doesn't want to think about achieving his course record. But the last update we did get from Iron Far from the Cal 2 Peachstone aid station had Jim Walmsley still on his course record pace. So we'll see. I'm sure he knows these splits like the back of his hand. So if he maintains this pace, I wouldn't be surprised to see him start caring about the course record pace here in the back half of the Western States 100. Moving on to the women's field. Corinne, you want to give us an update of the top 10 through Michigan Bluff?
Yeah, definitely. And it's exciting because the women are only separated by 41 minutes, I think, from start to finish, from first to 10th. Rather, and there are women that are right in that 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th spot that are not yet through Michigan Bluff who are going to chase. They're the women that have a lot of experience at this race, so I wouldn't count any of them out yet by any means. So in first, with a relatively commanding lead, we've got Beth Pascal. 9 minutes later, in second, we have Ragna DeBaats. Remember, again, Beth is a Brit, and we've got Ragna, who is from the Netherlands, but is currently residing in Spain. In third, we've got kind of, I think, I don't know, maybe new fan favorite. I think a surprise to many, a surprise to many who don't know her is probably what I would say, because I'm sure there are many people saying we saw this coming. So Katie with a commanding third, an exciting third, followed by fourth Audrey Tanguy, followed very closely in fifth by Ruth Croft, sixth Brittany Peterson, seventh Addie Bracey, eighth Keely Henninger, ninth Claire Gallagher, and then 10th Smiling, thanking everyone on the climbs, apparently Emily Hawgood.
Amazing. What a great group of top 10 women here at the Western States 100. Not sure who this runner is. It looks like number 307 if you want to pull that up, Corinne. Also, I saw somebody in the chat say that when Katie Asmuth earned her golden ticket at Bandera, she broke her nose halfway through the race. I don't know that story. So, Corinne, if you have any intel on that, or if anybody else
there's
can
all
provide
these
details.
Images of her holding
my
a bloody
gosh.
buff to her face. It looks like, what did you say, 307?
Yeah, it looks
No,
like
I can't tell what that number is.
367?
3
something 7?
Anyone know? Is this your runner? Tell us if it's your runner.
Anyway,
We'll
we will get
see
an update here soon. Certainly
That
smiling.
could be, if it's 367, it could be Johan Wilson, 45 from Cool, California.
Local guy.
That would
Here
be pretty
we
cool.
go.
If that is 367, that could be who we are looking at. Hard to see his bib number there.
He's doing great, man. He was very efficient. They just filled his entire pack up with ice.
And
That
got
was
him out of there.
Quite
He's,
impressive.
Yep, running a very good time through Michigan Bluff.
So bottom right, you can see the Rucky Chucky River crossing for the first time. This is an iconic part of the course. I don't think Jim is going to be quite there yet. We will check on his split from his course record, but it gives you an idea of what these runners confront. This is one of the most iconic, one of the most famous spots in all of trail and ultra running, where at 78 miles into a 100-mile race, you have to cross a river. Sometimes it happens in a boat. We did hear from race director Craig Thornley that for the next 40 years, they have a contract with whoever manages this watershed, that the upstream dam will be kept at a manageable flow rate so that the runners can continue to cross the river under their own power rather than in boats, which is definitely my preference. In my 3 times running the race, I only got to cross it under my own power one time, and it was way cooler.
It is way cooler, and it feels really great. So in your lower screen here, this is I don't know what's happening exactly. He's just slow breathing, cooling himself off. Oh, they're pouring ice and water on him. Of course, he's slow breathing. That is a shock to the system. That is Kyle Patari, dad of 3, lawyer. What do we decide? This is number 5 that he's going through.
Yes, this is number 5 in a row for Kyle Patari.
If he can pull this off,
top 10 finisher.
Currently in 9th place in Forest Hill.
Lawyer, father of 3 from Denver, Colorado. He knows how to do this stuff. Certainly not looking too worse for wear.
No stranger to running hundreds. He is, though, one thing we might get to see later. I feel like he pukes at the end of every single, he crosses the finish line and then vomits. So we'll try to keep the cameras out of the way for that. But I think he's done that at most every race.
Yep. So, again, we saw the river crossing. That's mile 78. According to Jim's splits from 2019, his course record year, he crossed the river at 10 hours and 46 elapsed. We are now at 10 hours and 17, so should be about 30 minutes until we see Jim Walmsley cross the river. So if you are thinking about getting up to do anything, you better cram it into 30 minutes, because you're definitely going to want to see the defending champ cross this river, one of the most iconic, famous places in all of trail and ultra running, as I mentioned a second ago. And I think, so we've got this camera here. You can see there's a lot of infrastructure up the hill from the folks. These volunteers just stand in the stream for hours and hours.
And they're amazing. They are the nicest people out there. But I will add, too, we did not know that we were going to be able to get this footage from the river crossing until like 2 weeks ago. Do you remember that meeting when Billy's like, the ham radio operator has some contraption and he's going to boost the signal for us? And I feel like this was a very recent development in this whole process. There's a lot of behind-the-scenes movement to get all of this together, including boosting a signal from the river so that we can get that really cool footage.
So I have an update here in my Instagram DMs. This is actually where I heard about the broken nose. Thank you so much to, give me a second, Aaron D. Aaron D. from Tempo Talks, who sent me this awesome bit of intelligence about Katie. It says that she fell and busted her nose on a rock at Bandera, and then she used a tampon to stop the bleeding.
That is a nurse practitioner for you.
That
she
is
was
a nurse
taking care
practitioner.
of business.
She's doing field dressing on herself in the middle of an ultra marathon. How cool is that? Shout out to Katie Asmuth, and thank you so much to Aaron D for that intel. That is really, really cool.
Continuing to be blown away by her run here. We got a little inside scoop as well from Topher. Have you read that off yet?
Go ahead.
On Tim Tollefson. So it sounds like at Forest Hill, incel from Topher Gaylord himself. At Forest Hill, Tim Tollefson legs feel solid, but stomach is a bit off. He'll need to regroup on Cal Street and find a path to fueling well, and he's got legs to run the last section. Also, that Drew Holman looks solid with Patty, fired up and high-fiving people. So we've gotten mixed reviews on Drew Holman. Some people said he looked worked. Some people said he looked good. I imagine that he is stoked out of his mind right now.
Yeah. So we've got some sort of images here from Rookie Chucky.
Sorry, I'll get that out of the way.
Again, this is mile 78. We don't expect Jim Walmsley to be here for another 30 minutes or so. So we should be getting more updates. I don't know if we can turn the audio off from the camera at Rookie Chucky. We'll go back to Forest Hill. Thank you guys so much to our awesome production team doing an amazing job behind the scenes, keeping all of us updated and keeping the best camera angles on these athletes the best they can.
And then a notice, a little update from Jonathan Levitt. He said, big news. This is the first time, I said Kyle Patari is a puker. This is the first time he hasn't puked at the 100K mark of this race. So that bodes well, I think, for Kyle Patari getting his 5th top 10 finish in a row. Knock on wood.
Progress. Good for him. So my internet's going a little bit slowly here, but we will do our best to continue just rattling off updates as we can. Are we waiting for, oh no, so we've got the top 10 women through Michigan Bluff. This camera is still at Michigan Bluff, so we should be starting to see some more middle of the packers coming in here. We'll do our best to grab bib numbers off them and give them shout outs as we can. The bottom right is still at Forest Hill. You can see it's getting quite busy there. Now that the sort of lead men are through, there's a lot of crews descending upon Forest Hill now.
Yep, we're going to see, I mean, it's going to be really exciting. We're going to see our top group of women start to come into Forest Hill. Who is this?
Got another runner coming into Michigan Bluff here, surveying the fare on the buffet table at the aid station.
Because it'd be really wonderful to get shots of Casey Lichtig or Mayfield coming through. This looks like one of our male runners that's kind of hanging out in that next set of guys.
I know there's been a lot of people asking about where Magda is as well. We definitely are curious about that ourselves here at headquarters. We'll continue to update you. This is runner number 350.
I'll pull that up.
Corinne's going to look this
Runner
gentleman up.
350. It looks like he just took some time at the aid station to find some food. Potentially, hopefully, his stomach feels good. That is Damon Valzona from San Diego, California, in through the lottery.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out Damon.
34, running well, I would say. This is a great place for him to be at Michigan Bluff.
Great job to Damon, taking a seat in the shade there, representing his hometown of San Diego. Very proud.
People are saying that they can't find info on Matt Daniels. And remember how I said his number came up kind of randomly?
Yep.
And I'm really worried that it's possible that Matt Daniels has dropped, given that I don't think we have a split for him for Michigan Bluff. So we will wait to see. He is not currently in our list of drops, but that is what it might be looking like.
Yeah.
Because he had been running around Ruth Croft, who is obviously moving forward, but the top 10 women have now come through, and we're still missing Matt Daniels into Michigan Bluff. And so I am worried that either we're not reading his sensor at all, or
something
that he's been pulled off the trail, that he's pulled himself off the trail. So we will let you know as soon as we know. If you know, let us know.
Yeah, well, thoughts to Matt Daniels. Of course, he came in as a contender to win this year's race. It's always tough to put so much effort and care into your preparation. Months and months of hard work go into this day, and when it goes sideways, it's absolutely heartbreaking. So our hearts go out to Matt Daniels. We hope he is doing okay, and he will obviously be back to fight another day. He's got incredible talent. He's, sky's the limit for him. He'll figure it out. He has run 15:21 on this course, a very, very fast time. So he will be back here at Western States.
Yeah, my big fear for Matt Daniels was that we got, not to say that we got lucky, but we had a nice 2019. It was a little bit more reasonable temperature-wise. The heat takes a toll on people, and if all of a sudden...
That's also my size. Us, we're
big guys.
6'3". It's difficult to sort of manage the heat, I think, for a lot of us.
Would agree.
And Mako would agree. Scott Jurek mentioned that a moment ago. Not to make any excuses, but these races are freaking hard. This is a really, really tough race, and these guys really do lay it out all on the line. So they can't all be good, that's for sure. So here's our buddy from San Diego, whose name escapes me in the bottom right. He's getting a shoe change. This is a great perspective.
This is Damon.
Damon from San Diego getting a shoe change. Looks like he's putting on a pair of Hoka's. Shout out to Hoka sponsoring the race.
So updates: we still do not have a Jared Hazen. We still do not have a Matt Daniels. Jared Hazen did leave Michigan Bluff. We just haven't. He's not been received yet in Forest Hill. We do not have a Matt Daniels at Michigan Bluff yet, we think. And then a Ryan Miller.
Yeah. Well, Ryan was having a tough go early on. Be interesting to see.
You try to rally and maybe it just didn't work out.
He's been able to rally.
None of them are listed in the DNF list right now. I don't know how frequently that is being updated, but we will keep checking in there as the day goes on. But they're not listed there yet. But you're right, we have not yet seen Jared Hazen, which is definitely concerning. Although we have not yet seen our 10th place male come into Forest Hill, so we're still waiting on 10th to come through there. What's up with Hazen? We don't know what's up with Hazen. We're looking for him.
Yeah, we'll share as soon as we get any intelligence on Jared Hazen. Of course, again, just like I said about Matt Daniels, even though you're the second fastest person at this race in history, it doesn't mean that you have everything figured out. And these races are just tough, and some days you have it, some days you don't. Jared, obviously still only 26 years old, one of the true greats in our sport right now. One of the best in the world. This will definitely serve as motivation for him to come back and finally get that Cougar. He was very focused on winning the race this year. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's in the cards for him, but hopefully he is doing okay out on the trail. And again, we'll continue to keep you guys updated as soon as I can.
Looks like there might be movement. We got people getting ready to soak someone down in Forest Hill. I'm assuming this is our 10th place male who will be coming in here. Well, okay, we're sprinting.
So I think it's interesting to just note how much closer the top 10 women's race is than the top 10 men's race right now. The top 10 women are all bunched together. Here we have Beth Pascal in Forest Hill. OMG.
My
we
goodness.
have the women's leader from Great Britain, Beth Pascal, 62 miles into the 2021 Western States 100. She's got a full pit crew. There's her husband wrapping an ice bandana around her neck. She mentioned to me earlier in the week that they are going home on Monday to have their sort of wedding celebration. So this is an amazing way to sort of cap off their trip in the U.S. Beth Pascal in the lead of the women's race here at the Western States 100. Looks like she is doing phenomenally. We will try and get an accurate split.
She has a pacer lined up. It looks like she's got someone with an F4 yellow bib on. That means that they are their pacer. She's got two of them, so she'll take one of them to the river, and then she'll take the other one from the river into the finish. She might be running in 10th overall right now. We have yet to get a 10th place male split from Forest Hill. It doesn't mean that someone hasn't come through that we've missed, but it's not on Ultra Live. It's not on the iRunFar Twitter feed. So it is very possible that Beth Pascal, your first place female, is currently running in 10th overall.
My mind is blown. My
Right?
mind is absolutely blown. If Beth Pascal is in 10th overall right now, we are truly witnessing history. She is running an incredible race. And it looks like, yeah, it's very efficient in the aid station. It's curious to me. I don't think she's been wearing a hat all day. I feel like just wearing a hat out in the 100-degree weather here in the Sierra foothills of Northern California would be something that would help a lot. But what the heck do I know? I've never been leading the Western States 100 like she is so late in the race here. Cruising through the aid station, lots of fans and supporters. Now she's about to hit the main drag where there's going to be a lot of people screaming her name, cheering her on, trying to throw high fives.
Once again, you can see it looks like her elbows are huge, and it's because she has ice shoved into those arm sleeves to try to keep her cool. They've soaked her down. She's covering her skin. She's doing everything right now, and this is super exciting to witness.
Yeah, it really is super exciting. She looks totally in control. You know, there's nothing about her body language that would indicate that she's run 62 miles at this point. And it looks like we've got Jamil Curry just behind her, probably chasing with a camera. Shout out to Jamil, always doing great things for our sport. Beth Pascal cruising through, big high five for the fans.
It's possible that it looks like Jared Hazen walked in, according to iRunFar, into Forest Hill in 10th man. Yep, they show him walking in a minute ago. That means that Beth Pascal is in front of him in 10th overall. So our 10th place man is Jared Hazen.
Great.
Coming into Forest Hill. I wonder if this will be the end of the line for him today or if he will continue on. I don't know the answer to that yet. But Beth Pascal is officially running in 10th overall.
Yep, and it looks like we have another woman coming through Michigan Bluff here.
Camilla Mayfield.
Oh, here's
of Brooks,
Camilla. Yep.
Of Brooks running. And that looks to be
There's
Steve
Stephen Kirsch.
We're very excited. Steve Kirsch is, my guess is that he will be overtaking Jared here, putting him as M10, hanging on, trying to stay in that top 10 men's race, and he'll get out of here as quick as he can.
Yep. Well, yeah, again, we'll provide updates on Jared as we receive them. It sounds like he is in Forest Hill, so thank goodness he is safe, being looked after, I'm sure, by the Army of Volunteers employed by the Western States 100. And here we have Beth Pascal, more visual of her cruising through Forest Hill, just putting on a clinic, looking like a champion. She's going to be taking the hard left onto Cal Street here very soon.
Yeah, this is how she ran, and this is how she looked at canyons. Like, clearly,
yeah,
I was like, wow, she is really taking it out hard. Turns out it was just it was a very just honest run for her, and this is what we saw there, and I'm beyond like thrilled. We will see how much time she has put, if any, onto Ragna DeBotz and Katie Asmith, who were second and third in Michigan Bluff, being chased by Audrey Tanguy and Ruth Croft, who were fourth and fifth there. So I'm excited to see what the rest of the women look like coming into Forest Hill here, probably in the next, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes. I imagine that we'll see our second place female.
Yep. Yeah, the top four was very close, very dramatic at Michigan Bluff. We would expect that to still be the case here. Here is Beth Pascal taking the hard left onto Cal Street. She will then take a right-hand turn, hit the dirt, and continue her journey down to the Chucky River crossing. Speaking of which, probably in the next 10 minutes, maybe as much as 15 minutes, we should see Jim Walmsley down at the river crossing. So stick around if you are planning to do anything. Don't. Stay. Don't do anything today.
Yeah, no one is being productive today. You're stuck with us. This, I believe this is Casey now coming in to Forest Hill.
Yes.
That looks like Casey Lichtig. She's got F3 on her leg. She's
with
being
AJW.
Of course. The man, the myth, the legend. So for those wondering where Casey is, Casey, I believe, is coming through Michigan Bluff right now in a 12th place. 12th place female through Michigan Bluff.
Well, great for Casey. Again, from Omaha, Nebraska, Casey Lichtig, a former champion of the race, a third-place finisher of the race, a 6-time finisher of the Western States 100, going for number 7. Again, a fan favorite. Here we have Jared Hazen. Jared Hazen, bottom right.
He's coming through Forest Hill.
Come on, Jared.
So Kirsch did pass him on the way into Forest Hill. While Hazen was walking, his crew has pushed him into the aid station. They're going to run around to the other side to meet him. He's no longer walking. He's now running. That's a good sign.
Yep.
The legs are moving. I think if he was planning to drop out, I do not think he'd be running through this aid station.
Yep. Good for Jared. Keep soldiering on, man. He actually looks okay. Maybe he
just needs to regroup.
He paused, maybe, had trouble with his stomach for a little bit, needed to stop and let it chill out for a bit. I don't know why somebody would FaceTime me right now, but
you're a little busy.
Yeah, I'm a little busy.
Yep,
but here we are, Casey Lichtig here at Michigan Bluff. She's been battling an injury all year. This race is so important to her. If you're just joining us, we played an awesome interview that Billy Yang captured with her just a few weeks ago, where she talked about how important the Western States 100 is to her. It's a thing that she really cherishes, and even when she's not maybe operating at full capacity, battling injury, she still wanted to be here to do the race justice, to make her progress towards ultimately getting 10 finishes at this race, which I know is a big goal of hers. So good job to Casey. Shout out to Omaha, Nebraska, representing very strongly.
It's so, I mean, she is so impressive. And the thing is that although, yes, would she love to, be in the top 10? 100%. But you know that she loves this race so very much that she's just happy to be here. Of course, she is a fierce competitor. She has won this race. She put on a phenomenal run to finish third in 2019, truly running very, very fast behind our first and second place female at that year, Claire and Brittany. But like we said, she has a buckle of every single color, and she's proud of every single one of them. So, AGW is going to give her some watermelon, give her some food, get some water on her, and he's going to push her out of there, and she's going to soldier on because that is what she does. She loves this race. She loves this community. She's going to keep fighting. She's going to finish this thing out. And my guess is that if anyone falls off, suddenly Casey's going to be in the top 10.
Totally. Yep. She's certainly not out of contention.
Yes.
Here's Jared Hazen cruising through Forest Hill after a rough patch. We'll hopefully get some intel on what happened with Jared at some point, but he's still moving like a true champion, still fighting on, even though his ambitions of winning today's race are clearly out the window. This is true courage and perseverance. It is the embodiment of everything that is amazing about our sport when somebody who clearly was one of the favorites to win the race today decides to continue going. Here he is with his buddy Stephen Kirsch, fellow Flagstaff resident, both of whom probably underperforming where they want to be during today's race, but continuing to move forward one step at a time. That's what it is all about. So great job to those guys.
100%. People are mentioning that, Casey had to deal with a big injury this year. It reminds me a lot, I think it might have been the 2018 race where she came back from that stress fracture.
Right.
She had a stress fracture the previous fall, winter, and it was a serious stress fracture. It wasn't, I mean, yes, all stress fractures are kind of serious, but it wasn't a tibia, it wasn't a metatarsal, it was a big bone stress fracture. And so she came back, and I think she finished 11th, just outside of the top 10. So this is similar. She's dealt with an injury all spring that has really kept her from running as much as she normally does. She's a high volume runner, so to miss out that much running and miss the joy that she gets from running, I think has been really, really hard for her. Someone also commented that Beth is one of the nicest runners they've ever met, and that she actually paced them from mile 220 to 235 of Cocodona 250. So while she was in Flagstaff training, she paced.
Wow. amazing again, just to beat the drum. I've been beating occasionally all day. It just speaks to the character of the people who occupy our sport. One of the great champions, Beth Pascal, having an amazing performance here at Western States, not too proud to go out to Cocodona and support the runners who made their way through 250 miles in that race.
Yep, with an uphill finish in Flagstaff, which was not great. I had an athlete who said that Jim Walmsley bounded out of the woods while he was like trudging up this hill in Flagstaff,
Really?
and it was the highlight of his Cocodona 250. Some people are asking in the chat, and I think this is an important topic. Why do pros drop? Consider dropping out more. Okay, here's Ragda.
Ragda. Let's talk about this.
Ragda is currently in second in Forest Hill. She's getting sponged down by her crew. Let's look to see what our split says as far as how far back she is. She's not that far back. She's running super strong.
It is probably at least 10 minutes now, so Beth is a little bit more comfortable in her lead, but Ragna certainly not out of it by any means at this point. Here we have Eric Sensman, fan favorite, coming in from Flagstaff, Arizona. So we've got 3 of the flag guys, Jared Hazen, Stephen Kirsch, and Eric Sensman now through. It'd be great to get the camera back on Ragna if we can. So Ragna DeBot's currently in second place in the aid station at Forest Hill.
Yeah, we've got Jared Hazen sitting down with his crew. If we could find Ragna with her crew getting sponged down and running down Cal Street, that would be ideal, although it appears our camera is heading the opposite
no, this is going back to Ragna.
This is going back to
Ragna.
There she is.
Here.
Yes. So her crew has opted to be ahead of the aid station. And this is what I said earlier. Some of the splits aren't going to make sense here. Some of the splits are going to look funky because her crew is before the aid station. She's getting everything taken care of. She's going to sprint through the aid station and continue down Cal Street. Beth Pascal came through the aid station and then saw her crew. So their splits are also going to be a little bit off there because she will come over the timing mat after she's already done all of that.
Yep. Great point. Thanks for mentioning that, Corinne. So here's Ragna through the crew stop. Again, she's just going over the mat, I think just right there. Cruising through the official aid station before she hits the main drag where all the crews and spectators are out cheering. Here's Eric Sensman cruising through the aid station too. Ragna getting doused with water by the volunteers. Here she goes past the school. She's joined by her partner. I think his name's Perry, I want to say, another professional runner from Europe. He's having a snack himself. Good for him. Got to stay fueled up.
Got to stay fueled. And then also to mention, she is a buff athlete in the race.
Oh, great.
Yep. So she's representing one of our great sponsors for the live coverage, Buff, which I think is wonderful.
And I think the bottom right was just Charlie Ware finally leaving Michigan Bluff. Representing Tucson. Moving. I think that's Charlie. Not 100% sure, but we are focused here on Ragna DeBot's second placed woman at this year's Western States 100, her first 100-mile race. And here we have, is this Ruth? This is Ruth and Martin.
This is Ruth and Martin.
Oh my goodness.
This is Ruth Croft coming in. She's going to pick up her pacer. Alex Varner
on the left.
Didn't recognize him, decked out in Adidas Terrex gear.
Yeah.
Look at those blue shorts. He's going to pick up Ruth. They're going to start chasing. We've got 2 women, debut Western States, debut 100-mile races, chasing down Beth Pascal, who was 4th last year.
So this is really great, too, because we'll get to see Ruth do her pit crew operation like we sort of got to see in Michigan Bluff as well. It looks like her partner Martin is doing a quick footwear change. She has her feet kicked up. She is smashing some kind of hydration, it looks like. She's got the cold towel around her shoulders. Looks like her buddy and pacer Alex Varner was going to pour ice on her, but then she told him not to. And it looks like we may be doing a pack change. Martin's taking his shirt off. Maybe we're doing a shirt change.
I think Martin is using his shirt to clean Ruth's feet currently.
Wow, that is partnership, isn't it? Shout out to Martin Gaffioli from France, taking great care of his partner, Ruth Croft, currently in 3rd place, but very close to 2nd place. Ragna DeBot's here at the Forest Hill aid station.
So we should note the bottom screen right now is Michigan Bluff, and that is Pat Regan with his crew being taken care of there.
Right.
So we finally found Pat Regan. Here comes Ragna leaving down Cal Street, moving really well.
Still a lot of race to go here, even though Forest Hill is such a landmark, such a thing that all these athletes look forward to. Everybody says this is where the race starts. So if you have been watching all day and you're thinking about leaving, I would highly encourage you not to, because this is actually where the entertainment begins. And Corinne and I will
Cancel your plans.
We'll continue to try and keep up with all the drama here today. It's been so exciting.
So here you go, the I Run Far split, which is ahead of the aid station, so it won't have factored in either of the aid, that where Beth took her aid or where Ragna took her aid. It looks like Beth put on an additional 2 minutes on Ragna. At Michigan Bluff, Ragna was 9 minutes behind Beth Pascal. Coming in to Forest Hill, she was 11 minutes behind Beth Pascal. So Beth Pascal is extending it a little bit. But we also have, look up on the top of your screen,
Katie Asmuth coming in 4th place into Forest Hill, but very close to Ragna DeBots. In fact, I think she's ahead of Ruth Croft now. I think Ruth is probably still with her crew.
100%. This is actually a confusing aid station.
Oh, yeah.
Because oftentimes your crews are so spread out that you don't know if you're leaving behind or ahead of someone. And so you could come in one position and leave several positions differently because you just have no idea who you're catching.
Yes.
I believe that's Magda. Yep, that was Magda. Pat Regan just said hi to her and said, come on, let's go. Alice Baker is getting some ice on her, but that is Magda in the bottom screen at Michigan Bluff.
Magda Boulay, of course, a former champion of the race, an Olympian at Michigan Bluff, soldiering through Michigan Bluff. And then we've got Katie Asmuth in the big screen to our top left. She is leaving Forest Hill. We think she's leaving in 3rd place right now. We think Ruth Croft is still in the aid station, but the women's race, top 4 are still very close, especially 2nd through 4th are basically together through this Forest Hill aid station. I just want to point out that this is very rare. I'm not sure we've ever seen it to where the top 4 women are this close at Forest Hill.
Never 4. We've had when Kat Bradley ended up winning in 2017, right? Yes, 2017 with Magda in 2nd. Io and Kat leapfrogged in the aid station. They left, I believe, Io ended up coming in right behind Kat, leaving right in front of Kat, and then Io ended up collapsing actually down towards the river, and Kat ended up moving into 1st there.
Yep. Great memory. Thank you, Corinne. So as soon as we see Ruth come through here, we will take a very quick commercial break, but we want to make sure that we see Ruth cruise through. Again, bottom right, we see Magda Boulay. Big smile. Come on, Magda. Leaving Michigan Bluff. One of the most liked, respected champions in trail and ultra running. Again, she has been an Olympian in the marathon distance, became a naturalized U.S. citizen on September 11th, 2001. Has just an incredible story. If you're new to the sport, look up Magdalena Boulay, an absolute icon of trail and ultra running and of running in general, I should say. So I wanted to see Ruth cruise through the Forest Hill aid station so we could get an idea of how close they were all together.
But this is the Michigan Bluff aid station.
This is Michigan Bluff. We do want to say a quick thank you to Buff. So if we could just say thanks to Buff real quick. We'll try and get back to that Forest Hill aid station again. Here's a great image of 3 great champions of our sport, Courtney DeWalter, Amanda Basham, and Claire Gallagher ascending the escarpment. It's a beautiful image. Thank you to Buff USA for supporting our coverage. We'll get back to them in a second. Here is Ruth Croft cruising through Forest Hill with Alex Varner, her pacer. Alex Varner has experience running under 16 hours on this course. He was 7th place back in 2014. And here's Ruth Croft swapping out the vest that she's been wearing all day for 2 handheld bottles, and she is not far back of Katie Asmuth in 3rd and Ragna DeBots in 2nd. We'll try and get an accurate split of all 4 of our top women here leaving the Forest Hill aid station, but this is a drag race on the women's side. This is absolute drama. This is amazing. For those who are newer to the sport, as I said, This really has not happened in recent memory, at least, to have all 4 of the top women this close together at the Forest Hill Aid Station. They still have 38 miles to go to this track, to this finish line here in Auburn, California. There is a lot of drama left ahead of them. Any one of these 4 could still win the race.
So the official split coming through, once again, some of them crewed before, some of them crewed after. The official split for Ragna, Ruth, and Katie was only 90 seconds apart. They left at slightly different times, and that gives Beth an 11 or 12 minute lead, more than likely headed towards the river. That is so exciting to have 2, 3, and 4 this close together.
So it's going to be amazing the next time we have cameras on these women. We'll be at the river, and it could be just a total surprise, a total guess as to who comes in first. Speaking of which, we should hopefully have footage of Jim crossing the river any second here. Is this? No.
No, that's Abbey Hall, I think. I believe that is Abbey Hall in Michigan Bluff.
So Jim's split at the river in 2019 was 10:46 elapsed. We are now at 10:48 elapsed, so we should probably get cameras down to the river here shortly so that we can find the men's leader, Jim Walmsley, who was right on his course record pace. So we will do our best to grab that update as soon as we can get it.
Yep,
we are still here in Michigan Bluff.
Yep,
Sorry, go ahead.
I believe this is Abbey Hall being aided out of being crewed out of the aid station by her husband, Cordis Hall, another Adidas Terex teammate, and Sabrina Stanley, your Nolan's FKT holder, your Hard Rock champion, will be pacing Abbey Hall from the river into the finish.
Amazing. Yeah, we talked about Abby earlier in the day. She went for the unsupported John Muir Trail FKT last year. It was amazing to follow. A heroic effort. Ultimately came up a little bit short, but such a cool mission for her to undertake. And yeah, I think she's just an athlete with a lot of potential who is clearly out giving it her all today. Here we are at the Chucky River crossing. We should see Jim Walmsley, the race leader, coming through any minute, I would guess. Assuming I'm doing my math correctly, it has been...
It's been a long day.
Yes, it's 10 hours and 49 minutes elapsed now. So Jim is, if he hasn't gone through already, he is at least 3 minutes behind his course record pace at this point. Again, last we heard, we got some intelligence from the field, from our various correspondents, saying that Jim was now only focused on getting the win. He didn't want to achieve course record splits, but he was still dead on his course record at Cal 2. That was 7 miles ago or so. So we should see Jim Walmsley coming in here to the Chucky River crossing any minute. Again, this is mile 78 of the Western States 100.
We do also have splits now for Hayden Hawks at Cal 2. That's mile 71. He is currently 53:47 back from the leader. So once again, he's now lost another, I think, 5.5 minutes to Jim. It's coming in through I Run Far.
Great.
So Cal 2, Hayden Hawks, 53:47 back. It'll be curious to see, is Alex Nichols moving up? Is Tim Tollefson moving up? Because there is so much downhill in this section. We're going to keep an eye on that river crossing. Audrey Tanguy is also into Forest Hill in 5th at mile 62, 19 minutes behind the lead, probably 6 minutes behind 4th.
Great. Thank you so much, Corinne. That is great intel. Compliments of I Run Far. Thank you to them for their hard work out on the race course today. So the camera is positioned on the far side of the river, which is probably obvious to everybody watching, but Jim will basically be running parallel to the river, coming from the north, I guess that is, and he will come down those rocky steps you see on the embankment. He will then jump into the water. I think they probably make them.
They will put on a life. They will put on a life preserver.
Put on a life vest, hang on to the rope, and sort of swim your way across. Here we have Brittany Peterson leaving Forest Hill. Looks like she's probably in 5th place, and she's actually moving up now.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would say Brittany has rebounded from feeling like the heat was being overwhelming, because I feel like one of the last splits we got from her, she was 8th and then 7th. So now she is in 5th or 6th. It is possible that she sounds like she came into the aid 2 minutes behind Audrey. However, I don't know if Audrey is still in the aid or is left, but once again, very close together. So now your returning second place finisher from the 2019 Western States, Brittany Peterson. She's picked up her pacer, Cole Watson, who she was going to say, just get to Cody, get to Cody. Cody's obviously running a phenomenal race, hopefully getting intel about Cody is pulling her along. She said that that was the first thing she wanted her crew to tell her was how was Cody doing. So hopefully his race is really pushing her too, because she will be thrilled for her partner in Cody Lind. Paul, I'm sure, is cheering, is definitely pushing her on as well. So Paul Lind's got 3 athletes in the top 10 right now as well.
Yes. Thank you so much, Corinne. That is a great point. Brittany Peterson looks great as she cruises through Forest Hill, the returning second place women's finisher, the 4th fastest time ever in the history of the Western States from 2019. She is moving her way up, and it's so great. Yeah, probably getting wind in her sails with an update that her partner Cody Lind is having an awesome race. Last we saw, he was in 8th place at Forest Hill, the aid station she is leaving right now.
It's important to note that she is carrying maybe more than anyone I've seen. I don't know if it's because she's not carrying bottles in her pack and she's just carrying ice in her pack, but she currently has a race vest on, and then she also has 2 handhelds. So she is really putting down the liquids. It might be that she's on a completely liquid nutrition plan. And if that's the case, right, you got to carry enough liquid so that you can get in the appropriate calories plus the appropriate fluids.
Yep. Good point, Corinne. So we are still waiting for Jim Walmsley here to arrive at the Chucky River crossing. He is now, it looks like, at least 8 minutes behind his course record pace, so he is really falling off the pace here. We'll see. Don't want to jump to any conclusions here. Jim might just be dialing it back in the heat, but clearly it is a much tougher day than it was in 2019 when he ran such a ridiculously fast time on this course, finishing in 14 hours and 9 minutes. So it is not surprising that he is now probably about 8 minutes behind his record splits, if I do have that accurate. Again, we should see Jim any minute here. I don't know if we still have a camera that was sort of on the other side of the river looking upstream, but if we do, that would obviously be a great angle to capture, because we would see Jim a little bit earlier there.
Yeah, it would be phenomenal if it was possible, because they did have a GoPro in the Chucky aid station itself. Although remember, there's a ham radio operator boosting the signal out of the river crossing, and so there might just not be quite enough power to boost that information out of there. So we will see.
Another runner cruising through Forest Hill, bottom right.
That looks like our on runner.
Yep, Elliot Carden. Thank you, Elliot Carden from Canada.
Running very, very strong here at his inaugural debut Western States. It's not easy. This is not an easy race. You might think it's fast and flat, or flatter rather, or at least net downhill, but it turns out that, you can make any race pretty difficult if you're going hard.
Yep. 2-hour production team. It'd be amazing if we could get the camera on the other side of the river. The image appears to be frozen here on the far side of the river. We want to make sure we don't miss our... Okay. Yeah, we've just received word that the cell signal is obviously not great down there at the river crossing, so we are doing our best to make sure we can get some images, or at least... It
does appear that... there is a split of Jim in the Chucky aid station as of 51 after. So it is likely that he is headed up towards Green Gate now. Unfortunately, unable to get that image with a lack of coverage at that aid station, even with the help of the ham radio operators trying to boost that signal for us. Everyone else needs to get off their phones, give us all of the signal strength. But he is likely well on his way up to Green Gate right now.
If you're not texting updates to race headquarters, to Corinne and myself, please turn your cell phone service off. If you're at Rucky Chucky, we could really use that bandwidth so that we can share these amazing images with our viewing audience. So Jim Walmsley, it sounds like, through Rucky Chucky at 10:51. That means he is making his way up the grinding, close to 1,000-foot climb up to the Green Gate aid station at mile 80. And from that point on, the terrain in front of him is very runnable, very conducive to Jim's strength as such a strong runner with so much leg speed. It's hard to imagine anybody catching up to him, especially if he maintains this 50-plus minute lead over Hayden Hawks.
Yep. So again, we've got lots of comments in on the YouTube feed.
Is this the climb up to Green Gate here? Top left?
I am not sure what that is. That might even be backwards from. That is after the Green Gate aid station.
Terrific.
Okay, wonderful. So hopefully we'll get to see Jim up higher in a little bit better signal above the Green Gate aid station. We've got another camera on the course. Yes, our camera was frozen at the river. Remember, guys, there is normally almost no signal at the river. You got a bunch of people down there watching. You got a bunch of volunteers down there and ham radio operators trying to boost the signal to us.
Yeah. Again, guys, I just want to thank you all for your understanding. You know, we really are trying our best. This is something that is in its first year at the Western States 100. We will learn from this experience, and we will get better year after year. Thanks you so much to all the volunteers who are helping to make this live stream coverage possible. Thanks to everybody watching right now, and thanks for your understanding that it's not always going to be perfect, especially when there isn't cell phone reception on so much of this course. So if we want, I can share some images from the river crossing since we did miss Jim. I do have my computer hooked up. If the production team wants to throw it here to my computer briefly. Okay, so here we are. We've got Jim Walmsley here crossing the river with his bucket hat on. Still looking great, rocking the Hoka shirt. Looks like he's not wearing a life preserver. There was a comment in the chat that they are actually optional to cross the river with
I wonder if it's low enough this year.
Yeah, it must be low enough. So here's Jim Walmsley. I got a second photo courtesy of I Run Far. Jim swimming across the river, courtesy of these amazing volunteers who, again, just stand in this water for hours and hours and hours, helping our heroic runners cross the river. And while we're at it, I'll just share another image here of Claire Gallagher coming into Forest Hill in 7th place,
moving up
her patented humor, her patented trademark personality, still moving strong, 33 minutes off the lead at roughly 100 kilometers into this year's Western States 100. Claire, the defending champion, as we've mentioned 100 times at this point.
And that means that she has passed. That means she. Well, who are we missing then? I feel like we might be missing someone.
You guys can go back to that camera view on the Green Gate aid station if you can.
Oh no, we're not missing anyone. That means that she is caught though Addie Bracey and Keely Henninger, I believe. So she has moved up again. Remember, Claire started.
Right.
Claire was kind of near the front at the beginning, kind of faded back, I think, a bit in the heat, but is now getting a second win and is moving back up through the field, which I think is very exciting for all of us to see here with her looking good.
Yeah, wow.
I Run Far also posted, though, Jeff Browning is currently walking at mile 61 and will drop at Forest Hill.
Wow.
His quads are done, and he wants to recover for Hard Rock, which is in 3 weeks.
Oh, my goodness. You know, this is actually interesting. Jeff Browning, of course, is somebody who we all really look up to, respect, and admire. And I feel bad for him that everybody always points out his age, but he is a 49-year-old man turning 50 in August. And I believe this was his 44th, 100-miler. He's won more than 20 of the 100-milers that he's done in his career. And I believe this is only the second time that he's ever dropped out of a race, the first being due to injury at the UTMB. I think it was way back in 2016 or 2017. So somebody who has done more than 40 100-mile races to only have this being his second DNF is actually truly remarkable. Our hearts go out to Jeff Browning. I know he puts a lot of effort into this. There's a lot of us who really do look up to him, and I'll see him in Silverton in a couple of weeks, and I'm sure this effort's only going to help him be a little bit stronger for those San Juan Mountains.
Yeah, he wanted to really make sure that he could put up a good fight, I think, at Hard Rock. But that's a hard decision to make, and so this brings me back to the point that I was going to touch on earlier before Ragna came flying into Forest Hill. Someone in the chat asked, why do elites oftentimes drop out of races versus because it seems results oriented versus, everyone else, they just want to finish, and that is very important to them. And I think it's important to mention that a lot of folks, although, we don't make the most money in the world, I think a lot of people are trying to make a career out of this. And if you struggle through a race, it might mean that you don't get to do another race that's a payday.
Right.
And so it's a little bit, yes, I think finishing is worth it. I think DNFing is really hard. But for some of these elites, it truly is their job. And if this takes them out of a different race where their sponsor is going to pay them and because they're going to perform better there, I think that is something that they have to consider that not everyone has to consider in 100. And I think that is a hard thing to have to do. It's not an easy thing, and I don't think anyone wants to DNF, but that is something that a lot of these runners in the front of the race do have to consider as far as their whole season goes in entirety.
It's a great point, Corinne, and yeah, we had forgotten to circle back on that subject of why athletes sometimes do drop in service of future performance. It is maybe a complicated subject. We all love the stories of people who battle through and finish, but sometimes it really doesn't make sense. And who are we to judge someone like Jeff Browning for pulling the plug today in order to save his legs for 3 weeks from now when he's doing the Hard Rock 100? I just wanted to provide one quick bit of news before we do a quick commercial break. That is, I got a text from Zach Marion. Thank you so much to everybody sending me great information. Zach Marion said that Sensman is trying to convince... We're going to throw it to an ad now, then I'll come back with the news. Cliffhanger. Cancel that, everybody. I will go back to the news.
Back to the news.
Back to the news. So, again, this is a text that I received from Zach Marion. Must have been just outside of the Forest Hill aid station. He said, Sensman is trying to convince Jared to get it done together. So, again, these are two guys from Flagstaff, Arizona, part of the world-famous Coconino Cowboy training contingent. Both of them clearly not having the days that they wanted. Eric Sensman trying to convince his friend and training partner, Jared Hazen, to continue soldiering on towards the finish line so that they can get it done together. Again, another amazing show of friendship, sportsmanship, camaraderie, all the things that make our sport amazing.
Yeah, it looked like we got an image for a brief moment a while back, which appeared to be... Eric Sensman maybe walking with Jared Hazen, I think, trying to coax him down Cal Street, which I think, why not? Go to your pacers at Rocky Chucky and kind of go from there. Now we have we got an image of Claire Gallagher running down Cal Street, I believe, with Guy Love. She's got a Boulder crew here supporting her. She was joking that everyone's Irish and they're all going to burn all their skin. So she's been trying to take care of everyone. This looks like Sarah Kais. Is that bib 33?
33.
I believe that is Sarah Kais. Let me double check my notes here. Yep, she's wearing Arch Max pack. That is definitely Sarah Kais at Saranac Lake, New York in 2017. She sold, she's coming through Michigan Bluff right now, so she's definitely not where she wants to be either. But my guess is that she's going to keep on pushing. She had I would describe it, I think she would describe it as a sufferfest in 2017, and still, she came in 28:55, walking every step of the last 20 miles to make it to the finish line. It was impressive, and kind of mind-boggling to witness. But there she is coming through Michigan Bluff. She will go find her crew, and they will, continue to kind of push her on to Forest Hill and beyond.
Yeah, good job to Sarah Kais. Keep going. We are rooting for you. That is awesome. We have a question in the chat here from Shannon Olson asking, why do athletes race big races so close together? I just want to sort of provide a little bit of insight into this specifically as it relates to Jeff Browning. Of course, when you have a ticket into Western States, it's not something that comes very easily. It's something that he earned with a 9th place finish in 2019. He is still the defending champion at Hard Rock. It's been a few years. So because Jeff Browning has a ticket both into Western States and Hard Rock, he is definitely the type of athlete that's going to take those opportunities and try and capitalize on it. And he does actually have the record for the best cumulative time of anybody who has done both those races, Hard Rock and Western States, in the same summer, usually only separated by, I think, about 19 days. So, that's
done it before.
Yeah, sometimes, it may not be the most intelligent thing for your body or for, in being in service of either performance to race so close together. But sometimes you just have to take advantage of the opportunities that present themselves. And unfortunately, today wasn't Jeff's day. And, we'll see him in Silverton in just a couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note we saw Claire leaving with her pacer, Guy Love, and then also coming through. I feel bad. We missed her. That we missed seeing her. She snuck by in Michigan Bluff. She is snuck by at Forest Hill. It is Portland's own Keely Henninger in 8th place. She's 38 minutes off the lead. Leaving the aid station, I believe, behind Claire.
Great, awesome.
So, but fairly close together.
Yeah, remember when they left Michigan Bluff together, and we said, or near each other, and we said, well, that would be really good for Keely to sort of have the experience of running with Claire for a little bit.
Yeah, Claire has moved up, but I feel like she's gonna Claire's gotten a second win. She's feeling better. Maybe she's cooled off a little bit, and she is moving her way back up through the field because she passed Keely coming into Forest Hill.
So we have a black screen.
There we go.
If we could go back to that Green Gate footage, we should see Jim Walmsley coming through very soon. It is now about 18 minutes elapsed since he left the river. I think this is usually a 19 to 21 minute climb for the lead men in this race. We are, I think, up the hill from the aid station itself, from where this dirt road connects to the Western States Trail. So it will be an extra couple of minutes from the aid station to this trail intersection. So my guess is, elapsed 24, 25 minutes from when Jim left the river at 10:51 elapsed. We are now at 11:09 elapsed, so we are 18 minutes since Jim went across the river.
Yeah, my internet is freaking out.
Let's see. My computer is hotter than the surface of the sun right now.
That might be part of it. It might not just be the internet. It might be my computer. All of our tech is melting down. We haven't melted down yet. We're very sweaty, but all of our technology is freaking out.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are hoping that we get some images of Jim Walmsley in first place here shortly. We now have 8 women through Forest Hill. I'm excited to see if we can get a split to our 3rd and 4th place men at Cal 2. I don't know that we've seen splits from there yet. That would be, we do. So we do have an Alex Nichols. So Hayden Hawks is running well. He has found his legs again.
Let's go!
Amazing.
Yes. So it's true when he said he was just waiting for more runnable terrain.
100%.
Here he goes.
He's feeling it. He's feeling it going down towards the river. And by feeling it, I mean he's feeling really, really good. And he has extended his lead over 3rd place. He is currently 17 minutes ahead of Alex Nichols in 3rd.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Corinne. That is from the Cal 2 aid station, roughly mile 70. So we are setting here at the Green Gate aid station about mile 80. I think we are just up the hill from the aid station itself, where the runners will take a hard right turn onto the Western States 100 trail. This is the nemesis of my family, of my crew. Every time I did the race, my family absolutely loathed coming to crew for me at Green Gate because it's hellishly hot.
It's hard to get
It's very
to.
exposed. You have to hike down like 1.5 miles to support your
Or
runners
more.
here. Yeah, and again, this is just testament to what a tough race this is. It's probably about 100 degrees for these athletes as they come through here in the heat of the day with 80 miles in their legs. It is truly something to behold. Every step of this course is a challenge, and especially when you're running in a furnace, it's even more difficult.
Yep, 100%. And I want to point out again, somehow, remember how we're all of a sudden Tim didn't have a time coming through Forest Hill and was listed as first. We've got the same thing happening right now with Claire Gallagher and Audrey Tanguy not having a time split at Forest Hill, so that the computer freaks out and it puts them in 1 and 2. Again, they are not in 1 and 2. Your top female runner right now is Beth Pascal, followed in second by Ragna DeBotts, followed in third and fourth by Ruth Croft and Katie Asmith, followed by Audrey Tanguy, Claire Gallagher, and then Keely Henninger.
Thank you so much, Corinne, for that update of the women's field. We are here at Green Gate at 11 hours and 12 minutes elapsed. Jim's record split through here is 11 hours and 8 minutes elapsed. So we would expect him about 5 minutes slower than that. So any second now, he may actually be in the aid station at this moment. Again, this visual is, I believe, in the top left is just up the hill from Green Gate. If our production team can let me know where that bottom right is, it might be that this other cameraman right here, yeah, this is probably just two perspectives of roughly the same spot on the course.
And then while we're waiting for Jim, I want to mention that Emily Hawgood has moved up to 9th. She has passed Addie Bracey, who looked rough in Michigan Bluff. We were wondering if her stomach was doing okay. So Emily Hawgood, smiling as always, has moved her way up into 9th at mile 61. Coming into Forest Hill, she's being crewed by a bunch of her friends from Idaho and Colorado, along with teammate Jeshryn Smalls. And as a 9th place runner coming through Forest Hill, she's 45 minutes behind first place. So we've got 1 through 9 in the women's race, only spread apart by 45 minutes.
That
still
is
tight.
Amazing. I mean, honestly, that is so cool for those who are watching at home, who are maybe new to the Western States 100. This is an absolutely incredible race on the women's side. We have the top 9 women about 45 minutes apart this late in the race. That is truly remarkable. Even though it's maybe sounds like a lot, these races are so long, they're so hard, and really anything can still happen there with still about 50 Ks left in the race for a lot of these top women, or maybe even more. So again, yeah, just speaks to the competitive depth of the women's field this year and just generally how much the sport is evolving on the competitive end. We did receive confirmation that both these camera angles are basically in the same spot up the hill from the Green Gate aid station. So you may see one of the cameras sort of in the bushes, in the top left-hand corner. That person there is providing the image that's in the bottom right corner. So we should be seeing our men's leader, Jim Walmsley, coming through any second here.
Yep, and we've gotten confirmation as well that Addie Bracey is running in 10th place at mile 61. She is 2 minutes behind Emily Hawgood. She's 47 minutes behind the lead, and it looks like, according to iRunFar, it looks like she's working quite hard. And that's what we saw at Michigan Bluff. It looked like she was kind of fighting maybe against herself a little bit to keep pushing. So I'm hoping that her crew at Forest Hill can get some food in her, can get some ice on her, and get her headed towards the river. So now we have 10 women through Forest Hill. We've got 10 women through Forest Hill with only a spread of 47 minutes between 1st and 10th. That is so insanely tight. That is the tightest top 10 I think I've ever heard of in the women's race at this point.
Amazing. Amazing.
And they've been running hard and fast and ahead of course record pace and ahead of splits from 2019. So they are doing very, very well. There was some suffering in the heat early on.
Jim Walmsley through Green Gate at
officially
11:13 elapsed. So he is probably just spending a little time in the aid station right now. We are at 11:16 elapsed right now, and we are probably, I would guess, 2 or 3 minutes up the hill from the aid station proper. I can't remember exactly how far this dirt road section is prior to taking a hard right turn back onto the Western States Trail and the single track that will lead all the way to Auburn.
Yeah, exciting to hopefully see him come through here. And also curious to know if he's picking up a pacer for the final 20 miles or if he's going pacerless the whole way. Because there are some guys who are just picking up a pacer from here to the finish as well. So curious to see what that looks like. I always preferred my crew to go to Green Gate. I know it was a hassle. I know it was a long walk. But it meant my pacer, who was crossing on foot, got to then go to the car afterwards, and I wasn't taking a brand new pacer through the river to start their leg. And I felt that that was hopefully nicer for them.
Yep.
This is also a location where you can have crew go down to the river to meet you, and they can bring you the 2 miles up to the aid station, and they can actually aid you during that. So I think it's a bonus to be able to get that while you're on course.
Yep. Another great point. Thank you, Corinne. That is always a great highlight, to have a pacer run all the way down, meet you on the far side of the river, and escort you up to Green Gate. Should see our race leader, Jim Walmsley, here any moment. Just looking at our course profile here to try and remind myself.
So while out on the PCT, I just want to point this out, Timmy Olson commented into our Adidas Terex group chat to wish everyone at Western States good luck while out on the PCT, vision questing the Mirage himself. That is his PCT through hiker name, the Mirage.
Amazing. And I told an amazing story at the beginning of our broadcast today about my experience with Timothy Olson last Saturday out on the PCT. It was an amazing memory for me, meeting the 1984 women's champion of the race as well that day. Really, really a cool moment in my life as a trail runner. So we are still waiting on Jim Walmsley here. He must be spending a little bit of time in the aid station. I don't think it's possible that we could have missed him at this point. Again,
it doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, we're up the hill.
Position.
We're up the hill from the aid station proper, and I just can't remember how much further up the hill you go on this dirt road prior to getting on the single track.
1/8 of a mile. So the likelihood is he is still
He's
in
still
the
at the aid station.
Maybe I would wager that it's very possible that he did not have crew go to Rucky Chucky and he had crew go to Green Gate. So it's very possible that he's taking some time here to cool off, to get some food in, to talk to his crew. We don't know for certain. We don't have cameras in that aid. That is an area where there definitely is not cell phone service. We've dealt with mild medical emergencies, trying to find people from that location before, and it's hard because you're asking a ham radio operator to call out to another aid station because you can't phone out at all from there.
Yep.
So hopefully we will find Jim here shortly.
Has our fifth runner come through Cal 2 on the men's side?
I don't think so. Nope, we still only have Hayden and Alex Nichols behind Jim Walmsley through Cal 2. So we are waiting for Tim Tollefson, Drew Holman, Max King, Tyler Green, Cody Lind to make moves through there right now. Let me check to see if Iron Far has anything for us.
It'll be really interesting to see how things have shaken out in that group.
It's a really interesting group. They're really kind of, they're kind of doubled up, packed together a little bit. But they, it's an interesting duo.
Here we have somebody at Michigan Bluff, it looks like again. Guys, if we could go back to Green Gate, we definitely don't want to miss Jim Walmsley coming through here. He went over the timing mat, it looks like 7 minutes ago now. So unless we somehow missed
There he
Jim.
is.
There he
literally
is.
just flew
Oh
by.
my goodness.
Oh my God. I think one of the did someone go down to go find him?
Could be.
He is flying and he is by himself.
Oh.
Kind of have some herky-jerky footage here. they're using GoPros, and there's very limited to no cell service back here. But he is gone. He is off and on his way. I'm not sure where the second camera is shooting for, and I'm wondering if we're going to catch him at all.
Huh.
But that was Jim Walmsley. He is alive and well, and he is not moving slowly.
Yeah, that certainly didn't appear to be the case.
Even without the steadiest camera there, even without the best service, it was very evident that he was not moving slowly. It does mean that, there definitely is, he's not on course record pace, and as we've mentioned before, he asked his crew to not give him those splits. He didn't want to know those splits. He wasn't aiming for it. He's content with the win today.
So since we have seen Jim come through Green Gate looking like an absolute champion, still in the lead of the Western States 100, we are going to jump to a quick commercial break.
To me, trail racing is pure exhilaration.
It allows you to see what you're made of and to test your limits, both mentally and physically.
Ask any pro athlete and they'll tell you the same.
You gotta trust your gear. The shoes I race in can mean the difference between first and second place.
Every ounce matters.
10 seconds into my first run, I knew the Zenal was different from anything Hoka had launched to date.
Extremely light and insanely snappy.
This responsive race flat gobbles up the trail.
Grippy on the uphills, thanks to a Vibram light base outsole.
And fast on the downhills with 30mm lugs.
The Zenal makes quick work of technical terrain.
Engineered with Hoka's ProFly dual density midsole, it's designed for cushion landings and propulsive toe-offs. Finished with a foot-hugging mesh upper,
the Zenal allows me to let off the brakes and go all out on the descents.
A versatile trail racer designed for vertical Ks, 50Ks, and beyond.
The Zenal is going straight into my quiver and into new FKT territory. I'll see you out there.
Wonderful. So that was the brand new shoe from Hoka. They're teasing a little bit the Zenal. They talked about it being zippy, speedy, still very durable, small lugs, very, very reactive. The big thing, though, is that it's made from recycled yarn, and it's got that stripped back mesh upper, but still a lot of protection around the tongue. So they want to bring a new shoe to the market that provides durability, low weight, but still traction of a really fast-feeling shoe. So really cool to kind of see that teaser clip from Hoka, who is our leading sponsor for all the live coverage we've been doing today, and so we cannot thank them enough for helping us bring Western States media coverage into the future with all of the live broadcasting that we've been doing this week, and specifically for 30 hours today into tomorrow morning through golden hour, which will be just phenomenal to witness.
Absolutely. Thanks so much to Hoka. As Corinne said, we are back after the lead men's runner Jim Walmsley is through Green Gate. He is 5 minutes off his course record pace, and he did indeed stop to change his shoes, which probably sort of explains the delay that we had between his split and seeing him get back on the Western States Trail. We are going to go back to Michigan Bluff, I think is what the production team said. Check out what's happening there with some of our mid-pack runners.
Pick up some more runners through here. One thing I want to note is that we now have splits for our next group of men through Cal 2. This includes Drew Holman, Tyler Green, Tim Tollefson, and Cody Lind. They are moving well. Leading that group is actually the young Drew Holman. He is 6 minutes behind Alex Nichols. He is moving so well. You have Tyler Green moving up into 5th place.
Sixth
place. What did you say?
We got Tim Tollefson in 5th. Tyler Green in 6th. I said at the beginning of the day, mark it down, hot take. Drew Holman, Tyler Green will both finish in the top 5. Right now we have Drew Holman in 4th, Tyler Green in 6th. In that sandwich is Tim Tollefson, still running strong in 5th place. Behind Tyler Green, we have Cody Lynn, the surprise of the day, still crushing it in 7th place.
That is a good group of guys. There was one note, though, from I Run Far. I don't know if you saw it. And the big concern was that, so kind of a gaggle of men came through together in 4th through 7th. They all looked good. They ate, drank well, except Tim, who was sitting down.
Who's still sitting down, getting some ice.
Yep, and appears to be a little overheated.
Oh, it's difficult. Great. So let's pot up my computer here. We've got a couple of photos to share. I think here's another good one of Jim crossing the river, courtesy of I Run Far. Now we will look back. Here's Keely Henninger in 8th place. She was 38 minutes back at Forest Hill. Look at that big smile from Keely Henninger. She is going to pick up her pacer, Rachel Drake, here at the Forest Hill aid station, but Keely Henninger running strong in 8th place in her first 100-miler. Now,
there's also a great picture that just came in of Jim Walmsley running into the Green Gate aid station up top with his crew. He's 5 minutes off course record pace. He did stop to change shoes. He took 4 minutes in the aid station to eat and get some fuel in before leaving there. I wonder if he changed into something more like a road shoe.
Could be, yeah.
Or the Zenal, the shoe that they just teased with that commercial.
Could be. If he wasn't so fast, maybe we could actually get some footage and see.
He ran right by.
Where
There's no way he would know.
And let's just show this great picture of your friend and teammate Emily Hawgood. She can't wipe that smile off her face. It seems like every photograph we have of her, she's just looking like she is having a ball. Only 45 minutes back. This women's race is absolutely amazing. Now, we've got an amazing stat, courtesy of Narendra. We've got 19 of the top 40 people in the race right now are women.
Which is insane because I think both years that I've finished in the top 10, I think I was 31st and 32nd. So that is a lot of women in the top 40. That is the depth of the women's field. I mean, every year we say it's the most competitive year ever, but the women are running smart. They're running pretty darn well in the heat. They're going to start passing guys. It's going to be really exciting.
Wow. Thank you so much to Narendra for that stat. That is truly remarkable stuff here at the Western States 100. Again, speaks volumes of just how much the women's side of our amazing sport is developing, and it is so cool to have a front row seat to the performances of these amazing athletes today. Going back to what we just talked about at Cal 2 and the competitive end of the men's field, and unfortunately Tim Tollefson seems to be having a tough go of it down there on Cal Street. Again, this section of the course, it feels the hottest, even if it might be a little bit warmer, in the canyons or in the shade, basically the entirety of that section of the course. Here we have more Jorge Maravilla coming through Forest Hill. Just have to give a quick shout out to our friend Jorge Maravilla coming through the Forest Hill aid station. One of the great personalities in the sport, has been around the game for at least a decade now. Somebody who I sort of came up with in the sport, a great friend of both Corinne and I. Here he is walking down the street with his partner Stephanie Howe and their son Julian Axel Maravilla, one of the greatest names ever for a baby in human history. Stephanie Howe, of course, a champion of this race back in 2014, I believe it was. Stephanie Howe has also been on the podium in another running of the Western States 100. Here she is walking with her partner down Forest Hill Road with Jorge's friend and pacer. His name is Travis Weller.
This is great. Getting a kiss goodbye before Dad heads down to the river. Steph is going to probably she's going to head around to Green Gate. But I do know that Jorge's pacer is planning to take him all the way to the finish. He is signed up for 38 miles of pacing from here on.
So the man with the beard, the gentleman there, is Travis Weller, a.k.a. the Bearded Gull, an amazing artist from the San Francisco Bay Area. area, lives in San Rafael, California, is neighbors with Jorge and Stephanie, another great character in the San Francisco trail and ultra running scene. It's great to see Jorge and Travis cruising through Forest Hill together. He's still got that trademark smile on, even though I'm sure he is well back of where he wants to be on the course today. So going back to Cal 2, Corinne, this is quite dramatic. We've got Hayden Hawks doing quite well behind Jim Walmsley, and then a bevy of amazing athletes just behind in Alex Nichols, Drew Holman, Tyler
I'm not sure
Green.
if they're confused about where to go, but they just totally stopped for a second to like readjust things in Jorge's pack. Jorge's been here before. He should know where to go.
He knows where to go.
There we go.
Anyway, back to Cal 2. We've got Alex Nichols, Drew Holman, Tyler Green, Tim Tollefson, Cody Lind, all like in pretty quick succession. It's an amazing race for these 3rd through 6th or 7th positions. Unfortunately, according to iRunFar, it looks like Tim Tollefson is having a rough go on Cal Street, a very difficult section of the course, even though it looks like it's mostly downhill all the way to the river, which it is. There are a lot of tough rollers on that section. There's a lot of very exposed moments in that section of the course, and overall the mileage is just really accumulating. The stress of the day, the heat of the day is all starting to take its toll on these athletes, and unfortunately our friend Tim Tollefson is having a tough go, but of course he's still inside the top 10 right now. There is still a lot to salvage from today's race for Tim. He will continue to battle forward, I would expect, but we would probably expect that Cody Lind has overtaken Tim at this point through that aid station. So Cody continues to have a really strong race, likely in 6th place, even though your tracker probably says 7th right now. And then we should expect to see Max King, Kyle Patari through there fairly soon.
Yeah, I imagine Max King would be our next. I mean, he looked good in Forest Hill, so I would be.
I mean, we could see Beth Pascal pretty soon in Cal 2.
Honestly, yeah. Yeah, definitely. We could definitely see Beth Pascal pretty soon. It's really honestly, I'm glad that Drew is where he is, but it would be hilarious if Beth was near Drew because Beth keeps beating Patty in ultras, and so it'd be really great if they were right next to each other at some point in time during this. But we're happy that Drew is running very well.
That would be remarkable. Drew in 4th place right now behind Alex Nichols. About 6 minutes behind Alex Nichols, it looks like, at Cal 2. And Alex Nichols about 17 minutes behind Hayden Hawks at Cal 2. So again, Jim Walmsley in 1st, Hayden Hawks in 2nd, Alex Nichols in 3rd, Drew Holman in 4th, and Tyler Green in 5th, rounding out our top 5 at Cal 2. What did I say?
I know you called it both, but we also called some of these gentlemen our cleanup crew, our workhorses, and the workhorses are pulling through on a hot day. We mentioned that on a hot day, that not the likelihood, but the possibility of the workhorses, the cleanup crew overtaking some of the true racehorses was more likely, and I think that's exactly what is playing out today.
Yeah, so I'm pulling up Tyler Green's placements here, so we can see a sort of a textbook execution of a race here so far from Tyler Green from Portland, Oregon. He started going through Lion Ridge in 16th. Red Star 14th, Duncan 14th, Robinson 12th, Millers 12th, Dusty 12th, Last Chance 12th, Devil's Thumb all the way up to 9th, El Dorado 8th, Michigan Bluff 8th, Forest Hill 7th, now Cal 2 in 6th, but really he is in 5th place, so really an amazingly well-executed race.
And when we saw him going up the escarpment, hanging out behind the trio of Beth Pascal, Claire Gallagher, and Addie Bracey, I said, do we ever worry about going out too easy? And you said, remember how he took my FKT? I'm not too worried about him. And so I think in true form, I mean, obviously, I think we both know Tyler Green pretty well. You know him especially well, being from the Portland community. Mm-hmm. I don't think we are too surprised that this is the position that he's in, but I'm sure there are people at home who are maybe surprised to see Tyler Green this far up, maybe surprised to see Drew Holman this far up.
Yeah, well, I mean, just going back a little ways, I think it's great to just kind of remind people because, sometimes the results of these individuals do kind of like fly under the radar. But last year in the pandemic year, Tyler broke the FKTs both around Mount St. Helens near our home in Portland, Oregon, then went on to break the FKT around Mount Rainier along the Wonderland Trail, and then started his season this year at Black Canyon by winning that race and also an amazing textbook performance there. He then broke the FKT on the Lost Coast Trail in Northern California before finishing third in sort of a training race at the Tillamook Burn 50-mile outside of our hometown in Portland, Oregon. So Tyler Green, just super consistent, strong athlete, one of those types of athletes who, again, flies under the radar, doesn't get the credit that he deserves, but has been slowly, methodically sort of moving his way through the sport to establish himself as one of the best in the U.S. So great stuff happening here. Drew Holman, only 29 years old. Again, I think I mentioned this earlier, but I'm pretty sure in college he was an ultimate Frisbee player, which I absolutely love.
Can someone confirm this for us? That would be amazing.
Ultimate Frisbee. Excuse me. So Drew Holman, also like Tyler Green, having just a very solid day moving throughout the field. And of course, Alex Nichols, who we've mentioned a million times, being such a methodical racer, being somebody who you can never count out at any race on any type of terrain. So great group of men here leading us into the final 50K of the Western States 100.
Yeah, I'm trying to track down a few. Well, I don't think we have any official, like some of the official drops I'm looking for. Obviously, we have an official drop from Jeff Browning. He is listed in our DNF list, but I am looking for some of our other favorites. I'm looking for Ryan Miller. I'm looking for Matt Daniels. I'm looking for Camille Herron. These people, these runners, we'd expect them to be, not necessarily, we'd expect them to be up in this group or kind of listed in this DNF group, and they're can't find them kind of on either summary. So we're going to keep an eye out for them, but I have not seen anything official in either place as far as where they might be at.
Great. So I think we are. Never mind. We are not going to do anything but continue to provide great updates to you all. Let me hit the refresh button. Terrific. So I just got a text update from my man Dominic Grossman.
Yes, Dominic.
Who says Addie and Jared appear to be dropping at Forest Hill. So it could be that Jared has made his way back to Forest Hill to potentially drop out of this year's race. Tough go for Jared. If that is indeed confirmed, we will let everybody know. That is the word from our correspondents in the field. This specifically from Dominic Grossman.
So it looks like there is a split for Matt Daniels at Eldorado Creek, but what about past Michigan Bluff?
Go, Matt.
I need my on-course correspondence to find my people for me a little bit. Oh, the Queen herself.
The Queen.
Hello. We're sweating. She looks fresh as a daisy.
Fresh as a daisy.
Maybe we'll coax her to just come sit here and sweat with us for a while. Okay.
So apparently, sorry to interrupt, Corinne. I just want to say Dominic has informed me that information comes from Chase Parnell at the Treeline Journal. So
okay.
That information about Jared and Addie is coming from Chase, who I think is at Forest Hill. Thank you, Dominic, for relaying that information. Appreciate all the texts, DMs that you guys are sending to Corinne and myself so that we can aggregate that information and blast it out into the internet, into your YouTube stream here.
And the potential drop of Addie Bracey at Forest Hill will mean that Camilla Mayfield and Casey Lichtig are going to be chomping at, knocking at the door on that top 10 heading out of Forest Hill, which is a great place to be. I have been back as far as like 20 something at Forest Hill and been top 10. So there's time.
Very, thank you, Corinne. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I don't mean to continue to interrupt you. This is very important information, confirmation from the chat here, courtesy of Connor Hodges. Can confirm that Drew Holman did indeed play ultimate frisbee at Carleton College. I was teammates with him, and no surprise his performance today. He could always grind. Shout out to Connor Hodges and the ultimate frisbee team at Carleton College. That is maybe one of my favorite parts of this entire day, which has been full of amazing things. Okay, so we are going to throw it now to a great interview with the Western States 100 race director, Mr. Craig Thornley.
To the layperson watching, they probably picture the race director as somebody who is, you get to pick your favorite friends and you run along the course, marking the course. Come race day, you get to get on the bullhorn, send runners off. At the finish line, you give them a medal, you give them a hug. This is a year-long role for you as a race director. So let's give people kind of the behind the scenes of how do you fill that time in the entirety of the 365, 52 weeks in a year? Like, what do you do that is not so obvious to the layperson?
Well, I don't get involved in marking the course or buying the aid station food or setting up the aid station food. I have a lot of people that do that sort of work. I have 20 aid station captains, 3 managers, and then several other team leaders that own those segments of the race. And I just make sure that they're doing their job, what they're supposed to do. A lot of the job not close to the race is sponsorship agreements and relationships with the permitting agencies, Forest Service, and Auburn State Recreation Area. Those relationships we nurture all year round.
Yeah.
There's a lot of lottery work and anticipating changes that we need to make in the future. I mean, we're never just static. You can't just do the same thing each year, that you did the prior year. So there's always innovation. It's a year-round job. People often ask me that. What else do you do? Like, this is all I do. Really.
Let's talk about the permitting aspect of it, because that's super interesting to me. And we'll get into the uniqueness of 2020 and partially 2021. But how many different entities are you dealing with as a forward-facing person of Western States?
So we primarily have 2 permitting agencies that the course goes to. The U.S. Forest Service, that is from basically the top of the escarpment to Forest Hill, and then the Auburn State Recreation Area, which is at California State Parks, managed. The land is owned by Bureau of Reclamation, because most of the land in the course goes through at the end was supposed to be underwater. It was supposed to be under the Auburn Dam, the Auburn Lake. So that's Bureau of Reclamation, and Bureau of Land Management, BLM, also owns land. So those are the 2 biggies. We have Squaw Valley Resort. It's not Olympic Valley. It is Squaw Valley. That we work with for the first 3.5 or 4 miles and the staging of our start.
Yep.
We have Placer County through Michigan Bluff to about California Street, maybe a little bit past that when you cross Mosquito Ridge Road. Then we have Auburn Lake Trails. We have Forest Hill School, where we stage our 62-mile aid station and our training runs to start and finish, what we're about to do this weekend. Placer High School, our finish line, and the city of Auburn. Those are the primary permitting agencies that we have to get permission for each year.
And the relationship, as far as your relationship with these entities, are they? Is this something that you have to kind of upkeep year in and year out, all throughout the year, or is this just like kind of as we get near the race, that's when you deal
Most
with
of
them.
these, it's all year round.
Yeah.
You know, the trail work and any issues on the ground.
Because there's some kind of, I don't know, I don't want to say politics, but you do have to let them know these are all the things that we're doing, and be in their good graces, because you just never know.
Absolutely, and hopefully because these relationships have been nurtured, hopefully when something a change is going to happen that affects the race, they let us know.
Yeah.
Right. And if you don't have those relationships, then you get surprised, and yeah, that's an important part of relationship building, is so that you have that rapport and they trust you and you trust them.
Amazing. Welcome back to the 2021 Western States 100. Thank you to Billy Yang and Craig Thornley for that awesome interview. Thank you also to one of our sponsors today, that is Buff. Please do check out buffusa.com. Please do support the sponsors that are supporting the Western States 100 and this amazing live stream coverage that we have managed to put together in the first year of its existence. Buff is a great supporter of our sport. They make amazing products, and they do have aligned ideals with the spirit of the Western States 100, the most important race in North America. So shout out to Buff. Please do visit them at buffusa.com. Get yourself a neck gaiter to keep the ice around your neck, to keep you cool on these hot California summer days. Get yourself a headband. Get yourself some arm sleeves. Thank you so much to Buff. Corinne, we are back after a very short break. It is nice to see you again.
I didn't go anywhere. I stood up over here.
Neither did I. It did give us a second to stand up and touch our toes and stretch a little bit. But thank you, everybody at home watching this live stream coverage of the 2021 Western States 100. We will catch you up on what's happening. The drama of both the men's and women's races are heating up. Corinne, why don't you get us started with what's happening in the women's race?
Okay, so the women's race, we're still waiting to have our splits down in the Cal 2 area. I think that's going to be our next big, that's when we're going to know what's happening. We're waiting to hear if Addie Bracey has dropped or if she's left Forest Hill. If Addie Bracey has dropped, that opens the door for some more women who are looking, who are still moving forward, who are going to continue to kind of eke their way up into that top 10, including, winner of this race, Casey Lichtig, winner of this race, Magda Boulay, top 10 finisher twice the last, in 2018 and 2019, Camilla Mayfield. So we've got people that are hunting. We've got Abby Hall back there as well in her debut Western States. Additionally, we do have official word from I Run Far that Jared Hazen, one of the favorites for this race, has returned back to Forest Hill and is an official DNF. They said that he feels like he's already run 100 miles, and he didn't feel great from the start. So he has officially dropped at Forest Hill, and that's a hard place to drop because it sounds like he left. He headed down towards Cal 1 and had to walk back up to Forest Hill. We see it every year in that zone. So unfortunately, Jared Hazen is a drop. We are waiting to hear confirmation on Addie Bracey, but we also do have one more gentleman through Cal 2 in Kyle Patari. He is a ways back from Cody Lind. He's in 8th place, about 27 minutes off that group of 4 through 7.
Again, Kyle Patari is sort of like the current incarnation of Ian Sharman, who is a 9-time consecutive top 10 finisher here at the Western States 100. Kyle Patari now fighting his way back into 8th place overall now, going for his 5th top 10 performance in a row. For those of you watching at home, that is remarkable consistency. Shout out to Kyle Patari from Denver, Colorado, the father of 3, the attorney by trade, by profession, who still manages to put in the time to compete with the best here at North America's most important race, the Western States 100. So we have 8 men officially through Cal 2. That is 70 miles into the Western States 100. Jim Walmsley continues to have a commanding lead. He has been through the Green Gate aid station. We should probably get an update from the Auburn Lakes Trail, aka ALT, which is the next aid station that he will go through at roughly 84 miles, I believe. So we'll keep you updated once we get a split from Jim Walmsley through ALT. We've heard that Hayden Hawks is getting a second wind. I know he was struggling through the canyon section in the middle of the course, but he is now fairly comfortably in second place ahead of that big pack of men in third through seventh. Just behind him, Alex Nichols, Drew Holman, Tyler Green, Tim Tollefson, and Cody Lind. So we now have Max King also through Cal 3 as well. It looks like he's 3 minutes behind Kyle Patari. So
Cal 2, yeah.
Cal 2. So Kyle has actually made up a lot of time.
He's moved up. Yeah, he's moved up and he's moving up well. Iron Far said that he looked warm. He took everyone's warm. I mean, who are we kidding? We're warm and we are not running. We are sitting here under a tent. We are shielded from the sun and we are warm. So it's not that surprising that he is warm out there. He took some ice and boogied out of that aid station really quickly. Max King was next through there, only 3 minutes back. And then honestly, our next person that we are likely to see is our first female in Beth Pascal. That is who we are waiting to see come through Cal 2.
Another update here from Iron Far about Max King says that he's in ninth at mile 71, 113 minutes back of the lead, so nearly 2 hours. He walked into the aid station, said he was having some dizzy spells. He took in some water, and he's still sitting there. That is as of 1 minute ago. So Max King at Cal 2 as we speak, not doing great. Haven't heard any updates on Tim Tollefson, who did spend some time in that aid station as well. We do hope that Tim is feeling better, well on his way down to the river crossing at mile 78. Shout out to Iron Far for all these great updates throughout the day. If you don't follow them already on Twitter, please do. They are at 99,600 followers. They could really get over 100,000 today, so go smash that follow button for Iron Far. We will refresh the women's race here.
Yeah, we're waiting. I feel like for Beth Pascal to be the next person into that Cal 2. Although we are waiting for the rest of our women to come through. I believe the Forest Hill split will kind of be the next place that we are really looking for. That 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th is who we are also waiting to come through on the women's side through Forest Hill. Actually, okay, so we have an update. We do have Camilla Mayfield and Casey Lichtig are into Forest Hill. They came in about a minute and a half apart or so, roughly, let's call it 8-9 minutes, maybe 10 minutes at most behind Addie Bracey. I don't have confirmation from anyone on the ground there if Addie left that aid station, how she's doing. She walked into the aid, was looking kind of worked from people on the ground there. So it's possible that Addie might drop. We are unsure. We have not gotten any of that confirmed. So we've got Camilla Mayfield, your F5, and Casey Lichtig, your F3, sitting in 11th and 12th. Magda Boulay will probably be our next female into Forest Hill, followed by Abby Hall in 13th and 14th.
Amazing. Just want to mention another DM I just got on Instagram relating to Kyle Patari that I think is pretty remarkable and worth mentioning. This comes from Rob Steger. He says, just wanted to mention that Kyle Patari, 1 week after his Run Rabbit Run 100 win back in 2019, he got hit from behind and he sustained a whiplash bad. His car got hit from behind, So he got in a car accident and sustained whiplash, and he has been battling migraines ever since. It's pretty amazing that he's come back from such continued pain. Rob, thank you for that bit of insight into Kyle Patari. This is also the runner who sprained his ankle terribly at the Western States 100, only to finish in the top 10, came to the awards ceremony on crutches, displaying his toughness and durability as an athlete, the true spirit of ultra running. Pretty amazing. Kyle Patari racing his way back into the top 10 here at the Western States, going for his 5th consecutive top 10 finish, which again gives these runners an automatic bid to return to this race next year. As if they haven't gotten enough today, it speaks to just how coveted it is to have an opportunity to race this, the Western States 100, the best, most important race in North America. These guys are all coming in with the goal to accomplish getting at least that M10 bib or that F10 bib and getting that coveted invitation back to the Western States 100 for the 2022 race.
Yeah, so people keep asking, is Jim still on course record pace? I believe with the shoe change in Greengate, he left that aid at approximately 5 minutes down, or 5 minutes behind his own record. So Once again, that's not his goal. He's not pushing for it. He wants to secure this win. Obviously, he's not gonna, he's not gonna jog it in by any means. That's not Jim's style. But it does not seem like he's pushing for that record. So I would imagine that we'll see at the next split, which we should actually get fairly shortly, where he's stacking up against his own time from 2019. But he's not intentionally pushing for it. He's not going for sub 14. He's not going for sub 14:09. He's just trying to run this thing in, I think, safely.
Again, I think it just speaks to Jim's evolution as an athlete. I think if this was the Jim of 2016, he potentially would have continued to try and go for the course record in conditions like this. He understands that the most important thing for him is securing another victory, a coveted three-peat here at Western States. And again, we mentioned this earlier in the show, but there's only 2 men in the history of the Western States 100 who have ever had a three-peat, those being the legendary Tim Tweetmeyer, who is a 25-time finisher, a 5-time champion, 3 of those victories coming back to back to back, and of course, the guest that we spoke to earlier in today's broadcast, the legendary Scott Jurek, a 7-time consecutive champion in the men's race here at Western States. And of course, I should also mention at this point, speaking of consecutive victories, we can't go past Ann Trayson, a 13-time consecutive champion here at the Western States 100. And if you can see this bronze cougar statue just over Corinne's right shoulder, that belongs to the great Ann Trayson, one of the true greats of all time at this race and in this sport. We've got a runner here at Michigan Bluff taking a seat. I didn't catch his bib number, but I will try and grab that. Looks like 90-something. I will,
Dominic
95.
Dominic Grossman just wrote in the chat, Kirsch and Sensman might be smelling Tim and Mac's blood. They are hungry for a top 10.
That is great intel and great observation from Dominic Grossman. This is runner number 95. Corinne, is your internet working?
This is, actually, I know this guy. This is Luke Bateman from Dallas, Texas. This is actually one of my athletes.
Go, Luke. Go, Corinne. Go, Coach. Corinne, this is a perfect opportunity. If you were sitting with him at Michigan Bluff right now, what sort of coaching would you provide?
I'd tell him that he was doing great. I would tell him to keep cool. He's got his family here to crew him. They're going to put water on him. They're going to put ice on him. They're going to get some food in him. Tell him to take a little bit of time, get what he needs here so that he can use that time later down the trail. He's from Texas. He likes the heat. They are currently shoving ice down his pack. They've got it wrapped up there. They're going to get that down against his back to help keep him cool. They are ready for this. It's a family affair out there with mom and dad crewing. How great is that?
It's so good.
Yep. So this is Luke. Once again, this is Luke Bateman from Dallas, Texas. He is happy that it was hot. Let's put it that way.
Go Dallas, Texas. Great job, Coach Corinne, on coaching up these tough athletes, making their way through the halfway point of the race. Again, this is back at Michigan Bluff, roughly mile 55. And my guess is we should probably see Hayden Hawks at the river crossing if he's not there already. We may have an opportunity to cut back to the river. It'd be great to catch Hayden, or at least that group of men who are so close together as they cross the river, because we could have more shakeups in the front of this men's race if we can get back there anytime soon. Thank you so much to our wonderful production team back in the studio. Yep, we've got my friend Akiko Crawford in the chat mentioning that Katie did the tampon with a broken nose at Bandera. An amazing fun fact of the top American in the women's race right now.
It looks like we have a split for Beth Pascal through Cal 2. Wow.
Oh.
So it says from I Run Far, she looks hot but strong, sat for a minute in the aid station taking a lot, I'm assuming of ice or of food, I'm not sure, a lot of something before running out. She came in 10th overall and left in 9th.
So that probably means that Max King might still be sitting there.
Yep, and she's gonna take some energy and some fuel from that. That is not, when you see other people suffering and you know that you're suffering too, it can definitely be motivational to use that to your advantage and then get out there. So Beth Pascal came in 10th, has overtaken Max King, who must still be sitting in that aid station unless Tim Tollefson is still sitting there for some reason. That will be Beth moving into 9th overall in the race.
Oh, here's another update from Tim Tollefson from Cal 2 from iRunFar. Came into the aid station 5th, left in 7th after spending 36 minutes in the aid station trying to cool down. Said his nutrition was off. He walked out and just wants to get to the river. Shout out to Tim Tollefson. Keep soldiering on, buddy. It's obviously a really tough situation. It's such a hard day out there. Spending 36 minutes in the aid station is obviously not a good indication, but hopefully he cooled down sufficiently and can keep motoring down to the river and get across it. Again, just to reiterate something we talked about earlier, Beth Pascal is now officially in the top 10. She is 9th overall. The last time a woman finished top 10 inside the overall top 10 here at the Western States 100 was champion Pam Smith back in 2013. It was in similarly hot and difficult conditions. Before that, it was 2009 with the great Anita Ortiz, who also finished 9th overall here at the Western States 100. Truly, truly remarkable day by Beth. She is apparently still looking strong, according to iRunFar, through the Cal 2 aid station at roughly mile 71. Apparently people are playing drinking games whenever I say OMG, so I'll continue to pepper those in there to ensure that you all end up having a really fun evening as we all watch this amazing race.
Yep, they also apparently, whenever someone asks in the chat if Courtney's racing,
they drink?
That's another time to drink, because apparently that has been a frequently asked question. No, Courtney is prepping for Hard Rock 100. She raced San Juan Solstice today. I don't know how that race went. We could probably figure that out. But yeah, Courtney DeWalter, one of our champions in the past, had a late dropout of the 2019 race, is not here. She is racing San Juan Solstice in prep for Hard Rock 100 in just a few weeks.
Courtney DeWalter, if you are watching, give us a shout. We would love to have you call in to the show if you have a minute. Okay, we are here at the river. Again, it does seem that we're having bandwidth issues at the river. It's mostly frozen, somewhat shaky. So if we do miss the athletes here, again, we do apologize. We will continue to get you updates and visuals as much as we possibly can. If you are down at the river and can somehow hear the sound of my voice, here's Hayden Hawks. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
OMG.
To the
at
river.
The river. Here is Hayden Hawks. Come on.
Well, this is a Hayden Hawks frozen. He's definitely moving faster than this, but Hayden Hawks has reached the river. He's going to cross on foot and head up to Green Gate, which is so very exciting. So he's approximately at mile 78 right now. It's about a 2-mile climb up to the Green Gate aid station on the other side of the river.
All right, so Hayden Hawks, our second place athlete, making his way through the Western States 100, his first Western States, and hopefully will end up being his first finish of 100 miles. He did drop out, unfortunately didn't make the finish line of the UTMB back in 2019. I think I just got a visual of him submerging himself again. This is a little bit shaky, frozen, and delayed, but Hayden Hawks is at the Chucky River crossing. Again, as I mentioned when Jim was here, this is one of the most iconic parts of any course, of any race in the entirety of our amazing sport. If you ever have an opportunity to run the Western States 100, this is an absolute highlight of that experience. Here he is holding on to the rope. Again, our image is frozen here, but you see Hayden Hawks. There he is, making his way across. Thank you to our camera folks down there at the river. Again, if you are at the river and can hear me, turn your cell data off. We would love to be able to get better bandwidth down here. Hope, oh, here we go. Here's Hayden.
I mean, it's a frozen shot, but it's awesome to see him getting into the river. Someone in the chat said that they believe that Courtney possibly set a course record today at the San Juan Solstice. So
amazing.
Fit and ready to run Hard Rock, hopefully. That's great news. And it sounds like we will have local legend Adam Kimball come join us live in the studio around 6:45. I would love to hear. He set the supported FKT on the TRT back last summer, breaking the great Killian Jornet's record on the TRT. We thought it was a record that was never going to be touched.
Yep.
Local Tahoe City boy. He's been out crewing and spectating and helping runners all day. So we will be happy to have him join us in the studio at 6:45 today, Pacific time, to talk about the race today, talk about his TRT FKT. It'll be really, I think he's one of the nicest guys, I think, in this sport. So it'll be wonderful to have him in the studio with us a little bit later.
Yep. I'm just going to mention something that is totally not in the spirit of our sport. People in the chat saying that Hayden is not in the same league as Jim. That is really not a nice thing to say. Hayden is an amazing athlete. He is one of the true greats in our sport. We would appreciate if you keep that negativity out of our chat here on the live stream. Shout out to Hayden Hawks for doing an amazing job. He's one of the only people, I think the only person to ever break a course record held by Jim Walmsley at the JFK 50, doing his best here at the Western States 100. Of course, Jim Walmsley is also a phenomenal athlete. All these people deserve the respect of getting through this race. So good job to Hayden. We certainly have a lot of respect for you here in the booth.
Oh, my computer is like fully freaking out. It is way too warm.
Same. Everything is warm here. It is a hot day in Auburn, California. We are here at the Placer High School track, the home of the Western States 100. It is here that in 1974, Gordy Ainsley made his way on foot, the first person to ever do it during the Tevis Cup. The horse ride arrived here at the track just under 24 hours, proving to the world that a human being could do a 100-mile training race. And here we are, what is it, 47 years later, if my math is correct in my head, and we are back at the Western States 100, birthed from kind of a crazy idea from Gordy Ainsley back in 1974, and look at what it has turned into, an absolutely phenomenal event here. It is so fun to be here on the live stream all day with my friend and colleague Corinne Malcolm. We are doing our best to keep you all entertained at home. We hope everybody who is watching is having a great day. Hope you guys are enjoying our coverage. Hope you guys are inspired to sign up for your own ultramarathons, to take on your own challenges, to just live the spirit of the game, live the spirit of the sport that we all love so much. Do we have any more updates?
We do not yet, though. People are asking, how is Ruth Croft doing? We are waiting to find out, just like everyone else here. All that we know so far is that Beth Pascal has come through Cal 2 as your first place female. She's really run a very dominant race, almost from start to finish, which is really, really cool to see. The next women that we are looking to see come through are, once again, from the Netherlands, living in Spain, Ragna de Baats, followed by Ruth Croft and Katie Asmuth. We are waiting for those 3 women to come through Cal 2, and honestly, I don't think we know what order they're going to come through in. Ragna was clearly in second place at Forest Hill. A lot can happen between Forest Hill and these Cal 1, Cal 2, Cal 3 aid stations. So it's really kind of, we are waiting just like everyone else to find that out. We are also waiting for our next male runners, including Stephen Kirsch and Eric Sensman, really good friends from Flagstaff, hopefully pushing each other on at this point. They're going to be chasing after Max King and Tim Tollefson, who might be coming apart at the seams a little bit this late into the race in the heat.
Yes, it is that time where things are going to start shaking themselves out. People are suffering in today's heat. It is totally, I guess, not unusual for that to happen in this race at about this time. So our thoughts are with all the runners out there who are struggling mightily in these difficult conditions. Can't say that I'm jealous of them today. Corinne, it's been so fun to sit here in the booth with you, but
we've been going for 12 and a half hours, yeah. Just so everyone recognizes.
Feels like 12 and a half minutes, honestly. It's been so freaking fun.
For so long.
Yeah.
Someone is adding you in the live chat saying, Dylan, check your DMs.
Check your DMs.
Check your DMs.
All right, let me see here.
It sounds like Walmsley just hit mile 85. That's coming in from the chat from Bridget Mead. Bridget, thank you for that update. That is very exciting. That is going to be one of those next aid stations. Yes, he is through the Auburn Lakes Trail at 12:05 elapsed time, so about 5 minutes ago. That is mile 85.2. He is working his way closer and closer to us. As you can see behind us, the finish line is erected. The flags are up. The banners are up. There was nothing on the track besides this booth when we arrived here a little after 4 a.m. this morning. So it's pretty exciting that this has all gone up behind us over the course of the last couple hours.
Amazing. So cool. And yes, thank you to Reed Lyons, who sent me a quick DM on Instagram. He apparently lives at Roby Point and said he would send us a message as soon as Jim goes by his house.
Yes, please.
Hopefully we'll have a camera on him at that point. So thank you, Reed, for watching our coverage and for sending your offer to help.
Yep, we should have a camera on him at that point. So just so everyone knows, his elapsed time through Auburn Lakes Trail, that aid station in 2019, he came through there at an elapsed time of 11:56 in 2019. So he's about 11 minutes off of his own course record right now. So honestly, it's kind of what we predicted. We were saying 14:30-ish we thought was reasonable for, or even to, if we were being honest, we even said as high as like 15:15. So I think everyone is still running much faster than we anticipated, that we all guessed, I guess, all predicted. So Jim is running very well. Will likely run the second fastest time ever on this course if he keeps moving like this, but he is currently 11 minutes behind his own course record from 2019.
Wow, just amazing. Jim Walmsley continues to inspire, continues to amaze with his performance here today in such difficult conditions. This guy just never, whenever you sort of like have any hesitation about what his capabilities are, he goes and continues to prove people wrong.
We have news coming out of Cal too. Stephen Kirsch has now come through in a lapse time of 12:01. He's about 10 minutes behind Beth Pascal. He's going to be looking to chase down the likes of Max King to continue to move up. He is currently he's wearing the M7 bib, but he is currently M10 in the race. Only 5 minutes behind him, and that's about 15 minutes behind Beth Pascal, is your second place female in Ragna de Bos of the Netherlands from Spain on a worldwide road trip. Yes, Beth is putting more time into the women. She's extending her lead out. 15 minutes is not a lot of time, but she has picked up another 4 minutes over second place. So very, very strong running at the front from Beth Pascal.
Yes, definitely good news for Beth Pascal fans out there. Ragna de Bos 15 minutes back. Beth extends her lead on the infamous Cal Street section of the course. They are both through 71 miles. Beth probably has a couple mile lead over Ragna de Bos right now, and we are anxiously awaiting updates from the other group of women who are so tightly packed together. We next expect Ruth Croft, Katie Asmuth, Audrey Tanguay, Brittany Peterson, Claire Gallagher, Keely Henninger, Emily Hawgood, Camelia Mayfield, and others to come through Peachstone, aka Cal 2, probably within the next hour or so. Those third through sixth runners will likely be there, I would guess, sort of any minute now, because Ragna, Ruth, and Katie were all very close to one another.
They were all 90 seconds apart coming into the Forest Hill aid station. They all left at various times because some aided before, some aided after. Ragna, for example, aided before, and so it took her a while to get through the aid station technically, versus Ruth Croft, who went after who ran through the aid and then saw her crew, similar to Katie Asmuth, I believe. So, but we should see those women imminently, unless Ragna is, unless they are fading and Ragna is moving a little bit further ahead of them. So we should see those women come through Cal 2 very, very shortly, which is incredibly exciting. We'll also be looking for Eric Sensman in that mix, and Canadian Elliot Carden as well. He is still running very, very well. He's surrounded by a bunch of very strong women. Hopefully they are just pulling him along. But honestly, he is that puts him in 13th in the men's race. That is kind of insane.
Wow.
How many women are very near that top 10
men's group. Could have multiple women in the top 10 overall.
For the first time ever, I think.
Yeah, that's amazing. So we are going to throw it to a quick interview with Katie Asmuth. But before we do, just want to provide a quick update on somebody that a lot of people are asking about. Again, the pride of Texas, Mr. Ryan Miller from San Antonio. I've got an update here from Aaron D on Instagram from Tempo Talk. It says that he got a word from Ryan Miller's crew that he was sick and thought about dropping out, but now he seems to be walking to the next aid station. He was a bit sick this week, but he's trying to finish no matter what. Big shout out to Ryan Miller and all the Ryan Miller fans down in Tejas. It seems like he is trying to do whatever it takes to get to the finish line, even though it sounds like he came into the race a little bit compromised. Let's throw it now to a quick interview with the top American in the women's race, Katie Asmuth.
My name is Katie Asmuth. I am an ultra runner for Saucony, and I am a mom of 2 boys, a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old, Noah and Liam. And I am a nurse practitioner. I'm a family nurse practitioner. So I have a very full life. I started running when I was right before I got pregnant with my first. And then afterwards, I was like hooked on trails because I needed a sense of sanity after delivering my children. So I think that running trails and motherhood really go hand in hand. So I don't know how moms do it without it. So my first 100 was AC Angeles Crest 100 in 2018. When I was training for that, of course, you learn all about the ultra world, and Western States is on the forefront of every ultra runner's mind. And that's when I started learning about all the aid stations and just really the allure of Western States and the hollowed course that it is and the history. And so from then it was like, I want to run it. But I didn't think I could get it at that point with the golden ticket. I thought it would be through the lottery. So I thought it would take me 20 years. Last year, I really thought I could have a chance at a golden ticket. And then unfortunately, the race was canceled because of COVID. So when Bandera 100K registration opened, I think I was the first one to sign up and was super pumped. It was still a crazy time when I ran Bandera because the COVID surge was still happening, and really Los Angeles was really an epicenter for COVID. So it was really like unsure if I was going to be able to make it or not. But I was able to get both vaccines before the race, and so I made the trip out to Bandera 100K and won the golden ticket. I think I'm ready. Like, I'm ready to charge. I've never felt more ready for anything in my life. I feel like it's one of those times in life where kind of all has led up to this moment. Yeah, and I'm really ready to compete at my best. So I'm really, really pumped. Honestly, I don't feel pressure. I feel really like more support. My family just wants me to have fun. I really don't have pressure isn't the word, it's really perspective. I'm coming at this through a very different lens than a lot of my other competitors, where I'm a mom, I'm a nurse practitioner for a low-income community. So I've seen a lot of, I've been in the trenches in a lot of ways. And so this is purely a celebration of my fitness and where I've come from. And yeah, I'm really ready to charge, and I think I'm gonna do really well. I think I want to give a shout out to all the moms out there, because there's not very many of us. There's not a lot of parents that do ultras generally because it's really hard. So I just wanted to give a huge shout out to all the people that are racing Western States this year, and all the people watching and that run, and the volunteers, because it's really hard to juggle that. I also think it's a huge benefit because we also have that like love of the game that I feel like the luxury of being alone in the mountains is like even more intensified. But yeah, I just want to give a shout out to like working parents, it's hard and you're killing it, and keep it up because it's worth it, and you come out transformed and a different person on the other end.
Hello and welcome back to the 2021 Western States 100 from the Placer High School track here in Auburn, California. We are here following the drama of both the men's and women's races. We appreciate your patience while the feed dropped out there momentarily. It is 100 degrees here in Auburn. All of our technical equipment is scorching hot, and we are working under a lot of stress and a lot of demand, so we appreciate your patience and understanding. We do have a ton of great updates from you, which Corinne is going to start with right now.
Yeah, so we're going to update you on the women's race to start, in part because we have our next group of women through Cal 2, and things are tight. I think new fan favorite, honestly, I think she's going to be famous after this race. Mama 2, nurse practitioner, professional runner, Katie Asmith is currently in third at Cal 2, mile 71, 16 minutes and 17 seconds back of the leader. Did not spend time in aid, grabbed a lot of ice, focused out of there. That's what we love to hear. 4 minutes about back from her is the wonderful gal from New Zealand, Ruth Croft, so fierce. Her first 100-mile ever. She is 20 minutes back from the leader, only 4 minutes back from third. She seems a little bit hazy, but honestly, I've seen her race like that before. I'm not too worried about it. She's got good people with her. They're going to put ice on her. She's also in a big hurry. Of course she's in a big hurry. Third place is right in front of her. I'd be in a hurry too. Plus, guess who's in fifth? Your second place finisher from 2019, Brittany Peterson, is fifth at mile 71. She is rallying back up the field. She had a slow start. The heat got to her. She's 22 minutes back from the lead right now. She's 2 minutes back from fourth. That puts her about 6 minutes back from third, and she is flying. She looks strong. Someone said she looks money, maybe a little hot, took some ice, hit the road flying. She is a clinician. She is going to just storm her way potentially back up to this women's field. Hopefully she's got a good pacer with her, and they're going to get her there. Next, coming in through Cal 2, we have Audrey Tanguy again of France. She's kind of been battling, trying to stay afloat in the women's top 10. She went out really hot early on a hot day. She's currently in sixth position at Cal 2, again, mile 71. 26 minutes back. So again, 4 minutes behind Brittany. Brittany's moving up through the field. Audrey's kind of maintaining to fading back through the top 10. She took her time at that aid station. My guess is she's just really feeling the heat at this point. She's 71 miles in. That's a long way to run. We also, it seems like we've got an update on the men's race at the River, Dylan, if you want to get in
Terrific. Let's update the men at the River. I believe we had Hayden Hawks coming in second. I'm sorry, Corinne, my computer is going very slowly here. Hayden Hawks, I think, was about 68 minutes behind Jim Walmsley, the race leader at the River. They did say he descended the rocks quite gingerly and made a comment that this is now a mileage PR for him. Of course, this is his first 100-mile race, his second attempt at 100, but this is the furthest that he's gotten after dropping out of the UTMB a couple of years ago.
My internet is totally freaking out.
Yeah,
things are too warm still.
Our internet is freaking out, but we did see that Drew Holman and Tyler Green were at the River together. Again, these are two athletes we've talked about all day as being part of this workhorse contingent. The guys who were
third and fourth.
Third and fourth. That means that Alex Nichols has
somewhere in
off.
there. Yep.
Wow.
We hate to see it, but these guys are moving up through the field together, and that is exceptional.
So, and it looks like Drew Holman is just 1 minute ahead of Tyler Green. Let's take a look at these photos that I have coming up here on my computer. It looks like my internet's working a little bit now, so give us a second while these images buffer. This is Drew Holman from Boulder, Colorado in his first 100-mile race. He is currently in podium position. I'm sure he is very excited. I'm sure all his friends and family are extremely excited with this amazing debut 100-miler here at the Western States 100. Again, this is our collegiate ultimate Frisbee player, Drew Holman, crossing the Chucky River. Here is another great image of him grabbing that rope tightly with two hands. Here is his teammate from Nike, Mr. Tyler Green from Portland, Oregon, swimming his way, keeping himself wet. He's only 1 minute behind Drew Holman in fourth place. Again, Corinne, tell the people how much I called this earlier in the day.
You've been calling it all day. You said, no, who's going to finish top 5? Tyler Green's going to finish top 5.
Yep.
No, who's going to finish top 5? Drew Holman was going to finish top 5. They are currently putting themselves in that position. Mind you, We still have a ways to run, but things are shaping up. Generally at this point, as they start to move up through the field, through Green Gate, those positions start to solidify, particularly if you seem to be moving forward through the field. It is less likely that some of the guys that are moving backwards right now are going to catch a second win and suddenly accelerate past them again. I've seen it happen only really twice, I feel like, with Brittany and Claire. And then honestly, Camilla Mayfield, if anyone, I've seen it in the women's field. She is a person who has indeed been caught and then all of a sudden ricocheted forward through the field.
Yep. So that's a great point, Corinne. It is much more likely that these guys will continue to catch those runners that are in front of them than they will be to be caught from behind by somebody charging from behind. Here, sorry, that was Jim Walmsley again. Everything is quite hot here. We're having our internet kind of go in and out a little bit, but we are doing our best to provide these updates, compliments of Iron Far, these amazing images of these great athletes.
Guess who also has moved up past Alex Nichols?
Please, let's go.
Cody Lind.
Wow.
Has moved
in
up
5th place.
past Alex Nichols.
Having the race of his life, honestly, right now.
You know what's firing Brittany up, who's also in 5th place?
Oh my goodness.
We have a charging Cody Lind and a charging Brittany Peterson and a very, very happy Paul Lind, Coach Paul Lind, out there just screaming his head off on course. But the thing is that he'll scream his head off for them, and then he's going to turn around and scream his head off for every single other runner that he sees, because that's just the coach and the guy that he is.
Just amazing. Thank you so much for that reminder, Corinne, that Cody Lind and his partner Brittany Peterson both sitting in 5th place respectively in the men's and women's fields. Brittany, the returning 2nd place finisher, the 4th fastest woman ever in Western States history in 2019. Cody Lind having the race of his life, only 26 years old, from Idaho. The power couple here, Brittany Peterson and Cody Lind, both having amazing days. What a great story to follow from here on out in today's Western States 100.
And you know that Grandpa Lind is like looking down on Cody right now, and that Cody is probably feeling that as he's out on course today. What an incredible moment for the whole Lind family out there. And then, we'll see, Paul Lind has one more elite in the field with Emily Hawgood, who's been moving her way up into the top 10 of the women's field, most recently in 9th place, chasing Akili Henninger. And so we will see what happens. I mean, this is what is the most exciting part of the race, really. We've gotten this far, and it is... Man, I don't know if we need food or caffeine or anything, because I think we're just like very, very, very stoked at this point.
Yes, this is playing out. We couldn't have drawn it up any better. Of course, there are some athletes out struggling mightily on the course. I do have some updates on those folks, but again, this is just such an amazing display. I feel so fortunate that in this, our first year of the Western States 100 live stream, that we have so many of these amazing storylines to share with everyone at home. So we do appreciate you guys tuning in all day, being active and friendly in the chat all day, interacting with one another in the spirit that makes ultra running so great. So to provide a couple of updates on some things where athletes are struggling a little bit, I did just get an update courtesy of Cal Neff's Twitter. Let me pull it up here. Thank you so much to Callum Neff, who is out on the course. He says, unfortunate news out of Michigan Bluff. At Western States, Matt Daniels and Nicole Bitter came in and will be dropping here. He also said that Ryan Miller is back at Devil's Thumb and will be dropping, though that is conflicting information from other information that I had received here in my DMs as well, saying that Ryan Miller was going to continue on. We will confirm that when we get solid news. This tweet from Callum Neff is from 40 minutes ago. It also appears that Camille Herron will be dropping. He says here, I think that means Michigan Bluff. He says lots of carnage today with a sweaty face emoji. Couldn't have said it better myself. That emoji should be plastered across the live stream
the red
today.
Face, like the red face
I
too
feel
hot
like
emoji.
I look like the red face too hot emoji right now, but I continue to do my best to give ultra marathons worth of hot takes to the audience. We continue to try and get our internet to work
I know. I feel like my internet's completely frozen, so hopefully everything is out working on the through the YouTube channel because I can't tell on my end. But we are waiting for news for, I guess, the next set of women to come through Cal 2. We're waiting for the rest of them, or kind of that front pack of the men to come through Rocky Chucky and the river crossing. Curious kind of what things look like at Green Gate. A lot of those guys and gals will have crew at Green Gate, and they'll each take a different amount of time. You cross the river on foot, changing into a fresh pair of shoes for the last 20 miles is not a bad idea, particularly if you've been worried about your feet over the day. You don't risk anything by changing into them. And honestly, every year I've run it, I've changed into a pair of road shoes at Green Gate because honestly, it's pretty smooth from there on in, and it just was nice to be in something that was a kind of fast and forgiving feeling on my feet after running 80 miles.
Yeah, great point, Corinne. So these last 20 miles of the Western States 100 are well known for being very fast and runnable. What that means for our top athletes out on the course, that if you are struggling, if you are moving slowly, you know that there is a train of athletes behind you who are moving very, very quickly. Basically, every step of those last 20 miles is fairly runnable for the top athletes in this race. So if you are struggling, if you feel like you're moving slowly, it is very easy to feel like you're hearing footsteps coming from behind you. I did just get another DM here on Instagram from Aaron D of Tempo Talks, who is in communication with Ryan Miller's crew. It does sound like Ryan Miller of San Antonio, Texas, is dropping out of this year's race. He, of course, is the champion of the Bandera 100K, earned his golden ticket into this year's Western States there. This is his first 100-miler. Unfortunately, he's not going to make the finish line today, but shout out to Ryan Miller and his crew. Valiant effort in your first try. I'm sure you'll be back to earn that golden ticket and make it to this finish line eventually.
He's a guy with so much speed and talent, so I believe that we will see him here again. He will be able to run his way back into this finish, I think, pretty easily. So we're going to go back to a video that we lost when we tried earlier. That's when our computers all freaked out. So we're going to go back to a video with current top American in the race, your third place in the women's race right now, Katie Asmuth. We're going to watch a video interview from her.
My name is Katie Asmuth. I am an ultra runner for Saucony, and I am a mom of two boys, a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old, Noah and Liam. And I'm a nurse practitioner. I'm a family nurse practitioner. So I have a very full life. I started running when I was right before I got pregnant with my first. And then afterwards, I was like hooked on trails because I needed a sense of sanity after delivering my children. So I think that running trails and motherhood really go hand in hand. So I don't know how moms do it without it. So my first 100 was AC Angeles Crest 100 in 2018. When I was training for that, of course, you learn all about the ultra world, and Western States is on the forefront of every ultra runner's mind. And that's when I started learning about all the aid stations and just really the allure of Western States and the hollowed course that it is and the history. And so from then it was like, I want to run it. But I didn't think I could get it at that point with the golden ticket. I thought it would be through the lottery. So I thought it would take me 20 years. Last year, I really thought I could have a chance at a golden ticket. And then unfortunately, the race was canceled because of COVID. So when Bandera 100K registration opened, I think I was the first one to sign up and was super pumped. It was still a crazy time when I ran Bandera because the COVID surge was still happening, and really Los Angeles was really an epicenter for COVID. So it was really like unsure if I was going to be able to make it or not. But I was able to get both vaccines before the race, and so I made the trip out to Bandera 100K and won the golden ticket. I think I'm ready. Like I'm ready to charge. I've never felt more ready for anything in my life. I feel like it's one of those times in life where kind of all has led up to this moment. Yeah, and I'm really ready to compete at my best. So I'm really, really pumped. Honestly, I don't feel pressure. I feel really like more support. My family just wants me to have fun. I really don't have pressure isn't the word, it's really perspective. I'm coming at this through a very different lens than a lot of my other competitors, where I'm a mom, I'm a nurse practitioner for a low-income community. So I've seen a lot of, I've been in the trenches in a lot of ways. And so this is purely a celebration of my fitness and where I've come from. And yeah, I'm really ready to charge, and I think I'm gonna do really well. I think I want to give a shout out to all the moms out there, because there's not very many of us. There's not a lot of parents that do ultras generally, because it's really hard. So I just wanted to give a huge shout out to all the people that are racing Western States this year, and all the people watching and that run, and the volunteers, because it's really hard to juggle that. I also think it's a huge benefit, because we also have that like love of the game that I feel like the luxury of being alone in the mountains is like even more intensified. But yeah, I just want to give a shout out to like working parents. It's hard and you're killing it, and keep it up, because it's worth it, and you come out transformed and a different person on the other end.
And we are back after that awesome interview with America's Katie Asmuth, the top American female in this year's Western States 100, along with Cody Lind, the surprises of the day. I loved how she just said, for the love of the game, the love of being out in the mountains, talking about how to balance being a professional, having children, and still training to be a professional athlete with ambitions to finish on the podium here at the Western States 100. We are now huge fans of Katie Asmuth. I think
the biggest fans, I think, now.
A new resident of Mammoth Lakes, California, from what I've heard. I can't wait to get to know Katie myself, learn a little bit more about her story, and continue to follow her race here at the Western States 100. Just an update from us here at the finish line. Things are very hot. Our internet is not working appropriately, so we are going to do our best to continue getting you guys great updates from the field, hopefully using cell data, monitoring the iRunFar Twitter feed. If you guys do have accurate information from out in the field, please do feel free to DM Corinne and myself here in the booth, and we will make sure to share that information. Again, try to make sure it is accurate. We will do our best to provide appropriate caveats if things are unconfirmed, but here we are back at the finish line. We are at 12 hours 41 minutes elapsed in this year's Western States 100. Amazing storylines to follow in both the men's and women's races. And one thing,
big shakeup in the men's race. I feel like that's hugely important going into this last 20 miles. I mean, I don't think that any of us maybe we did expect it. Maybe that's exactly what we called. But I do think that it speaks to the nature of this race. It speaks to what we all thought was going to happen on a hot year, and it's all coming into play right now. And I mean, like we said, generally people who are moving forward at this point in the race aren't likely to all of a sudden be overtaken by people who are fading backwards. And so really seeing these guys moving to third, fourth, and fifth, all of a sudden Alex Nichols fading back, that doesn't necessarily bode super well for Alex Nichols to stay in that top 3 position. The likelihood is that he will stay in the back end of that top 10. Who knows? Maybe he'll pick up a pacer at Green Gate, and that will totally change his thinking. But right now you've got the new to Western States, Drew Holman, followed by Tyler Green, followed by Cody Lind, who we believe, is just having such a great race. His partner is also charging in fifth place right now, trying to chase down Ruth Croft, trying to chase down the first American in the race, who we just learned all about, Katie Asmuth. So very, very cool to witness that. The track is starting to fill up.
I know.
People are preparing for Jim Walmsley to arrive here at the track. I think we had some hopeful sub-14 folks out here. We currently are at 12:43 into the race. And the likelihood is that we believe, at last check, he was about 12 minutes off his own course record, and he wasn't planning to push for it. And so the likelihood is that we are looking at possibly the second fastest time. He was ahead of Jared Hazen's split still from the 85-mile mark of the 2019 race. So we're looking at probably about a 14:30 out of Jim Walmsley. So, not that long from now.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much, Corinne. Just so people who are following along at home who might be wondering when you might see the men's winner cross the finish line here at the Placer High School track in Auburn, California. As Corinne said, Jim's currently on pace for somewhere in the neighborhood of about a 14:30 finish. That would put him finishing here at about 8:30 p.m. Pacific time. So if you are watching this live stream and want to make sure you catch the men's champion, I would make sure you're here by 8 o'clock just in case he's a lot faster than we expect. But certainly probably around 8:30 p.m. we should see men's champion, who we expect to be Jim Walmsley. Of course, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but two-time champion Jim Walmsley does hold a commanding lead in this year's Western States 100. We do have an update from the ALT aid station. That is that second place runner Hayden Hawks from Cedar City, Utah, is 77 minutes back of Jim Walmsley right now. So Jim, again, holds a very commanding lead at this point. As long as he doesn't fall apart, this race is his to win, but Hayden Hawks is holding steady in second place, 77 minutes back. I also have a bit of bad news to share for those ultra fans from Tucson, Arizona. It looks like Charlie Ware has dropped out of this year's Western States 100 at Forest Hill. He was running inside the top 10 early in the day. It looks like things sort of unraveled for him out there, but good job to Charlie on a valiant effort. Dropping out at Forest Hill, I'm sure, will hurt, but he is a great athlete. He will be back to fight another day.
So I think interesting of note too, coming through at the 79.8 mile mark, that is that green gate position. You had Hayden Hawks 77 minutes back, spent 2 minutes in aid. Next behind him is Drew Holman. Drew Holman's only 88 minutes back at this point. So Drew Holman, I feel like, is actually creeping up on Hayden Hawks. I don't know that he will be able to catch him over the next 20 miles. I think if Hayden knows that he's coming, he'll be able to run ahead of Drew. But if Hayden does not know that information, if Drew can sneak up on him, that will be an absolutely insane finish here on the track.
So what was the gap you said? It's 11 minutes.
So it's 11 minutes between
second and third.
And then Tyler Green should be right there behind him. The split coming from I Run Far at that 79.8 mile mark, which is Green Gate. They were saying that Drew Holman looks like he's a man on a mission, that he is charging. So
wow,
what an exciting
So this last update that I just gave you with Hayden Hawks, 77 minutes down on Jim Walmsley, that it is about mile 85 at the Auburn Lakes Trail aid station, what we all know as ALT, who have been around the Western States 100. So that would mean that Drew Holman needs to make up 10 or 11 minutes in the last 15 miles. A tough thing to accomplish, but certainly not out of the question. Chasing down Hayden Hawks, that would be quite amazing to see Tyler Green, Drew Holman working together to reel in one of the greats in our sport in Hayden Hawks over the course of the last 15 miles.
It sounds very possible that the men in the back part of this top 10 are really, really struggling. And all of a sudden, you have the front end of the women's race that's really, really firing on all cylinders right now. And we might see something where we have multiple women in the top 10. I'm not talking 2 women. I'm not talking 3 women. We could have 4. I mean, what would we do if we had 4 or 5 women in the top 10 overall this year? I don't know. I mean, that would be absolutely mind-blowing, but I think that there is something like that potentially brewing on course right now. And so we will update you as we have those splits. The Green Gate split will be interesting. The Auburn Lakes Trailhead split will be interesting. But we have women that are actively battling right now in that top 5 position, moving really, really hard. And we've got a bunch of men in the men's top 10 really struggling. And so this could be a perfect storm of the women just thrashing the men's top 10 this year.
Yeah, it's so true. And I think something that's emblematic of the toughness of the women's field this year. And I think also potentially at the risk of saying something controversial, I think maybe some of these female athletes come into the race with maybe a little bit more maturity, maybe a little bit less of, testosterone, for lack of a better word.
No, I mean, I've written about this. There is something to be said. There is actual research done on this, on pacing strategies in marathons in ultras in particular. And generally speaking, women do a better job of pacing themselves. they don't know what to attribute that to, but they do sometimes attribute that to testosterone, of maybe poor decision making out there. I have definitely, I have used that, used that in articles. I've used that in Jason Koop's book that's coming out later this summer. Women generally do. It is an advantage for women over the longer distances that they generally pace themselves much better than the men. And on a hot day, on a hard day, I feel like that becomes amplified and really plays to their favor.
Yeah, really, really great point. It's so amazing to see the strength of this women's field continue to develop and materialize throughout the course of this year's race. Again, our internet is down
Completely
here
down.
at the finish line. We are doing our best. Again, both of our computers could fry an egg at this point. I know we just spoke to Ethan, one of our MVPs here on the technical side of the live stream coverage here today, and he said that everything is really just overheating. There's a lot of demand on the system, so appreciate everybody's patience as we work through that. We try and get everything back online. Again, if you guys have good information for us from out on the course, please do send DMs, send texts. We'd be happy to share that out onto the internet. So
We've gone old school. We're just hanging out on Twitter. This is what we were
Exactly.
advancing us from, right? We were like, oh, we're gonna do more than the Twitter feed. But here we are. Hit us up on Twitter. Let us know what's going on out there. I think what I brought up about the women charging into the men's top 10. Chris Brown, who everyone saw earlier today, he was our on-air commentary at the start line this morning. He's also out there helping out Eric Sensman. It sounds like Eric Sensman maybe considered dropping, and they've gotten him back out on course. So that is really great. I would love to see Eric finish this. He has yet to figure out, I feel like, Western States, but keeps coming back for it. And I really hope that despite today maybe not being perfect for him, that he keeps coming back once again. So we'll see what happens out there today. But it sounds like...
Holy smokes. Update from Green Gate, mile 80. Again, Drew Holman, 88 minutes back. He did not stop at the aid station. That means he's probably trying to put a little bit of a gap between he and Tyler Green, who are basically running together. Tyler was just 1 minute back of Drew Holman in fourth position at Green Gate, 89 minutes back of the lead. So Tyler Green and Drew Holman doing exactly what we expected them to today, running smart, methodical races, coming from behind to fight their way into podium contention here at the Western States 100. For both of them, this will, if they can hold these positions, these will be the biggest results of their careers and will really
100%.
help to launch them into common knowledge, into the greater discussion of trail and ultra running, and really help to take their careers to the point where we all sort of want them to be and where we sort of expected them to end up.
100%. And it sounds like Tyler Green's only about a minute behind Drew. Once again, was a minute at the river, was a minute at Green Gate. That is a great place to be. They both have a pacer. They are charging. I wonder who Drew has picked up, because I don't think Patty was going to take him all the way. I think Patty was just going to take him to Green Gate or the river. So I wonder who is with Drew now. I wonder if it's...
Oh, it's Fernando.
Is Fernando pacing him?
Fernando de Samaniego.
If anyone can
Steta.
fire you up for that long, it's Fernando.
Yes, another one of the great characters in the San Francisco trail and ultra running scene, Fernando de Samaniego Steta, an amazing character, an awesome person, somebody who everybody, if you know Fernando, you absolutely love and adore him. He is running with Drew Holman, and you're right, there isn't a better personality of a human being that you would want with you to keep you persevering down the trail.
He's the definition of an emotional mule, I think. He is going to... I saw him as the crew chief for Magda during TRT. I've witnessed him crewing other people. I've watched him crew people, and I was like, ooh, this guy should be for hire. He is that good. So to be pacing his longtime friend from the San Francisco Bay Area, although Drew now lives in Boulder and runs frequently with Matt Daniels, who unfortunately did not have a good day today, though I bet you anything Matt Daniels is cheering so hard right now for his Nike teammate and for his very good friend in Drew Holman. And once again, he's being chased by a Nike teammate in Tyler Green. So what a great combo. And then once again, Tyler Green's wife, Rachel Drake, who is a phenomenal runner, a very, very talented sky runner, will be pacing in Keely Henninger from the river as well. So they have spread themselves out it's exciting to see, what's going to happen next. And I'm really, really curious if we can get splits, honestly, from Rocky Chucky of the women coming in soon.
Yeah, should be pretty soon. So again, yeah, we've got the top 5 men. It looks like I would expect to see men's 5th place runner Cody Lind coming through Green Gate any minute now. He was 7 minutes back of the combo of Drew Holman and Tyler Green at the river crossing. So he should be roughly 7 minutes back at the Green Gate aid station. Still also fighting really hard in 5th position, probably fighting hard to catch up to those 2 great athletes in Tyler Green and Drew Holman, who are not far ahead. But again, Cody Green from Pocatello, Idaho, having the race of his career.
Mixed names there. Cody Lind, right?
Yeah.
Cody Green.
Sorry.
Tyler Green is in 4th. Cody Lind is in 5th, having a great race. And then Alex Nichols is currently at the river in 6th place. He's sitting on the Rocky Chucky side of the aid station currently, getting some I think help from his crew there. So we've got 6 men are at or across the river at this point. Cody Lind is going to be chasing hard, although I don't know if he's going to be able to reel in the likes of a hard charging Drew Holman and Tyler Green, who are good friends and teammates. And then Alex Nichols appears to be on the Rocky Chucky side of the river right now, getting some assistance from his crew in 6th place.
Amazing. So again, we are fighting bandwidth issues here. Doing our best to get some live
bandwidth, fighting power. We're fighting all the fights right now.
We'll check in on the Wi-Fi here.
Once again, we're almost at the 13-hour mark, which means I think we'd be expecting Jim Walmsley himself to be gracing us in probably about 95 minutes.
Yeah, so I guess I need to correct myself. I said that we would expect him at 8:30. It's actually 7:30 here on the track.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
Because it's 6 o'clock.
We've been up for too long. We've been here since just after 4 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, sorry about that.
4:30.
To the live audience, Jim Walmsley is so fast that it makes it difficult to do math in your head. So we do expect Jim Walmsley here in about 90 minutes. So if you have anything to do, make sure you are here, I would say, in maximum 60 minutes so that you can make sure you don't miss the drama of a potential three-peat. Jim Walmsley defending his title here at the Western States 100 and doing something that potentially only 2 people in history have done at this race, and winning the race 3 times in a row.
Yeah, everything is fully set up. The expo stuff is set up. The medical tents are set up. The volunteers are here. We will have a camera going back and forth from Roby Point to the finish line. In the volunteer of Dan Davies. He'll be riding a bike back and forth, getting that video for us, which is so exciting. There is relatively good, obviously, cell service here in Auburn, so we should get pretty decent images, I believe, from Roby Point into the finish. Honestly, for not being that far away, No Hands Bridge honestly doesn't have, it's got cell service on one side and not on the other side. Right. And so it's very funny. The River Canyon plays games with the signal there, and just because it's just far enough down in that canyon, it only has service on one side of it. So we probably won't get great images there until later in the race, I would imagine. My guess is that we won't get the best images from Jim coming in until Roby Point, and that will be insanely exciting.
Okay, big news from the river here. We have 6th place runner Alex Nichols, who seems to be fading a little bit. He is at the river 117 minutes back, so he is roughly 2 hours behind race leader Jim Walmsley at the river. He is taking his time there at the river, and it looks like Tim Tollefson is they are together, both 117 minutes back, both basically 2 hours back of race leader Jim Walmsley, and it says Tim only took 30 seconds at the aid before moving forward. Thank you to Iron Far for these great updates. I would share these photographs with you on our screen, but again, my internet is down, unfortunately. But that's great. I mean, both these guys clearly, struggling in the heat, struggling in the later stages of the race, but still sort of soldiering on. And especially Tim Tollefson having sat in the aid station for 36 minutes at Cal 2.
That's a long time to be sitting there.
To then spend only 30 seconds at the river. He is making up for lost time out there and probably moving into 6th position himself as he crosses the river, which is a great thing to see for all those Tim Tollefson fans out there.
But you know who we should be seeing shortly? We should be seeing, honestly, Beth Pascal. I think she might be the next person that sees it, that we see at this point, right? Because Max King came into that aid station dizzy, right? Kirsch was kind of, in that group. Eric Sensman was not to say he was falling apart, but he was falling apart. So Beth Pascal, Kyle Patari, and then Beth Pascal. I think those are probably our next two, maybe followed by Max King, would be maybe our next three runners to reach the finish. So I'm really excited to see how far up in this field Beth Pascal can get herself over these next 20 miles. And we should be seeing her, bearing any crises out there very, very shortly. It sounded like the heat was just finally starting to inch into her mind, because honestly, earlier in the race when we saw women struggling, she seemed to think it was not that hot. So obviously her training in Flagstaff went very well before this race, and she came into it very prepared for it because she felt very confident and comfortable in the heat all day, and only started to notice it maybe with a little bit of a grimace at, what was it, Cal 2, that split that they said a little bit hot, grabbing a bunch of ice.
Yeah, no doubt. Again, I just want to reiterate a mistake I made earlier where I said we expected to see men's winner or potential winner Jim Walmsley coming in at 8:30 p.m. We do expect him closer to 7:30 p.m. If you do want to see the winner of the Western States 100, I would be here. Make sure you are here in about 60 minutes at 7 p.m. because he could easily be ahead of that 7:30 expected finish time. Also, we do have an interview with Alex Nichols, a great champion of the sport, currently sitting in roughly 6th or 7th place. Let's play that interview with Alex now.
I guess it is pretty weird that pretty much every race preview that comes out always labels me as a dark horse. I'm not totally sure where that came from. I mean, I guess it's in part because I'm just not social media savvy, basically. I mean, it's just not a big part of my life. So I come to these races to race and to do my best, but I don't necessarily care as much about where that puts me in terms of notoriety and stuff like that. So I think it is sort of just a trickle down effect to that, but I don't know. I think people in the know realize that I'm competitive. Yeah, so in 2017, race conditions were pretty terrible. We had tons of snow early on, followed by really hot temperatures later in the day. And sort of as a result, I still don't think I ran very well that day. I think I just ran good enough to place second. I didn't know the course. I had some pretty serious issues in the last 20, 30 miles. So I think having that experience was really helpful because now I can go in with a better knowledge of the course and really areas that I can improve drastically and run just a much better time.
And welcome back to the 2021 Western States 100. We are live from the track here at Placer High School. I am Dylan Bowman here with Corinne Malcolm. We are more than 13 hours into our live stream coverage right now. Corinne, I am having the day of my life. We continue to lack internet access here at the finish line, but that doesn't dampen our enthusiasm. We still have some great updates for you. Corinne, update the people on what you've learned.
The biggest update, I think, is that Jim Walmsley has made it to the Quarry Road aid station, also referred to oftentimes as Brown's Bar, correct? Am I thinking of the same aid station?
So I should know this, but in the last couple of years, they've shuffled some of the aid stations. So, the highway crossing is now Pointed Rocks, and I think Quarry Road used to be Brown's Bar. So, yes,
gotcha.
I believe you're right.
So this has been traditionally Hal Corner's aid station. And so
Yes.
it's generally pretty raucous. They're having a party. They are having a very good time. You can hear it from a long ways away. So he went through there approximately 10 minutes ago. He is flying. That is, he at elapsed time 12:55. Yep. So just about 10 minutes ago, 9 minutes ago there, he came through Quarry Road. Again, that is mile 90.7. And we are hoping that we get good images of him coming up and over Roby Point and then all the way into the track. And that will be very cool to watch before we just lose our minds here and I guess move to the track to do finish line interviews.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you so much for that update. Again, Jim Walmsley continues to just run in a league of his own. It's just amazing to see how he comes into this race. And I think this year was a year in which we all sort of question whether he had it. He coming into the race, for those who are maybe newer to the sport or don't pay attention as closely, Jim is an absolute animal with his training always. He is well known as a very high mileage runner, of extremely hard worker in training. He always shares everything that he does on his Strava page. If you don't follow him, please do. It's one of the most impressive things on the entire internet. But this spring, he went dark on Strava, leading all of us to speculate whether Jim was injured, whether he was even going to make it to the Western States 100. And if he was going to make it, if he was compromised and being vulnerable at North America's most important race, if you're dealing with any kind of injury, when you're dealing with some of the best athletes in the sport, it's tough to show up at this race with any sort of injury, anything that could hold you back from being 100%. There is no indication today that Jim has dealt with any issues throughout this spring. He is putting on an absolute clinic, as he has done a couple of times already. The two-time defending champion, the course record holder, probably just a little bit more than an hour from arriving here at the track at Placer High School, and we are so excited to welcome him back for what should be his third victory here at the Western States 100.
100%. And we're getting ready here at the track. Obviously, you can hear it around us for Jim to come in to announce his presence on the track, to do that post-race interview. Just going to follow back up with how our women are doing. We've got 9 of our top 10 through Cal 2. So Beth Pascal is still leading. She's got a healthy lead of 15 minutes over Ragnar DeBats. Third still at that point was Katie Asmith, but she was only 2 minutes behind Ragna. Okay, so 2 minutes separated our second and third place woman at the 70.7 mile mark. And then another 3 minutes behind that was Ruth Croft in fourth place. And then there's another 3 minutes behind her is a hard-charging Brittany Peterson, looking really good. We heard that she was looking exceptionally good, charging through that aid station in fifth place. Audrey Tanguy is now sitting in sixth place. She's another 4 minutes back from Brittany. And then Keely Henninger, it looks like, has overtaken Claire Gallagher by just a couple minutes, but they are sitting a ways back at this point from that sixth place. So I think it really depends. Will they move up? I am not sure. I think it depends on if Audrey fades or not. And because of how hard she went out early, it is possible that we could see Keely Henninger, Claire Gallagher, Emily Hawgood, who's still sitting in ninth. Those three women are only separated by 5 minutes. And if they are moving well enough and Audrey is starting to fade a little bit, it is possible over the next 20 miles that if they are running and Audrey's got to walk, that they will be overtaking her and moving up a spot. And then we are waiting for our 10th place female, which will either be Camilla Mayfield or Casey Lichtig.
The unmistakable voice of Tropical John Mediger, the former president of the board of the Western States 100, is testing out the PA system here on the track at Placer High School. That can only mean one thing, that we are getting close to the first finishers here at the Western States 100. I hope you guys can still hear us well over the PA system. Maybe it's just reverberating in our headsets a little bit more. But to our production team in the studio, if you want to pot up my computer here, I'd love to show the audience what the racers have confronted out on the race course today and give them a peek at where the race leaders are currently on the course. Okay, here we are. This is my laptop. A miracle. It is working again. We have the latest update from Jim Walmsley at Quarry Road. That is this aid station right here at mile 90 where you see my cursor. You'll see he basically has 2 small climbs before he reaches the track here in the finish. Roughly 10 miles of running still to go. All of this terrain by Jim's standards is fairly tame. Even though you have a couple of these uphill climbs, they are manageable. They are mostly runnable, especially for a great athlete like Jim Walmsley. Behind him, we had latest updates from ALT, where Hayden Hawks had gone through in second place. And behind Hayden, we have some amazing drama unfolding for the 3rd through 5th positions. Latest update is through Green Gate, where Drew Holman was in 3rd place overall, just a minute in front of Tyler Green, who has been running strong and moving up through the field all day, followed closely by Cody Lind of Pocatello, Idaho, running the race of his life in 5th position.
5th position, only 7 minutes back from them, so he's actually doing great work on that long climb up into Green Gate, and that's a good sign. That means he's got legs right now, and so this could be a drag race for these 3 men going into the last 20 miles. We should point out that Jim Walmsley is getting pretty close to where he made that disastrous mistake back in 2016 and took that infamous wrong turn by not taking a turn at all, I think was the issue.
Yep. Yeah, it's a great point. A moment in ultra running history that none of us will soon forget. An amazing story that, even though it was heartbreaking and devastating for Jim Walmsley at the time, really did launch him into international ultra running superstardom and made him a fan of so many people worldwide, going after Timothy Olson's world record with so much courage throughout the day, only to make a navigational error at mile 90, costing himself the win at his first Western States 100. Came back the next year, dealt with adversity again, didn't make the finish line that year, then finally came back in 2018, ran 14 hours and 30 minutes to take that course record for his trophy shelf at home, only to come back last year and defend his title, running 14 hours and 9 minutes, the current course record here at the Western States 100. An absolutely ridiculous time that it's hard to imagine anyone bettering other than Jim Walmsley himself, who seems to be absolutely made for this course.
Someone said earlier, can anyone beat Jim Walmsley but Jim Walmsley? And that, right now, that looks to be the case. We do have some important updates. Kyle Patari has crossed the river in 8th place. He is just over 2 hours back from Jim now. But big news right behind him is Beth Pascal. It's sitting in 9th place overall, first female. She, it looks like about 2 minutes ago, came into Rucky Chucky, or was nearing Rucky Chucky with, 13 hours and 5 minutes elapsed on the course time. She is looking strong, smooth, and controlled. She's got her arm sleeves pulled down. She doesn't have ice bunched up around her elbows anymore. It looks like she's currently working on eating some stuff. She's going to hit the river and then, head up the other side and hopefully pick up that second pacer and make it smoothly home here to Auburn.
Just unbelievable. So if you're looking at my screen here, the Rucky Chucky River crossing is what Corinne was just mentioning. That is roughly mile 78. That's where 8th place men's runner Kyle Patari is or was very recently, along with Beth Pascal in close succession. She is still running in the top 10 overall, currently 9th place, and we would not be surprised to see her continue to move up in these last 22 miles before the track.
Just so we know here, this looks like it's, this is at Rucky Chucky. And so to bring up Claire Gallagher's split. So at this point in the race, this is where in 2019, Courtney started to have problems and ended up ultimately walking up to her crew at the Green Gate aid station and dropping out. And so I'm looking at Claire Gallagher's split from the 2019 race, our ultimate winner that year. And her split, through Chucky was 13:22 elapsed. So Beth Pascal is running darn near, 17 minutes faster than Claire came through Chucky in 2019. That is insane.
Astounding. Again, Claire Gallagher ran the second fastest time in the history of the Western States 100 in a year that was much cooler than it is today. Beth Pascal well ahead of the pace of that second fastest time in race history. Quite an amazing feat, being also very close to Ellie Greenwood's phenomenal, seemingly untouchable time from 2012.
It seems to be untouchable. It seems that she's running much faster than Claire was running at this point in the 2019 race. But remember, Claire ran like one of maybe the fastest ever final 10 miles of this race.
Great point.
So
yes.
To be fair, although Claire was, Claire ran the second fastest time ever and was definitely, close to 30 minutes off of Ellie Greenwood's course record, she ran an insane 10 miles. It was not like, it was not a perfectly even split by any means. So if we look at Ellie's split from the record year, Chucky, it says, quote, near Chucky. I'm not entirely sure where that puts it, but she came through there in a lapse time of 12:48. So that's, she's 17 minutes ahead of Claire's split, but she's 17 minutes behind Ellie's split. So she's splitting the difference. She is likely to run the second fastest time ever if she can hold this and keep this up. But we do have to remember that Claire ran an insane final 10 miles back in 2019 to clinch the win over the hard-charging second-place Brittany Peterson, who is currently a hard-charging fifth place, matching her partner, Cody Lind, who is also in a hard-charging fifth place right now.
So just to reiterate what Corinne just mentioned, Claire Gallagher, the defending women's champion here at the race, ran one of the fastest final 10 miles here at the Western States 100 because of the fact that she and Brittany Peterson were having a historic battle, especially over the course of those last 5 miles here to the track in Auburn. It was one of the most exciting races in Western States and potentially even in 100-mile ultramarathon history. Seeing Brittany Peterson and Claire Gallagher together with only 5 miles to go at the Pointed Rocks aid station, only for Claire Gallagher to kick on the afterburners, ultimately arriving here on the track a few minutes before Brittany. Both those women worked so hard to get the best out of each other, which is, again, just something we want to stress all day. It's just the fact that it's not only about getting to the track first or how hard you place, it's how much you get out of yourselves. And that's one of the things that we all love so much about this sport, is just that challenge of putting ourselves through these life-changing experiences that all these runners are doing right now heroically out on the Western States course. I am absolutely going to cry at some point this evening.
100%. There will be tears shed. We should note, just to reiterate what's going on kind of in this chase pack in the women's, chase pack in kind of the mid top 10 women, between 7th, 8th, and 9th, which again is Keely Henninger, Claire Gallagher, and Emily Hawgood. Only 6 minutes separate the three of them, and they're all moving pretty well. Some are hot, some are quote unquote looking a little bit better. This reminds me a lot, honestly, of how that part of the women's top 10 set up in 2018 in a similarly hot year, where I know we all had to chase each other all the way home. I think I finished 2 minutes behind 8th and 3 minutes ahead of 10th. So, this will be one of those things where they're going to have to start putting headlamps on, probably somewhere past Green Gate. And it's going to require them to be cautious, because you're going to be able to see who you're chasing out there. And that can be really unnerving as you approach the final 10 miles when everyone's chasing the whole time.
Amazing. Yes, great point. Just want to, again, thank our sponsors for supporting this webcast and making it all possible. Hoka One One, the title sponsor of the Western States 100, really did everything possible to make this effort possible for the Western States 100, the amazing board that worked so hard to make this the best race in North America. Corinne and I are doing our very best to convey the magic of this day that we are feeling so powerfully here in the booth after sitting here for, 13 hours and 17 minutes so far. So thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Hoka, for supporting this broadcast. Thank you also to Buff. You guys are so great, and I think Ultra fans fans worldwide really do appreciate your efforts. Corinne and I also want to thank you watching at home. Thank you guys so much for being here all day, for interacting in the chat, for sending us DMs, giving us intelligent discourse and commentary of your own, sending us accurate splits and information from the field. We are indebted to you here, and Corinne and I think I can speak for you when I say this is absolutely one of the highlights of the year for me so far, one of the highlights of my career in the sport so far. Having an absolute ball as we wait for men's champion, who we expect to be Jim Walmsley, who will probably be arriving here on the track in about an hour.
Yeah,
absolutely
it looks
amazing.
like it's possible that he is rapidly approaching or very close to being in that Pointed Rocks aid station around mile 94. He passed through Quarry Road at 12:55 elapsed. Once again, it's a little over 20 minutes. He is moving well, so I would expect that we're going to get updates from Pointed Rocks, where once again I Run Far is stationed. It's a beautiful. I think that's a really beautiful aid station out there. You're kind of in this big meadow.
Big meadow.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's really, really cool. And there's a nice downhill going out of that. That's actually where a bunch of them.
Bridge.
That's where the moves were made in that women's final crazy kick into the finish between Claire and Brittany. They kind of raced all the way together they raced basically from Quarry Road to Pointed Rocks together in 2019, and then Claire dropped the hammer coming out of the Pointed Rocks aid station and took off down that downhill to run the craziest last 10K this race, I think, has ever seen. So we might not get a perfect repeat of that in the women's field, but the women's field is tight right now for those 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, let's call it 7th, 8th, 9th spots right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We are getting a little bit better internet connection here at the finish line, still a little bit spotty. I do have the overall leaderboard here on my computer if our wonderful production team wants to show the audience quickly so we can all check in on it together. So here on my screen, compliments of ultralive.net, providing all sorts of great information to us all day. You can see our overall leaderboard here, and of course, this continues to evolve throughout the day, but mostly it is accurate. We have on the men's side Jim Walmsley leading the race, of course, as he has done all day, followed by Hayden Hawks, who has been running strong and consistent, though fairly far back of Jim now, at least in the second half of the race, as Jim's lead has continued to grow. And then behind those guys, the drama is unfolding in a way that is very exciting. Drew Holman from Boulder, Colorado, Tyler Green of Portland, Oregon, in a real duel for that final podium position, followed by Cody Lind, the youngster from Pocatello, Idaho, having the race of his life, and then ultra veterans Alex Nichols, Tim Tollefson battling through some adversity to stay in those 6th and 7th positions, followed by Kyle Patari, the father and lawyer and 4-time top 10 finisher here at Western States, putting on a clinic again, showing us all how it's done in Ian Sharman style, getting it done, getting into that top 10, and of course, Beth Pascal, currently 9th place overall. The last time that a female finished in the top 10 here at Western States was back in 2013 on a similarly hot and difficult day when Pam Smith came charging through the field to win the race, finishing 9th overall. And then in 10th overall, we have ultra legend, one of the most versatile athletes in our sports history, Mr. Max King, coming in as the first Masters runner at this point, seemingly holding strong in 10th. We do not yet have an update of him crossing the river, but we would hope to get that very soon. And then we just have, if you want to pick it up, Corinne, the hard-charging women just behind these guys.
Yeah. So you've got Steve Kirsch, I think, right tucked in there behind Max King. And then you have our next Masters athlete in Ragna. And honestly, I don't know exactly what the splits are going to be, but she could really be very close to Ann Trayson's 8:17 Masters 40 to 49-year-old record.
18:17.
Right. Not 8:17. Yep. That would be absolutely insane. So 18:17. So we'll have to see how that shakes out. But we have
That's another great storyline for us to follow here.
We have, exactly.
These next few hours.
So we have Ragna DeBots sitting in 2nd for the women, 12th overall, followed closely 2 minutes by Katie Asmith, top American, mom of 2, nurse practitioner. She has her hands full chasing Ragna, followed by Ruth Croft of New Zealand. Again, at at mile 70.7, obviously we're looking for a Rocky Chucky split for these women still. Only 3 minutes behind. This is insanely tight racing. Anyone has a bad patch and they got to walk a little bit more in the next 20 miles, they're getting shot out of this group, because someone else is going to move up into it, because people are moving super, super well right now. And honestly, you're too close to competition.
Yes, and I'll get another update of this just so I know that this is totally accurate. But earlier in the day, compliments of Narendra in the chat, we did share with the audience that at a certain point not too long ago, I think it was probably 2 hours ago at this point, 19 of the top 40 overall runners in today's field were from the women's field. Absolutely astounding display of depth and talent in the women's field. Also a display of maturity, durability, strength, resilience from the women's field today. It is so freaking cool to watch.
Well, currently you have the top 8 women in the top 20 overall, with Claire Gallagher being ranked 20th overall right now, wearing that F1 bib. She is currently the 8th female in this field, with, once again, so behind Ruth Croft, we have Brittany Peterson, apparently looking very, very strong at mile 70.7, with Audrey Tanguy right behind her, and then Keely Henninger and Claire Gallagher. And then I believe our next 2 men that are kind of tucked in there too are going to be Elliot Carden and Kyle Curtin. Kyle Curtin, for anyone who doesn't know this, I believe he is the unsupported TRT record holder. And at one point during his attempt last summer in July of all times,
wow,
he was actually under Killian's course record splits for the TRT FKT for a long time while being unsupported on the course. So he is an exceptionally strong runner. Obviously, this race is about 71 miles shorter than that effort, but he is no stranger to difficulty. He is no stranger to heat. So it's cool to see him moving his way up the field now.
Yeah, this is really interesting. So again, I'm trying to count the number of women in the top 40 here, and it's a little bit difficult due to the shaky internet access and just the fact that my computer feels like it's in the inside of an oven right now. But just looking at 12th through 16th, to have 5 women in a row in that position in the race is absolutely amazing. Okay, here we have visual of the Pointed Rocks aid station. This is the meadow that Corinne was just mentioning a short time ago. This is a beautiful section of the course, and yeah, absolutely an amazing piece of single track that you see sort of ribboning its way through this golden meadow into the Pointed Rocks aid station, where Jim Walmsley is expected to arrive fairly soon. Again, this is roughly mile 94, 95 of the Western States course. Here's a view of the aid station itself. This is the aid station where in 2019, Claire Gallagher and Brittany Peterson came in together, having one of the most amazing, memorable duels in Western States history. Certainly one of the closest races in the women's race that we have ever seen here at the Western States 100. And here we are waiting for race leader Jim Walmsley, and behind him, I wouldn't be surprised to see more drama at this aid station among the top 5 men and the top 5 women.
And I don't think we had officially confirmed it, but she's no longer showing up in the women's Forest Hill group, and we just got confirmation that Camilla Mayfield has come in through the Cal 2 aid station as the 10th female right now, which leads me to believe that Addie Bracey probably has withdrawn from the race. I don't think we've ever gotten official word on that, but she is no longer showing up in our women's Forest Hill checkpoint mark, and so I imagine that means that she is withdrawn. So Camilla Mayfield has found herself suddenly as F10 in the race, wearing that F5 bib. Once again, though, right behind her are no stranger to this race. It's Casey Lichtig, who we're waiting to come through Cal 2 along with Magda, followed by a golden ticket winner from this last year. She's going to be wearing bib 22, and Michelle, I will try to not butcher her name. It rhymes with lasagna, Magana, right? Maybe that's right. And then right behind her should be Abby Hall, followed by Kat Drew, Sarah Kies, Shannon Howell, who we've been told, I've been DM'd a few times about this woman. I believe she's also a Masters athlete. She's currently currently sitting in 17th, wearing bib 53, sitting right behind Sarah Kais, and then Miera Vargas, who is a Mexican-American runner. She got a golden ticket at Black Canyons back in February of this year by finishing 4th and the ticket rolling down to her. She is sitting at 18th at Forest Hill. She is the last woman that we've got a split from coming through Forest Hill, and we do know that Camille Herron, who is the next woman that we had a marker for, who is currently listed in 19th on our mark, I believe that she has withdrawn at Michigan Bluff, was the unofficial word we got from some of your on-course intel.
Thank you so much for those updates, Corinne. A lot of interesting characters in this year's race and a lot of fans at home cheering those runners on. I know there's a lot of folks who want us to update on their runner. I promise we are going to do the best we can to keep you apprised of both the professional end of this race and also the amazing stories of the runners in the middle and the back of the pack. This coverage will go all the way till the golden hour. Tomorrow morning here on the track, 30 hours of continuous coverage, compliments of Hoka One One and Buff and the Western States organization who have gone above and beyond to bring the amazing stories of this race to you all here today. So if you are waiting for coverage of the middle and the back of the pack, just stick around through the night and early morning, and there will be lots and lots of great stories to come.
So we do have an update. It's not, well, my Ultra Live Net is not loading, but via Twitter we do have confirmation that, so we've got Steve Kirsch as 9th man coming into mile 78, but guess who that means is 10th overall? Our second female has moved into the top 10, and it is none other than from the Netherlands, living in Spain, on a worldwide road trip with her family, the Rolling Mountains Project. We have Ragna de Bos as the second female at mile 78. Looking good, but moving slowly as per iRunFar. She's currently 16 minutes off the lead. That does mean that she is probably vulnerable to the 3rd and 4th place female, I would imagine. So we are excited to see this. She is currently, though, I believe, in 10th overall potentially if Stephen Kirsch is in 9th at mile 78. So we are waiting for confirmation on that. But Ragna de Bos, we might have a race where we end up with 2 or maybe even 3 women in the top 10 overall, which I think would be a historic finish for the women at Western States.
So to our friends in the live stream who are great internet investigators or who are experts in the world of trail and ultra running, who know the history of this race, if you could find when the last time we had 2 women finish in the top 10 overall here at the Western States, please do send us a link to that information so that we can share it with the public. Again, our internet is down and my encyclopedic knowledge of the sport isn't quite that deep. I don't think in my history in the sport I can remember that ever happening at Western States, but I'm sure it has happened in history. Of course, Ann Trayson, I believe, finished as high as 2nd place overall.
I do think that you are correct there.
So, and again, Ann Trayson, a 13-time finisher here at Western States. Her Cougar is sitting just over Corinne's right shoulder. Of course, that bronze trophy represents a championship here at North America's most important race. Thank you to Ann Trayson for letting us borrow one of her 13 Cougars today to display
pretty exciting
here on our set.
And then we're not just being patriotic. What you are seeing on your feed right now is footage from the Pointed Rocks aid station where race leader Jim Walmsley should be coming through any moment now. But we do have one more update from the women's field of Ruth Croft of New Zealand is currently 3rd at mile 78. She's only 2 minutes behind Ragna de Bos. This race is going to get crazy. She is picking up she's got Varner. I believe that she will be moving to pick up Martin on the other side of the river. They are looking good.
Thank you so much for that update. What an amazing race on the women's side. So again, just to recap, we have Beth Pascal in 9th place overall, Ragna de Bos in 10th place overall, with Kiwi sensation Ruth Croft in her first 100-miler in 3rd place overall, third place female, probably 11th overall, only 2 minutes outside of 2nd position. Ruth Croft, both your and I's pick to win the race today. One of the most consistent, strongest athletes on the international circuit. All three of those top 3 women are doing an absolutely phenomenal job. Again, here at race headquarters, we just want to thank our sponsors for today. Hoka One One, the title sponsor of the Western States 100, the proud supporter of our men's leader, Jim Walmsley, and second place runner, Hayden Hawks, and also Buff. Thank them so much for their support of our live stream coverage today and of the race as a whole. This wouldn't be possible without them. It is a big effort behind the scenes. Corinne and I can tell you there are a lot of people trying to make this a fun and enjoyable experience for you all at home. So please thank these sponsors today, support these sponsors, and hopefully we'll be back again next year with an even bigger operation. That would be quite amazing.
Right? Tell them you like it. Tell them you want more. You always need more.
We are back at the Pointed Rocks aid station here with our split screen. Bottom right is at the river. Again, the river cell coverage is pretty spotty, so it's pretty shaky, somewhat frozen, but we'll hopefully get some images of some of the top 10 women coming across the river over the course of the next few minutes. And then obviously expecting race leader Jim Walmsley to be parading through this American flag procession here into the Pointed Rocks aid station, representing mile 95 from this aid station. He has a couple miles screaming fast downhill to the No Hands Bridge, another one of these iconic parts of the course that you see photographs of as you come up within the sport. When you learn the history, No Hands Bridge will await Jim Walmsley once he comes storming through this aid station and starts charging downhill. And from that bridge, he has about 5 Ks to the finish, roughly 3 miles separating him from the finish. Here we are at No Hands Bridge, bottom right here too.
This is footage at No Hands Bridge. Interesting. I know that the internet or the cell service is pretty spotty at No Hands Bridge. There's a screaming downhill into No Hands Bridge, and then you bop across the river. It's pretty. I think it's such a special place to run through. Oftentimes, it's been really lit up at night, which is such a cool experience to run under the. That is the benefit of not finishing in the light, is that you get to run under the lights that are strung across and strung up at No Hands Bridge, which oftentimes in the years past has kind of been a party, I feel like, running through there. So we're going to be waiting our race leader, Jim Walmsley, coming through Pointed Rocks, coming through No Hands Bridge, coming up to Roby Point, and then we'll have a bike camera following him in here to the finish.
Somebody get me more cold water, because I have another hot update for everybody watching this live stream. Brittany Peterson continues to storm through the field. She is now in 4th place overall, 4th place female, 22 minutes back of the lead. She has overtaken Katie Asmuth as the top American in the field right now. Again, Katie Asmuth, one of our... Oh, here we have Beth Pascal. We'll get back to the other updates here shortly. This is Beth Pascal at Green Gate.
Yes, this is above Green Gate. She's going to head out here and take a right hand turn onto the Western States Trail and disappear into the woods, basically just past this gate here. And then it's a cruisy finish for her in the final 20 miles.
Here's Alex Nichols.
This is Alex Nichols continuing to chug along with his pacer.
Now Alex Nichols is outside the top 10 in all likelihood, or Beth Pascal is now in 7th or 8th place now.
Potentially,
or will be soon.
Soon. Yep. And then, so we'll see Alex kind of chug along. Hopefully, he made great strides up through the men's field over the course of the day. But it seems like the heat probably got the best of him. The heat seemed to have gotten to Tim Tollefson. The heat seemed to have gotten to Max King. So very few people were immune to the heat today. And that pacer right next to him, that is 19-year-old Elliott Singer from San Francisco. She's on the U.S. Skimo team. She's an exceptionally talented athlete, and she'll actually be going to Colorado College in the fall, where Alex Nichols is the running coach. So that will be he's getting to run essentially with one of his Colorado College athletes.
Really, really amazing. So back to these updates that I was in the middle of talking about prior to getting that live footage of race leader Beth Pascal at Green Gate at mile 80. We have Brittany Peterson, the 4th woman into the river crossing, 22 minutes behind race leader Beth Pascal. So Brittany Peterson is now making her way up the climb to Green Gate, where we just saw race leader Beth Pascal. This means that Brittany Peterson has overtaken Katie Asmuth, who was running in 3rd place for a long time. So both Ruth Croft and Brittany Peterson have overtaken Katie Asmuth. It sounds like she is right behind Brittany Peterson. So they are both very close in 4th and 5th as they cross the river and begin the hot, exposed climb up to the Green Gate aid station. So again, continues to be so much drama and changing of places in the top 5 women's race.
That means Brittany is only about 4 minutes behind Ruth right now. So okay, again, they are 22 minutes. So our 3rd and 4th place women, who are together more or less, of Katie Asmuth and Brittany Peterson. No, I guess 4th and 5th place women, who are together behind Katie Asmuth and Brittany Peterson are together. That means in front of them is going to be Ruth Croft, Ragna DeBots, and Beth Pascal. That's 22 minutes separating the top 5. That is insanely tight, approaching the 80-mile mark of this race.
I mean, it's to the point where, I mean, Beth Pascal has been in control basically all day, but she's not safe still.
She's not safe.
She's not safe.
If something, this is one of those moments where it's like, you'd never know until you get to the finish. This is why it's like, people will tell you it dawned on them when they got to the track.
Yep.
Right? It's like, I didn't know I was safe until I got to the track and I looked behind me and there were no lights.
Yep.
Right? That's that moment where, they might be racing scared all the way into the finish because who knows, your legs might stop working. I think it was the 2017 race as well, or maybe it was the 2016 race when Claire Gallagher dropped out at mile
93.
93.
Yep.
You don't want to drop out at mile 93, but things like that can happen, and it changes the course of the race instantaneously because all of a sudden everyone moves up a spot.
So we should be seeing Jim Walmsley any second here. I'm surprised we haven't seen him already. He was through.
He's slowed down a lot at this point if we haven't seen him yet come through Pointed Rocks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there is a slim chance that we could have missed him coming through the Pointed Rocks aid station, in which case we would see him next here at the bottom right at No Hands Bridge, but we do not have
I believe
we
have someone coming in here right now.
Here he is! Speak of the devil, the man himself, race leader, 2-time champion, course record holder, Jim Walmsley from Flagstaff, Arizona, makes his way into the Pointed Rocks aid station, roughly 95 miles into the Western States 100, followed closely behind by, it looks like, a volunteer, making sure Jim is
that's someone on
course.
His crew.
Yep, somebody on Jim's crew. Looks like he can receive crew support here, I believe.
You can, yep. You can pick up a pacer here if you
want to.
want to.
He keeps going through the aid station. Oh, my goodness. He need not be in any rush at this point. He has probably about an hour and a half lead on the closest runner. And looks like he is stopping there in the shade
he's got his crew right there, which is a great spot, honestly, I think, to receive aid. We do finally have a split from Hayden Hawks coming through the Auburn Lakes Trail, but I believe it was something like 80. He's 81 minutes back at Auburn Lakes Trail. Jim Walmsley has built himself almost a 90-minute lead at this point. He can take a second here. He can relax here. He's going to be just fine. I mean, knock on wood, right? We don't want to jinx this man at mile 94, but he's moving along just fine.
For those who are watching at home, take a minute and just sit and watch this in silent amazement. This is truly, if not the best performance in Western States history, it is up there and probably only compared to Jim Walmsley's previous 2 course record performances here. To run as fast as he is, to have such a commanding lead at this point in the race when it seems like so many people are out there suffering in the heat. We are all having a front row seat to history here. The champion himself sitting in a chair, enjoying some refreshments and some snacks. He need not rush out of this aid station at all. He has 5 miles to cover between that chair that he sits in now and the victorious start line that's just behind, or finish line that's just behind Corinne and I here.
The photographers are set up. They've got their spots at the finish line. They are ready for Jim when he makes his way over here. Really, he could jog it in at this point. And I'm hoping his knee's doing okay, right? Like, he came into this with an injury. Maybe his knee is finally bothering him.
Wow, it's just truly amazing. Jim Walmsley, what can you say about this guy? Just drinking a soda, having a little picnic.
This is so casual right now.
Yeah.
This is so casual. I am so excited to hear from him when he finally makes it to the track here to just tell us about his day. Clearly not an easy day to run as fast as he as he has up to this point. Also, very clearly people are probably wondering in the chat still, how far is the off-course record pace? We're not going for the course record at this point. Jim Walmsley is trying to get himself in safely to the finish line on an exceptionally hot day after running so fast early on to be the third person to ever three-peat at Western States.
Just incredible. Struggling to find the language to convey how impressed I am sitting here at the finish line as we observe two-time champion Jim Walmsley sitting at the Pointed Rocks aid station in a beautiful golden meadow on a beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Northern California, just taking his time, having a little picnic before he finishes up another incredible performance. His 5th running here at the Western States 100, which, barring major catastrophe, will be his 3rd victory in a row and potentially the most impressive of the 3, which is saying something. I will admit that myself, after Jim finally won and broke the course record in 2018, running 14 hours and 30 minutes, I wondered why he came back in 2019. After finally achieving this goal that he worked so hard for, I wondered why he came back, and I thought that he would probably regret coming back in 2019. Of course, I was wrong. He ran 14:09, breaking the course record again. And again, this spring, I thought, why would Jim come back to Western States? It's amazing. He's proven everything that he needs to. But again, this man is just in a league of his own. He is just, there are no words to describe what he's done for our sport over the last 6 or 7 years. And all of us here watching the live stream now are, again, witnesses to another historic performance from one of the world's great in Mr. Jim Walmsley. He's been sitting here now for probably 4 or 5 minutes, just totally taking his time.
There's no reason for him to rush. They're going to get some cold water on him. It looks like right now with the sponge, they're going to wet him down. They're going to get him out of there. I mean, I don't think we're worried about him continuing on from this point at all. I think he's just taking his time to eat some food, get some calories in before he continues on his way. Once again, it looks like he's running technically pacerless. It looks like he came in with one of the people from his crew into the Pointed Rocks aid station. He probably ran ahead just to see what he needed. And then they ran through the aid station to where his crew was set up just outside the aid station, which is legal. You can aid within like 100, I think it's like 100 meters on either side of the aid station, besides Forest Hill, which is just like a total free-for-all in a lot of ways. But I think he's just getting reset, getting some calories on board. It looks like he's drank an entire Coke at this point, and he's about to head, he's going to get up now, I think, and head on his way.
Okay, absolutely huge update as we wait for Jim to get out of that chair and make his way towards us here at the track. This comes from my wonderful wife, Harmony, who is, of course, watching the drama unfold from back up in Truckee. She has let me know that Tyler and Drew are together just 8 minutes behind Hayden at the Auburn Lakes Trail. So the battle for second place is now likely between 3 men. Hayden Hawks, who's been running in second place all day, followed by Tyler and Drew, who appear to be running together. Of course, this is Tyler Green of Portland, Oregon, Drew Holman from Boulder, Colorado. They are 8 minutes behind Hayden, but they are chewing into Hayden's gap ahead of him. They have 15 miles to go from that aid station. It sounds like they're together, which is, again, an advantage for Tyler and Drew running together, chasing Hayden.
Plus, I believe they both have pacers, so they've got a little posse chewing up the trail right now.
Yes, another great thing that Harmony pointed out to me was that Tyler left Forest Hill with Yassine DeBoon. Drew was running with Fernando de Samaniego Steta, 2 of the greatest, most positive people you could ever hope to meet in the world, let alone the sport of trail and ultra running. So they are being well looked after, and they are working together to catch Hayden Hawks. And I don't know if Hayden's running with a pacer.
He had a pacer to the river. I don't know if someone was picking him up from Green Gate into the finish, but he definitely left Forest Hill with a pacer. Okay, Jim, now you're kind of worrying us.
Okay,
Let's go.
Jim.
You're really hanging out here. I know maybe you're trying to make it more interesting for everyone, but let's.
Oh, there we go. A little bit more water down the shirt.
Yep, so
we are going to go to a couple of ads in an in-person interview here in just a moment, but we definitely want to see Jim Walmsley get out of that chair and continue down the trail before we cut to those things.
Yeah, because a great shot of him. He's getting totally sponged down now. They've got that bucket of cold icy water. They're getting it all over his back. This to me, he's picking up his handheld. Okay, this is Jim getting ready to go. He's taking his time. He's been here for a sweet couple of minutes here. I mean, he's tired. He's run 94 miles, but he's going to mosey on out. He's going to make it here.
Oh my goodness.
He had nearly a 90-minute lead going into the Auburn Lakes trailhead.
He could walk it in from there and still win.
Could.
There he goes. Jim Walmsley is off, tiptoeing his way down the Western States Trail. It is now basically a screaming fast downhill all the way to our bottom right visual there at No Hands Bridge. We are going to cut now to a quick commercial break. We will be back in just a minute.
In 2019, we got the 50-mile world record. Well, this year, sights are focused on that 100K mark. Hi, everybody. I'm Tony Rivers, joined by Olympian Carrie Tellefson.
Let's face it, this is a big undertaking. Running a world record or an American record takes a lot of preparation.
There is the horn that sets them on their way. So close. The second fastest 100 kilometers ever run.
One of the toughest guys you're ever going to see run, right there in the history of the sport.
This is the point in the race when the muscle fatigue is definitely hitting.
Oh, he's happy. Look at that.
Audrey Tanguy.
There's that smile. We've seen it every time she's come by. Hurts so good.
It's a little bittersweet. Came up just a little short today of a world record, but pretty amazing day. We'll have to try it again.
Okay, welcome back to the 2021 Western States 100 live from the track here at Placer High School in Auburn, California. I am Dylan Bowman. I've been here all day by my friend Corinne Malcolm. We have been having an absolute blast, providing so much coverage thanks to the sponsors whose commercials you just saw a moment ago, Hoka One One, and Buff, who is represented here by the man to my left, Mr. Adam Kimball from Tahoe City, California, just up the road from us, and just down the road, I guess, from the start of the Western States 100 in Olympic Valley. Adam, welcome to the broadcast. How is it going today? Maybe give us your top-level reactions to the history we're witnessing.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for having me. It's been a super fun day out there. I think really the things that have stuck out to me today are kind of what you iterated earlier. Jim is running an unbelievable race. given the conditions, the fact that he separated from the field the way he did, unprecedented in this heat. And then maybe even more interesting than that is the tight race between all the women. I can't remember in the 4 straight years that I've run or spectated or paced at this race, I can't remember there being that many women in the top 40 overall.
It's absolutely insane. How does it feel to have a fellow buff athlete in Ragnar de Botts who just found out, 5, maybe 6 weeks ago, that she was going to be here? How does it feel to have her sitting in that very, very tight mix of women?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really cool to see what the other buff athletes and my teammates are doing. It's inspiring to have them, out there performing so well, especially under such conditions. And I think it shows what a strong team we have and what a great group of people it is. And it's great too because Buff has both a USA team and an international team, and to bring us together and participate and perform on the highest level is pretty cool.
So true. It's all about sportsmanship. It's all about teammates. It's all about friends in our sport. Tell us what you've done today. What have been your responsibilities? What are some of the highlights from out on the course? We've been sitting here under this tent for the last, 14 hours. So
sweating. We've been sweating, but we haven't been in the sun, so we feel lucky.
Yeah. No, it's been an awesome day. I started off living in Tahoe City. I went up to the escarpment to see the first runners come through. That was awesome. Had a great time up there. Shot back down, came into Auburn, spent most of the day in Forest Hill watching all the action unfold there. If you've never been a part of that, that's the place to be. It's where most of the spectators and crews are. It's pretty great to see. And it's been really interesting just watching everything unfold. I think there have been some athletes that at times have looked like, their day might be over, and then 20 miles later, they've never looked better. And then similarly, there was people that left Forest Hill, and I said, that person's gonna move up in the field. By the time they got to the river, it looked like they were struggling pretty hard. So it's a lot of it has to do with the heat management and what they've been doing. I've noticed that the athletes that are taking time at aid stations to really cool their bodies have been doing well. So.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of hard-charging folks out there that are moving their way up into the top 5 on both sides. Like, I don't think we know what's going to happen between mile 80 or even ATL, like mile 85, and the finish. So compared to other years that you've been at Western States, obviously this is not your first year being around all this. How does this compare in atmosphere, in what you're seeing out on course, outside of even just the racing that we're seeing from these athletes today?
Yeah, the racing has been next level. Honestly, I think just the overall setup of how Hoka and Buff and some of the other sponsors have managed this has been incredible. I think the people that I've been with that have been here year after year have commented on just how good things have looked at aid stations, just first class, plus the coverage that you guys are providing today. I think it's never been like this before. And for me as a nerd of the sport, just like I know both of you are, it's been really special to have so many outlets to cover it. I'm looking at your feed, I'm out on the course, I'm refreshing I Run Far, doing all these things at the same time, and it's pretty cool to have all those things at our disposal.
So many great stories from today, so it's good that you're just being inundated with information from around the corners of the internet. But thanks so much for joining us. Tell us all about your Tahoe Rim Trail adventure from last year. This is something that we've been talking about all day, something that will go down in history. You beat Kilian Jornet's time for the supported circumnavigation of Lake Tahoe in your hometown. Tell us how good that felt, not only to represent your hometown, but also to take down a record from such a legend like Kilian Jornet.
Yeah, that was a really special moment for me. From the time that I started training on the Tahoe Rim Trail, I told myself, at some point I've got to go after this FKT, and a lot of people in the area felt really good about a local pursuing that and hopefully getting the record. So to have it come together, to have the support that I had in the midst of a pandemic where things were pretty, touch and go there for a while, it was really something that I felt like brought the community together, and a super special moment for me to be a part of that. So
just for the audience, why don't you just rattle off the statistics of the route?
Yeah, so the Tahoe Rim Trail's about 171 miles in length, around 28,000 feet of elevation gain, and I ran it in 37 hours and 12 minutes, which was an hour and 20 minutes faster than Kilian's time.
Unbelievable. An hour and 20 minutes faster than Kilian Jornet. You may have heard of him, a Spaniard who's done a few things in our sport, and it's so cool that you were able to take that FKT back to your local community in Tahoe.
You're surrounded by the supported FKT, the TRT FKT record holders.
That's
oh
right.
My goodness, how did I not realize this?
Special company, dude.
Oh my gosh. So again, to reiterate, I can't believe, thank you so much for reminding me, Corinne Corinne Malcolm is also the supported Tahoe Rim Trail FKT holder. Also set the record last fall, I believe, October or November?
Yeah, I had to wait out the smoke.
And yours was what, 44 hours?
Yeah, just under 45 hours. Chrissy Mowell, who obviously is a phenom at Western States, a phenom at UTMB, held the record before me. I helped Magda the year before try to go after it. I feel like there's a lot of history on this route in particular. But speaking of Kilian Jornet, he won this race 10 years ago. Exactly 10 years ago, he was the victor here, which I think, and young, kind of actually around that TRT time, because he said that like in the same vintage.
Early 20s, I think
early
it was 23
20s.
or 24.
So he likes this area. So speaking of Kilian Jornet, speaking of the TRT, when are you coming back to race Western States? Being inundated, you have to have the itch.
Yeah, I'm hoping next year. I'm hoping next year is my year. I ran in 2018. I was 10 minutes behind Chris Brown, who was in 10th place, so just off that top 10 finish. And I've got unfinished business here, so being out here has more than inspired me to come back next year and get it done.
So you are so basically you have to. You got the chip on your shoulder. You got to go back. You're surrounded by it. You're surrounded by it right now. I think it's just incredibly special that you feel so tempted to come back to it. So we're watching the screen here. We're watching for Jim Walmsley. He took his sweet time over at Pointed Rocks, drank a bunch of Coke, ate a bunch of food. We were waiting for him to come down this downhill. Hopefully his knee is holding up on it, but he's got gobs of time, gobs of daylight between him and Hayden Hawks, or who knows in second, to come through what we're seeing in the lower right-hand corner of our screen, which is the No Hands Bridge.
Yes, terrific. Our wonderful production team is asking us to kick it to something soon, and I want to make sure that we are here to see Jim Walmsley come down to the No Hands Bridge aid station. He should probably be here in just a few minutes. It's really only 2.5 or 3 miles from where we last saw him, all downhill. So Jim Walmsley's probably screaming downhill. He'll probably be charging around the corner there in the bottom right.
Yeah, we'll keep our eye on it, because honestly, he'll be in and out. It'll be probably akin to our Green Gate footage of him where we were like, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? He must be changing his shoes. That or he's dead. He wasn't. He was changing his shoes. He took some time to see his crew, and then all of a sudden he came sprinting by our GoPros above Green Gate and then disappeared out of sight. We literally could not see him for very long at all. It was wild. So while we're sitting here, we can speculate at this point. I believe our last split to some of the men we had Drew Holman and Tyler Green together pursuing Hayden Hawks. Do you think they're going to get him?
Yeah, actually coming out of Forest Hill, I was 100% convinced that Alex Nichols was going to run down Hayden. The way he was looking, I watched him run down Cal Street, and he was flying and looking smooth. And Hayden's held his own. So, normally I would say I think so, but I've been impressed by Hayden's ability to hold off the people behind him. So my money's on Hayden to take second right now.
I think it's a matter of whether or not Hayden gets intel about the fact that people are charging from behind him. That can be a huge motivator, because of course he knows at this point that he's not catching Jim Walmsley. He's getting intel from the course ahead of him. He knows that Jim is probably almost an hour and a half ahead at this point. So if there is somebody on the course that tells Hayden that both Drew Holman and Tyler Green are charging hard from behind, we could see Hayden find a second or third wind at this point and maybe hold those guys off. Otherwise, I think it's going to be very, very, very close. They would still have to make up 8 minutes over the course of the last 15 miles. Not an easy feat to do. That's 30 seconds a mile, if I'm doing my math correctly.
It's a lot. I think something, not to say something catastrophic would have to happen to Hayden, but I do think that something potentially catastrophic would have to happen to Hayden. If we know Hayden, early in the race he said, it's not the heat, it's the hills. And we were like, okay, interesting. Let's see how that plays out. And suddenly he brought back, he gained time over third and fourth pretty quickly once he got up out of Michigan Bluff and hit the fire roads heading towards Forest Hill, which was really interesting. And so the last 20 miles, the stuff he's on right now is so stinking runnable that I feel like he would have to end up walking, have a nutritional failure, have a bodily failure, have something lock up, pull a Claire Gallagher, and have to get pulled at mile 93.
I mean, but still, those guys are running faster than him. They're working together. They've got their pacers. I mean,
they've got the emotional mules out there.
Yeah, it could happen. The emotional mules. That is my favorite thing that I'm going to adopt into my ultramarathon lexicon. Thank you so much to Corinne Malcolm for providing that. Adam, before we let you go, what are your plans for this evening? Are you going to stick around the finish line for a little while? while?
I'm going to stick around the finish line for a little while, but my business is not done. My friend Ryan is still out there running.
Ryan Montgomery?
Ryan Weibel.
Ryan Weibel.
Yep, he's on his way to Green Gate as we speak. So when we're done here, I'm heading over to Green Gate and bringing him home.
Shout out to Ryan. Hope he's feeling strong. Adam Kimball from Buff, thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast. Appreciate your perspectives. Congratulations on your Tahoe Rim Trail FKT. An amazing, amazing achievement. I feel very lazy sitting between the two of you champions here on the set, but I will do my best to continue providing coverage at least, even though I haven't run 137 miles around
171 miles. You got to go longer. Yeah, don't short us.
Oh, wait, it's 171.
It's 171 miles.
You guys are so incredible.
We're fairly fast. We're not too slow.
Amazing. Well, thanks so much, Adam.
Thanks
so
for
much
having
for
me.
joining us.
Appreciate it.
Really awesome to chat.
Good luck pacing your friend in
Yeah,
from
thank
Green
you.
Gate.
And again, thank you guys for this awesome coverage. It's been incredible.
Thanks so much.
Both done a great job.
Yeah, we're having an absolute blast. Having a blast. So I've looked around us here at the finish line for the first time, and there are a lot of people here now, Corinne. It's amazing.
I know. It's really filling in.
Yep, amazing. So we are cutting now to the big screen of the No Hands Bridge aid station here. This is roughly mile 97. We have 3 miles to go till the finish line here on the track. We expect Jim Walmsley to come charging around the corner any second now. So we await race leader Jim Walmsley here at No Hands Bridge. We see all the Hoka branding here on the bridge. Again,
they're waiting for him.
This is just an iconic part of the course here, and we can't wait to see our men's leader come across this bridge, and then he is truly on the home stretch, home free. Just a very short, probably 600-foot climb to Roby Point.
It feels longer than that, though. I have definitely run it twice, and I feel like it grew every year that I had to run across it. So once again, we're waiting our men's first place front runner, Jim Walmsley, not running under his course record from 2019, but still moving very, very well. We saw him take his time in Pointed Rocks. He did not rush through there by any means, but now we are waiting to see him come through No Hands Bridge. Then he'll have that climb to Roby Point, and then we will have a camera on him from Roby Point all the way to the track, which will be so, I think, thrilling to see.
Oh my goodness, again, it's going to be difficult. There's not going to be a dry eye in the building here in the stadium here at Auburn. So again, we should be seeing Jim come through here any second. Let me just see if I've got any internet access here. I'll check the split at Pointed Rocks to see if I can do any calculation as to when he might be arriving, but it should be very soon here. Again, it's a roughly 3-mile downhill stretch from the last time we saw Jim sitting in that beautiful golden meadow at the Pointed Rocks aid station, where he sat and hung out for probably 10 minutes. And now we will see him coming down the hill here very, very soon. Corinne, the atmosphere here in the stadium is getting quite exciting. It is getting electric. We are having the local community and all the trail and ultra runners who have descended upon the Western States 100 for this very special weekend gathering here on the track. It looks like the track is nearly surrounded 360 degrees.
It's pretty cool. We've been here all day kind of by ourselves, so it feels a little weird to slowly have the world come closing around us.
Yes, it does. It really does. I mean, it simultaneously feels like we have been here for 10 minutes and also like we've been here for 10 days,
yeah,
doesn't it?
It's the longest, it's simultaneously the shortest and longest day of my entire life, which, you know, I think that's what many of these runners and many of these crews probably feel as well. I believe we probably have some updates out from course. It looks like, let's see here, Beth Pascal leads the women's race through Green Gate Mile 80 in 13:31 elapsed. That puts her, honestly, I think potentially in 8th overall, followed by Alex Nichols and Stephen Kirsch, who are then going to be the 8th male and 9th male, respectively, not too far behind her. So that's great. That means that Alex Nichols is hanging on to that top 10 position. That means that Stephen Kirsch is hanging on to his top 10 position. I imagine if those boys can keep running, that they will hold those positions. We then have Ragna DeBots in and out of Green Gate very quickly in second place. She just took a 2-minute pause. She's looking great. She's 17 minutes back, though.
I'm so impressed by her. She went out so quickly, started to fade, and now she just continues
She's hanging in there very, very strongly. Buff athlete from the Netherlands, living in Spain right now. Ragna DeBots is currently in second, 17 minutes behind Solomon athlete Beth Pascal, who's just honestly been putting on a clinic in executing this race all day long. Ruth Croft is also hanging on. She has moved up. She barely stopped at the Green Gate aid station, they said. She is 20 minutes back from Beth Pascal.
So she's made up 2 minutes.
She's 3 minutes back from Ragna. That is exceptionally close. And then I believe Brittany Peterson has moved up into 4th officially. She came through. She was good in hiking out of the aid station. She, however, is 26 minutes back. So she has 6 minutes to Ruth Croft.
I think I hear some faint shouting from the no-hands bridge. Could indicate that we might see men's leader Jim Walmsley coming around the corner here any second. But again, so much drama happening in the race behind men's leader Jim Walmsley. The women's race is turning out to be an instant classic. Here he is, race leader Jim Walmsley makes his way to mile 97, no hands bridge. He comes across in first place.
Taking it in.
He stops. I think maybe he's looking for an aid station that used to be there that no longer exists.
Whoops, he has to make it to Roby Point if he wants any aid, but honestly, I don't think he's going to need any. That looks like a stunt double next to Jim Walmsley, walking him across this bridge. He's going to start running. He's going to head up, make this climb. Like you said, it's a climb that honestly isn't too big, but feels ginormous.
This part I remember as being absolutely torturous because you cross No Hands Bridge and you expect the climb to begin immediately.
Nope.
But of course you have to keep going like another mile and a half before you take a sharp turn to climb. I think it's about 600 or 700 feet up to the famous Roby Point, where the rest of Jim's day will be on pavement after running basically on trail nonstop all the way from Olympic Valley. Basically the only time you hit pavement in this race is very briefly in Michigan Bluff, and then that section of Forest Hill where we saw these athletes charging downhill on the paved road. Other than that, these guys have been on dirt all day. It's really quite remarkable. This Western States Trail does run uninterrupted for such long stretches. It does feel so remote, even though we are here in the state of California, which is of course synonymous with lots of people and not so much remote terrain. So Jim Walmsley crosses No Hands Bridge alone in the lead, a very comfortable lead. Again, we are all witnessing history. Jim Walmsley well on his way to his third consecutive victory here at the Western States 100. And if you're just joining us, it bears repeating that only 2 men in history of this race have ever won 3 Western States titles in a row. That is a three-peat. Those individuals being Tim Tweetmeyer, a 25-time silver buckle, that is sub 24-hour finisher here at Western States, also a 5-time champion. He won 3 of those in a row. And also, of course, the great Scott Jurek won 7 in a row between 1999 and 2005. So Jim Walmsley about to etch his name in history books again as only the 3rd man to ever three-peat here at Western States.
Yeah, it's absolutely exceptional. And I think that, people might be surprised that he wasn't going for the course record. I think given the day he had, he gave himself the opportunity to kind of soak it up over these last 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles. I think to be able to take that time is so hugely important. What a special way to soak up this win.
He can truly enjoy it.
He can truly enjoy it. He's not trying to shatter his own record. He's not being chased by anyone. He is truly just soaking in these last few miles.
It's a great point.
I just want to quickly update again to follow up with our women who are coming through the mile 80 mark. We have 5 women through the mile 80 mark. Once again, Brittany Peterson, your second place finisher, from 2019, looking really, really strong. She was just a couple minutes behind third place, 26 minutes back of Beth Pascal in the lead. She has separated herself from the very fast, the second American, I guess, in the women's top 5, Katie Asmith, who is currently 28 minutes back. She took a couple minute break with her crew, but is still looking great. Again, I guess at this point, these women have separated themselves from the rest of the field because 6th place, Audrey Tanguy, her last split was at mile 78. So really, unless something catastrophic happens to any of the women in the top 4, they are chasing each other, or top 5, they are chasing each other, but I don't think they need to worry potentially about 6th place unless they truly fall apart in the next 20 miles.
Amazing, amazing. So, just so everybody knows, Jim Walmsley is 97 miles into the Western States 100. He has roughly 3 miles to go from No Hands Bridge, where we just saw him pass through a moment ago. It should take him between, I would say, 25 and 30 minutes to arrive here on the track, especially because it looked like he wasn't rushing himself. So if you are at home watching our live stream, do not change the channel under any circumstances. We are going to see the champion Jim Walmsley here on the track. We're going to be doing a finish line interview with him as soon as he gathers himself after crossing this amazing finish line, to the tremendous applause of all the wonderful trail and ultramarathon fans who are now descending upon the Placer High School track here in Auburn. It is truly a special atmosphere. It is electric here on the track. We are all awaiting the legend. Here we are. We have our camera up at
Roby Point.
Up at Roby Point, where Corinne slept last night, where she walked down.
Ostensibly, yes.
Corinne stayed at a family's house up at Roby Point, walked to the start line, which is about a mile downhill this morning. She got to bask in the pre-dawn atmosphere here in Auburn, and we have been sitting here ever since, enjoying this race from behind the cameras, and we hope you all are enjoying the drama at home. Of course, we just want to mention our sponsors, as we have many times over the course of today. It would not have been possible without the support of Hoka One One, the sponsor of Jim Walmsley, and also Buff, the sponsor of Adam Kimball, who is just sitting next to us here. Tahoe City's own Adam Kimball, the FKT holder of the Tahoe Rim Trail, and also the sponsor of Ragna DeBotts, the second place female in this year's race. So thank you to our sponsors, Hoka and Buff. And thank you to everyone at home who's been watching all day. The drama is about to culminate on the men's side of the race. We are about to see Jim Walmsley finish here on the track. Your patience is about to pay off, and it's going to be amazing. So don't move a muscle.
Don't move a muscle. We're waiting for him to arrive at Roby Point, and then we should have a camera on a bicycle. Very UTMB style of us. We're finally in enough service and finally in a good position to have a bicycle follow the runner in. So we should have a camera with Jim all the way in from the finish. Honestly, a bicycle might be sometimes the only thing that can keep up easily.
So we might have another visual of him in 15 minutes or so.
Yes, because they should be bringing him in to the finish line, which will be really cool, because all of a sudden he's just going to appear on the track, and everyone that's sitting over there is going to erupt into applause. I don't know about you, but for me, I've never been sitting here at the track at this time of day. This is a first for me. I have never been here this early. I took a shortcut to the track this morning. I only had to walk a mile instead of run 100, and you know, I love running this race, but this would be hard to trade it for right now.
Yes. The only time I was here on the track to witness the overall champion was back in 2015 when Rob Krar won his second consecutive victory in a very impressive time. I think it was about 14:48 back in 2015. And the only reason I got to enjoy it here from the track is because I dropped out pitifully at the Michigan Bluff aid station. I had a miserable day after finishing in the top 10 3 years in a row. Came back, had an awful day, but got to come to the track and get super inspired and motivated by my friend Rob Krar, followed shortly thereafter by Seth Swanson. Memories that stick out in my mind and obviously made me determined to get back after it after a disappointing day on the trails. Of course, we've seen a lot of other athletes have disappointing days out there today. That's part of our sport. Of course, no judgment to those athletes, at least having the courage to come out to the Western States, to qualify, to get in through the lottery. It's a true gift to have the opportunity, and even if you don't make it to the finish line, it is something to be proud of. Our sport is all about recognizing the grit of all the human beings, from the first place runner to the last place runner, and that's why we will be here for 30 straight hours. Maybe not Corinne and I personally. We'll take some time off, but this live feed will continue through the professional field, into the middle of the pack, through the night, all the way to the golden hour tomorrow. So stick around if you want to continue to be inspired. After Jim Walmsley finishes this evening, we do encourage you to stick around. If you can stay up all night, absolutely do so.
Camp out here. It's not that bad. It's okay. I believe Jim Walmsley has done that once or twice.
I've slept in the parking lot right over there.
Yeah,
absolutely.
The infield is not too bad. Yes, I will say, although obviously we have been following closely the men's and women's elite races today, in part because we've got cameras actively out there kind of chasing them around right now. We do want to say that I think that some of the most inspiring athletes in this field are those who have been waiting 6, 7, 8 years, those who are, in their 60s, in their 70s trying to finish this thing, those who their one goal, their only goal is to finish this. I think that is truly inspiring. My teammate Abby Hall, when she was picking up her bib, got to witness a bunch of other runners recording those messages that we got to see a little glimpse of earlier that I'm hoping we get to see some more of later this evening. And she said she was brought to tears.
Very, very important quick update here from my wonderful wife, Harmony. Thank you so much. She is sharing this update from Barry Casey, who I'm assuming provided this in the chat. This is a follow-up on something we mentioned a moment ago on when the last time 2 women finished inside the top 10 overall. Apparently, this was back in 2006 when ultra running legend, 3-time Western States champion Nikki Kimball finished 3rd overall, and Beverly Anderson Abbs, who I believe is from the Auburn area, or at least used to live in the area, she finished 9th overall. So thank you so much to Barry Casey for providing that information. We could see this happen for the first time in 15 years today, having 2 women finish inside the top 10 overall. Again, we are witnessing history here. Don't move a muscle. We've got so much to enjoy here at the track over the course of the next several hours.
Yeah, and just once again to reiterate how grateful we are, how fortunate we are to have our sponsors that are making all of this possible today, and that is Hoka. Obviously, we got a bunch of front runners wearing their stuff. We got Jim Walmsley and Hayden Hawks, both Hoka athletes, at the front of the men's race. We're waiting here for Hoka athlete Jim Walmsley to come up through Robie Point. So once again, thank you, Hoka, for helping us with this live broadcast, for pushing our sport, for pushing this race into the future. We cannot be more thrilled. And once again, Buff for being our other major sponsor for the live coverage. And both Hoka and Buff helped Dylan and I put on the live interviews that you've been able to see all week. And we are so, so grateful to have the opportunity to talk into your ears and maybe at you for the last, 4 days now.
Yes, it's just amazing. To our wonderful production staff, if you want to cut to my computer very quickly, I just want to show the audience where Jim Walmsley is on the course now so they can get an appreciation of what he is doing. I've got it up here on my computer screen. Again, this is the elevation profile of the Western States 100 course, and you will see with my cursor here, Jim Walmsley has crossed No Hands Bridge, which is right here at the bottom of this trough here. Again, this is the section that I mentioned was torturous, where you feel like you're going to start climbing very soon and it seemingly never comes, and then finally you kick up this last 500-600 foot climb up to Robie Point before you run through the neighborhoods of Auburn, California, all the way to the track here at Placer High. Okay, we can cut back to Robie Point to make sure we don't miss a second of the action.
There will definitely be, as there has been all day, a lot of hurry up and wait, right? Like a lot of we definitely cannot miss this, but at the same time, we know it's going to be a hot second before Jim is back.
Sorry for interrupting you,
No, it's
Corinne.
okay.
This might be our mobile cam from Robie Point as well. So I think we're going to have 2 cameras, probably one steady cam of Jim coming up the hill, and then we should have another mobile cam that will follow Jim all the way down the street through the neighborhoods of Auburn to the track here, which you see an amazing aerial view in the bottom right. We've got a drone flying overhead. Apparently, this is going to be absolutely phenomenal.
How cool. Just a quick update on the women's field, because we have women moving up, including, so remember I said, I thought the top 5 women were pretty safe, right? Because they had made it up through They made it up through Green Gate, and I had said that Audrey Tanguy was in 6th. Well, not that far behind her, I guess, is now Emily Hawgood has made her way up into 7th place. She's steadily moved up all day and is now sitting in 7th place. That means she has passed Claire Gallagher and Keely Henninger. And then next behind Miss Emily Hawgood is going to be Keely Henninger, looking apparently stoic and focused in 8th at mile 78. She's only a few minutes behind Emily Hawgood, and I have no doubt that Emily probably caught her just before that Chucky aid station, and so they're only 2 minutes apart. So 7th place is Emily Hawgood, 8th place is Keely Henninger going into the river crossing. Hopefully the river is refreshing to both of them. They will both pick up new pacers at Green Gate to look at some new energy, and so who knows what will happen over the last 20 miles, but we now have 8 women coming through Chucky and 5 women coming through Green Gate.
Amazing. The women's race continues to be historic. We are witnessing one of the most dramatic races in Western States history on the women's side. This is going to be so exciting. So after Jim Walmsley finishes his amazing 3rd victory here at Western States, make sure you continue to tune in for this incredibly close, dramatic finish of the top 5 women here at the Western States 100.
Yeah, so currently we have 2 women in the top 10 overall. That is definitely not accurate right now.
Right. Just wanted to make sure, looking at ultralive.net, it looks like there may be a glitch. It appears that Ragna DeBots and Ruth Croft are appearing ahead of Beth Pascal. We do not think that is accurate. Here we see Audrey Tanguy at mile 80, Green Gate with her pacer. Also sponsored by Hoka, Audrey Tanguy continues to soldier on. She was the early leader in the race, going up over the escarpment more than 14 hours ago as these runners left Olympic Valley. Audrey Tanguy from France, a 2-time TDS champion, one of the greatest runners in Europe. She is here at Western States after finishing a strong 3rd place at the Canyons 100K 2 months ago. She's been here in the Auburn area in California training for this race for the last 2 months, and she continues to have a strong performance out on the race course.
Yeah, it looks in part, I don't think ultralive.net picked up Beth Pascal at Green Gate. It seems to be the issue there.
We definitely saw Beth
and we
go
definitely
through.
saw her go through. So what that looks like, though, in the overall is that Beth Pascal is sitting 7th or 8th in the overall race, and then you have Ragna sitting 10th in the overall race, and Ruth Croft sitting 11th in the overall race.
To our production staff, it'd be really great if we could go back to that camera view of Roby Point. I don't believe this is Roby Point here that we are looking at. It would be great to be able to look downhill and see Jim Walmsley come up that final climb.
Yeah, I don't actually know where that's from.
It looks like Forest Hill to me.
It does look like Forest Hill. There are trees big over there.
They are getting word that this is Roby Point, so it is my mistake. It seems we had a camera view that was looking down the hill from that final aid station, but it appears here we are stationed in the neighborhoods. In fact, I was correct. This is Forest Hill. This is Forest Hill. So apparently we might be having some issues at Roby Point. We're working hard to hopefully get a visual there on those athletes as well. So bear with us. We should see Jim Walmsley here soon. And as Corinne mentioned, we should have a camera on men's champion Jim Walmsley for the final. I think it's 1.1 miles downhill from Roby Point. So we'll all get to admire his stride and get to experience the last mile of his 2021 Western States for his 3-peat victory.
Yeah, it is. It's going to truly, I think, just be an amazing last mile to witness. I feel like we could make a whole documentary just about this last mile, like they did for Caitlin and Camilla back in 2019 when they had that crazy sprint finish in from Roby Point at the track. So we're going to wait for Jim Walmsley to come in over Roby Point to descend down to the track. We're going to keep tabs on everyone else, but right now he's got nearly a 90-minute lead over second place. The next question is, how are our second, third, and fourth place men doing all together? They have been really tight, and then you've got a hard-charging Cody Linden fifth in his debut 100-mile race, and I am so excited to see how he does. His partner is also hard charging up to 4th on the women's side in Brittany Peterson, your returning second place finisher once again from 2019. I've probably said that 1,000 times today. That might be part of the drinking game at this point, but we are so thrilled to have these runners start to make their way down to the finish line in Auburn. We now have an aerial view of the stadium here, of the track, which is also very cool.
Here's our view of Roby Point. We should see Jim Walmsley coming around the corner here very soon. Thank you to our production staff for getting this camera back online. I'm sure ultra fans worldwide are eager to see what happens as Jim finishes up this amazing victory, this dominating performance, one of the most amazing performances, I think, in ultra running history, certainly in the history of this race. It looks like to go probably under 15 hours again on this course in such a hot day without being pushed from behind. It's really just a remarkable performance.
I think we are closer to our actual male winning time prediction than we were before, but I do not think any of us imagined this is how that time would happen.
Yep.
Right? I don't think any of us would have imagined that Jim would be running under his course record pace so late in the day, give himself a sizable lead, and then get to, savor, it seems to us, his way into the finish. It's possible that he's hurting, but I would like to believe that he is savoring the last couple miles of this race.
So keep your eye on the few people that we can see here in our image. We will clearly see their body language change as soon as they get a visual on Jim Walmsley coming up the hill here. Again, I would guess it should be in 5, maybe 10 minutes, I would guess, since he had crossed No Hands Bridge a short time ago. Of course, he didn't look like he was in any hurry. He actually did look like he might be struggling a little bit, which might indicate that he is in fact human, but he still holds roughly 90-minute lead here. Another incredible performance that defies all description. It is really difficult to find the language, the superlatives to properly describe the performance that we've seen out of Jim Walmsley again on this course. He really does seem to be absolutely built for this terrain, built for this hot environment, built for this specific course that combines everything. You have the altitude early in the day, you have the heat and the uphills and the downhills and the technicality in the middle of the course, and then you have this screaming fast terrain over the course of really the last 38, but more so the last 20 miles of this race. Jim is such a versatile athlete. He has no weaknesses in his game whatsoever. So this course, which is so varied, that has a little bit of everything, just so perfectly fits his skill set.
It suits him really, really well. It's really phenomenal to watch him put on such a show once again. While we're waiting for Jim to come in here, I was just checking out some of the stats on the field so far. We've been keeping track of how many women are in the top 20 or in the top 40. We have 5 women in the top 14 overall right now.
That is amazing.
Together. It is very, very cool. We are likely to have at least 2 women in the top 10, and we're going to have at least 5 of them in the top 15, which is bonkers.
So maybe our guy Barry Casey can let us know when the last time. What did you say? Was it 4 women? Or
we have 5 women in the top 14 right now.
So Mr. Barry Casey, if you are watching, you are very good at looking into the history of the Western States 100. My internet is down and my encyclopedic knowledge only goes so far. We would love to know when the last time we had 5 women in the top, say 15 finishers here at Western States. When and if that's ever happened in history, it looks like that might happen today. And again, we will probably see a lot of these women still change places in the top 5. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, it is still very, very tight, particularly through that 2 through 5 group. There's a little bit of a gap back to 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. And then there's 6th, 7th, and 8th, and there's another gap back to 9th and 10th. So some of the very, very back of the top 10 right now has a little bit of space, a little bit of daylight separating them from the women in front of them. But we still have these 2 bunches of women who could create a lot of movement. And we still have this really exciting men's race still playing out behind Jim Walmsley that we're going to have to wait to figure out what happens. Our man, Ryan Thrower, has made it back from the field, and so we're giving him many props for helping us gather footage that he has put together very, very rapidly over the course of the day today. We could not do a lot of this week without him.
Yes, big shout out to Ryan Thrower, who was the man behind the camera, along with Ethan Vosberg of our live stream interview shows all week. And really, these are just two guys of a huge team here that have helped make this live stream possible. Of course, Corinne and I have been sitting here all day, but there is an army of people out in the field gathering all these images, standing around with cameras, waiting for runners to pass by to hopefully chase them around for a little bit. So shout out to all the volunteers, including Ryan and Ethan and others who we have out in the field, bringing you all these phenomenal visuals here in the first ever live stream of the Western States 100.
So news from the mile 88 station, Max King is really, really struggling. Kyle Curtin, who is our unsupported TRT FKT holder, has overtaken Max King for the 10th position right now at mile 80. Max is struggling. It seems like he's really dealing with some just epic fallout from the heat exposure over the course of the day. So I'm not sure if Max is going to better his time performance.
We've got people with their cameras out here clearly. So
it's a good sign.
It might be that people are preparing. They may have a visual, or they may hear people cheering a little bit further down the hill. But stay glued to your coverage. You should see men's champion Jim Walmsley appearing on the top left of your screen here momentarily. That's amazing. So does that mean Kyle Curtin is in 12th overall?
I believe so.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like everybody's got their cameras out here, guys. That is the universal,
the universal sign that Jim is
universal
approaching.
Signal that Instagram photos are about to be taken. People are about to document this for their own memories, to text to their friends and family, to post all over their social media channels to say, I witnessed history today, and I saw Jim Walmsley climb to Roby Point in 2020. Here he is, folks.
Jim
Walmsley still running up to Roby Point like an absolute beast.
Making
still
it
looking
look
strong,
easy.
just tiptoeing his way up there, breaking into a little bit of a hike. Again, he is in no rush.
There's some annoying climbing in this last little bit of downhill road.
So he declines a water bottle, it looks like. He might walk a little bit. I think we're going to have a live camera on Jim here momentarily for the duration of this race. Everybody here who is watching, Jim should be on the track probably 7, 8, maybe 10 minutes if he takes his time.
He's taking his time.
He's taking his belt off.
Taking his waist belt off.
Looks like there's Jess, his partner. Of course, she is going to be supremely proud of him. He walks back to the aid station.
What does Jim Walmsley need?
Oh, he gets a soda.
Nice.
For the road, a road soda, so to speak. There he goes, having a Coca-Cola as he climbs Roby Point. Yes, as you said, Corinne, this is quite an annoying little stretch of paved road through the neighborhoods here. Eventually, it will crest over the top, and Jim will run basically downhill, uninterrupted, all the way here to the track and the finish line. Just so everybody knows, again, Jim Walmsley is just about 1 mile away. Stay glued. Even though he's walking now, of course, he is the fastest man in the world of trail and ultra running, so he will cover this ground quickly. But you can see further ahead of him, there is still some uphill terrain to conquer.
This is an annoying climb at this point in the race. You are pretty tired, particularly if you are being chased and you're worried about the headlamps coming up Roby Point behind you.
Okay, I have a huge another announcement here from back in the men's field. This is again from my wife Harmony, who is relaying us information because our internet is down here. She says that Tyler Green is 1 minute behind Hayden.
No way.
So that means Tyler could overtake Hayden here any minute now, and Drew is 3 minutes behind Tyler. So
what
Tyler
an
Green
upset.
is coming for that second place finish here at Western States. Jim completely taking his time.
What an upset. It's going to be, can Hayden counter? Does he have anything left in his legs?
Here he goes. It looks like Jim might be trotting again. Harmony, if you're listening, please let us know where that split is from. We would love to share that with the audience. My guess is it's probably from Quarry Road.
I bet it's from Quarry
Mile
Road
90.
as well.
Mile 90.
Yeah, just over mile 90. So from this point into the finish, you can have your whole crew with you. It is a really cool moment, I think, for a lot of the runners. They've had a pacer with them, or they've had 2 different pacers with them. But all of a sudden, your whole family will be running. I have seen entire families running and walking runners in all the way to the track. Hopefully we will get some okay cell service through this stretch to try to get a clear video of Jim coming towards us. Let us refresh Twitter for you.
Yes.
How about that? Let us refresh Twitter for you. Give us the bandwidth.
If you can, turn your cell data off, but continue to watch our coverage. We don't want you to leave, but we want to get the bandwidth on Jim as he makes his way here to the track.
Yeah, once again, first year of doing this, only going to get better and better, I think, year after year. Hopefully we'll get our drone up as well. We've been getting drone shots of the track. We've got drone shots actually in our lower right-hand corner. Let's see, I feel like we're kind of creepy here with this drone. It might be able to find Jim and his crew from the skies running in to the track as well, which is pretty wild.
Pretty wild. I did just get confirmation from my wife Harmony that split of Tyler just being 1 minute behind Hayden is from Quarry Road. So I would say, barring any catastrophe, Tyler will catch Hayden at this point, and likely Drew will as well, because now Drew is only 4 minutes behind Hayden, Tyler only 1 minute behind Hayden. So it could be that Hayden fades back to fourth here pretty soon.
Yeah, or this is a repeat of the Claire-Brittany showdown.
It could be.
Where all of a sudden Claire got caught by Brittany, and Claire, the brain woke up and she took off. So it looks like we have a secondary camera out there too that's gonna see Jim and his crew come by. We're getting a clear image now from this secondary larger shot up on the left-hand side of your screen.
Just looking around us here at the Placer High School track here in Auburn, California. There are people 360 degrees around the track here waiting for men's champion Jim Walmsley to enter. He should be here probably, I would say, 6 or 7 minutes from now. We have a perfect visual, Corinne and I, of the entrance to the track, and we will be sure to erupt with enthusiasm as soon as we see him come in. And again, so many people here. Everybody wants to be part of this. Everybody wants to see just a human being going to his absolute limits. And Jim Walmsley, somebody who loves putting on a show, somebody who has made a name for himself. His personal philosophy, his personal ethos is to run without limits. He's doing it again today. He is known for coming into the sport and just questioning all the assumptions about the sport. You don't go out fast in 100-mile races. He was like,
unless you're
why
Jim
not?
Walmsley.
He was like, why not? And, as we've mentioned multiple times, it's changed the sport in the last 6 or 7 years. And now we see the dynamic in the competitive professional men's races changing to respond to the way that Jim has taken the sport by storm. And still, we're waiting for the sport to kind of catch up to Jim Walmsley. And
100%.
again, it bears repeating that he came into this year's race somewhat compromised, I think, by his own admission. I mean, he did say that he had good training coming in, but he was dealing with an IT band issue, which is probably...
here comes the bike chasing down Jim, I think, and crew, which is great. We'll hopefully get them in our field of vision in a second. We are we're filming in a direction. There we go. Okay. Right direction. Hopefully our bike is on its way, catching up with Jim and his crew, having to blast through these humans, which would, I think, be terrifying. Here they are.
We've got the camera.
There's people barefoot. There's people in sandals running with him, running him in towards the track. This is amazing. He's on that downhill slope on his way towards us now. That has to feel so good.
Sure does. And he is being followed by a parade of his fans, his friends, his family, his admirers. He is throwing hellos to the local community here, enjoying every step, basking in the glory of his third victory here. And just to finish my thought, again, Jim Walmsley came into this race having dealt with a knee problem, an IT band issue for much of the spring. He did a lot of his training on a stationary bike. He ultimately got healthy, he said, probably about 6 or 8 weeks ago, was able to train up, came into the race with some confidence. But to me, it's just so impressive to deal with any sort of adversity like that in the few months before Western States and still come and run a historic time on this course on a historically hot year. I put nothing past this person anymore. I thought for sure it would be too difficult to come in with any compromised physical problems, with any lack of confidence in his training, and still be a champion here. Jim
100%.
Walmsley proving me wrong, as he has so many times in his career. Just have so much respect for this champion. Just a great ambassador for our sport, and just a great icon, bringing the stories of trail and ultra running to a huge worldwide audience here on YouTube.
Well, how many of us were speculating if he was running 2 weeks ago? Like if he was going to run Western States 2 weeks ago? I heard those
Right.
murmurs in my running community.
Totally.
I said, well, what is Jim running? And people said, oh, I don't think so. I think he's hurt. I think he's going to drop. Or I think he's going to pull out from starting the race. And here he is. Not only did he start the race, he led the race alongside Hayden Hawks for a large portion of the morning, and then pulled away on his own. And he created a gap as large as, 90 minutes. That gap has come down maybe a little bit from taking his time, but honestly, the men behind him have their own race going on for second at this point.
Yes, he is truly only competing with himself, as he has so much on this course. Really, he has never been pushed on the Western States course. The first time he was here, he missed a turn at mile 90, which scuttled his first potential victory on the course back in 2016. In 2017, he would admit that he ran recklessly in one of the slowest, most challenging years that we've seen in recent memory. He did not make the finish line that year. In 2018, he finally came back, redeemed himself, realized his dream of winning Western States, getting the course record, running 14 hours and 30 minutes, an unheard of time on this course. And then he wasn't satisfied. He came back in 2019, ran 14:09, shattered his own course record to win for a second time. And here he is crossing this beautiful bridge in Auburn, California. He is probably only 2 or 3 minutes, maybe even less.
Close.
He is less than that. He should be just around the corner from the track here. Get ready, people. We are about to see Jim Walmsley enter the stadium here at Placer High, a place where so much history has been made, and a place where Jim Walmsley again stamps his name in the historical record. Amazing.
The official three-peat. We talked to one of the only 2 other men to three-peat. That's 3 wins in a row. We talked to Scott Jurek earlier this morning, and he said that he's blown away by Jim, that he's so impressed with what he's been able to accomplish in this sport, and he, is thrilled by the way he's been able to push the limits of the sport.
That iconic voice that you can probably hear through our system is Tropical John Mettinger, the former president of the board of the Western States 100, and somebody who always announces in our finishers. We hear applause. He is getting close. I am seeing the body language of people start to change over there by the entrance to the track. Everybody feels Jim's approaching presence here. People are starting to move around, getting their cameras out again, getting ready to get a picture of this so they can all remember being here on June 26th, 2021, for the running of the Western States 100 after a canceled year due to the coronavirus pandemic. And we have just been treated after a year off to so much amazing racing. Jim Walmsley, of course, being one of the highlights of the day today. And of course, we promise as soon as he is finished, we will start providing updates of what's happening further back in the field, including the men.
But he is coming onto the track right now. He's crossed over. He's going to come through the gate any second now. The group, he is dropping high fives on his way into the track. He's going to come through the Hoka flags. He's on the track.
Oh my goodness!
Yes!
There's Jim Walmsley from Flagstaff, Arizona, raising his hands, pumping his fists. It is palpable energy here. There are people sprinting across the field to get their good view of Jim Walmsley making a three.
The third runner in Western States history to do a three-peat on the men's side, joining Tim Tweetmeyer and Scott Jurek. He is set course records here twice.
He's not kicking it in as he has in the past.
And he'll be coming in just over 14:45. What an exceptional performance.
So this is probably the 4th or 5th fastest time in Western States history on a historically hot day. Jim Walmsley running under 15 hours again. An absolutely astounding performance. Jim Walmsley Here he comes down the final stretch to the finish line. 14:45 and change. There's Diana Fitzpatrick, the president of the board, holding the tape for our champion, Jim Walmsley, along with race director Craig Thornley here at the finish line. Jim Walmsley, 14:46, even the three-peat champion of Western States. Oh my goodness.
14:46. That's not slow.
Amazing. I mean, if you don't have goosebumps right now, you have to check your pulse, because this is the most amazing thing, man. What a beautiful sport.
My partner just texted me and said, I'm usually getting eaten by bugs at Green Gate right now. So nice to actually see the finish. Thanks, Steven.
So true. You know, again, thanks everybody for experiencing that with us. Of course, we wish the photo stream would have been totally crisp and clear, but you guys got the point at home. And again, we thank you so much for following along all day. 14 hours and 46 minutes after we started, Corinne and I just got to witness history here on the track. Absolutely phenomenal. Corinne, what are your reactions to Jim Walmsley taking his third consecutive victory?
I mean, I don't think any of us wanted to doubt him going into this, but I think we had questions about his health. I think we had questions if the training he had done was going to adequately play out over this field, but it clearly did.
Okay, we are going to take a quick break here on the track, and then we are going to go have a finish line interview with men's champion Jim Walmsley.
1 second. That is the 4th fastest time in Western States history, and of the 3 previous, the 3 better times, Walmsley holds 2 of them. So he now has 3 of the 4 fastest times in Western States history.
Okay, welcome to the finish line of the 2021 Western States 100. I'm Dylan Bowman here with Corinne Malcolm, sitting, of course, with men's champion, Mr. Jim Walmsley. Jim. The three-peat is secured. First of all, thank you for such an inspiring performance. You said to us before we sat down that that was a really, really hard one. What do you mean by that?
Well, like usual, I guess I started out a little quick. And today was a really hard one to hold on. Yeah, I felt like things were unraveling, but yeah, they unraveled. This one's pretty rewarding for a lot of reasons. The three-peat, this was a tough training block, and yeah, it was pretty hot today.
He's human after all, folks.
So I think we all want to know. I mean, we got to speak while you were running with Scott Jurek. You are in exceptional company now, and he had only nice things to say about you. What does it mean to be in that elite group of three-peat finishers here at Western States?
Well, Scott and Tim both have a lot more than just 3 in a row, so yeah, I don't know. It needs to kind of.
He's being humble.
A little, but those guys are legends, and they hold their own right in their era and forever at Western States. So I'm grateful for them paving the road and setting the bar so high, and who knows? Maybe we'll keep it going. We'll try.
What a beautiful. What a beautiful thing to say. You do stand on the shoulders of giants, but you are among the giants now. You mentioned that this was a tough training block for you. Can you describe for those who maybe didn't follow the race as closely, who aren't die-hard ultra fans like all of us here in the stadium, why this was such a hard build-up for you and why this is so special?
Yeah, pretty much the whole training block's just been day-to-day with an IT band kind of tendonitis issue in my left knee, and it's been frustrating. I haven't been able to really train with anyone because even if people ask me to go for a run, it's like, well, kind of got to see how it is in the morning, or I got to do a bunch of drills before my run, or bring a mat to do them wherever I go, and a lot of it just tried to get out early in the morning and knock it out, and yeah, it was a tough training block to just get after it, keep getting out the door, and I think probably a lot of people can relate to that. Of it's not always pretty, but the goal is worth it.
So it sounds like it was kind of an isolating training block in a lot of ways, because it was maybe too high maintenance to get out with a bunch of friends. So what did it mean to you to have a runner who we're going to welcome here, in the next hour or so, Hayden Hawks running shoulder to shoulder with you for so many early miles, someone who looks up to you and is who part of this next generation of ultra runners.
Yeah, it was really awesome to have Hayden for about the first 50K. He was just talking my ear off, and I hadn't had that at Western States before, and I'd take it any day. He was a pleasure to run with, and it's great to see him hanging in there and making his way to the Auburn track in his debut at Western States. So it's not an easy day to do it, and he's proven himself really tough right now.
So true. Great sportsmanship and friendship for both you guys. Jim, reflect on your journey here at Western States. You came in 2016, infamously missed a turn, which unfortunately meant that you didn't win in your first attempt, but it ultimately made your story just one of the greatest sports stories of all time. You came back in 2017, admittedly probably ran a little bit reckless that year. You learned, you came back with some humility, and you've won 3 in a row. Reflect on your journey.
Thank you. I still hate that uphill turn that I missed in 2016. I think I was cursing that today. And then 2018, I saw 2 or 3 bears there, like a mom bear and 2 cubs. And yeah, I don't know, I just ran straight past them. Yeah, that hill's been pretty rough to me. And today it was definitely kicking me. So it's nice. It's something that and Roby Point's sometimes pretty cool. But Patty O'Leary owes me a beer. He was supposed to be there. He missed me. So.
He's, I think, currently, or was on pacing duties for the young Drew Holman, who is also on a tear in the top 4 right now. So we'll be welcoming here to the track in not so long, which will be so cool to see. And not to give you a softball, but you've been running in the heat all day. You're a little bit cooked. What does the next 2 weeks look like for you? What are you going to do to decompress after this long, hard day at the office?
A couple days off. I got to go to a wedding next weekend in Philadelphia, so I'll probably have a couple extra drinks. And then my partner Jess who crewed me all day today. She's doing the Silver Rush 50-50, July 10th and 11th.
Jess!
So I got crew duty all weekend, and we're gonna try to make it a successful race day for her 2 days in a row. So I've never really crewed for a bike race, so we'll see how that goes.
This is of course the 50-mile foot race in Leadville on Saturday, followed by a 50-mile bike race on Sunday. So shout out to Jess. That is truly remarkable in your own right. While we're on the subject, Jim, I think it's a good opportunity to allow you to thank the people that have helped you get to this place. People like Jess, people like the parade of friends and family who chased you down from Roby Point. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, all my crew today. You guys were all stars. You guys had to patch up some rough aid stations, probably more so than the last couple years, but I guess there's been some other tough ones. I got about 10 of them there. Oh man, I'm gonna miss names if I try to. Nonetheless. You guys mean so much to me. Really appreciate it. Everyone here, thank you so much. The whole community around Western States, you guys just really make me feel so welcomed, and it feels like a hometown race every time I do this. And I couldn't say thank you enough, and I've never seen this many people lined in the streets in Auburn. You guys came out in full force today, and the energy is amazing. And I mean, for having 320 runners this year, this race is insane. Like per person, it's just off the charts. And you guys are what make this special. And thanks so much for coming here and maybe skipping some of your runners to come see me finish. But I appreciate it and appreciate all the love and all the support. And it's really a pleasure to be able to pull off today with Hoka sponsoring this race, coming in here. They've just done an awesome job. So it's pretty sweet to see this lined in blue this year, and it's unique, and it means a lot, and means a lot to me. Been partnered with them for basically my whole career, and this one means a lot.
Yes, thank you so much to Hoka. And yeah, we remember when you were wearing that cut-up T-shirt that first year. Hoka came in and said, "We got a better T-shirt for you there, kid." And here we are several years later. Jim, I know you have to rehydrate so you can go to drug testing. But again, thank you from all of us here. It was amazing. Amazing to watch.
Thank you.
You just ran the ultra, dude.
Okay, welcome back to the 2021 Western States 100 from the track. I am Dylan Bowman here with Corinne Malcolm, still with goosebumps. I feel like I might have a heart attack here. That was so incredible to see Jim Walmsley. And now we see my friend Drew Holman here at the Pointed Rocks aid station.
With Patty O'Leary.
With Patty O'Leary. We think Drew is probably in third place at this point. We need to catch up on the coverage ourselves, so we will do that here as we chat with you. But that was one of the most amazing things ever in my career in this sport in the last 12 years, to be able to sit here and call Jim Walmsley into the finish line, to chat with him at the finish line.
That was insane.
Was that the greatest thing ever? My goodness.
You started to cry, and then I started to cry, and then I was shaking. It was something else to be there. So it does appear that was Drew Holman leaving the Pointed Rocks aid station in third place. It does appear that Tyler Green has moved into second place and is leading Drew Holman on their way to the Auburn track. The next person we're going to be looking for would be probably Cody Lind or Hayden Hawk. So Hayden is trying to hold on for his debut at Western States and honestly get his first 100-mile finish under his belt.
Absolutely. So Drew Holman through in third place with 10 miles to go to the finish line. We are looking back at Michigan Bluff. This is a great visual for everybody at home to see what it's like at Michigan Bluff later in the day. There's a lot of people there.
A lot of bodies.
To greet their runners. Of course, most of the runners in this race do not finish under 15 hours. In fact, most of them finish, I think, beyond 24 hours. I may be wrong about that statistically, but These runners coming into Michigan Bluff are, of course, still less than 55 miles into their journey. They still have 45 miles to go till they reach us here.
And now
really
that it
incredible.
is after the 8 p.m. hour, they are allowed to leave this aid station with a pacer. So these runners are still they're still ahead of the cutoffs, but because they are heading into darkness on their way to Forest Hill, they are allowed to leave this aid station with a pacer to help guide them on their way to Forest Hill. A really important break in the women's race is that Ruth Croft has moved into second. At Auburn Lakes Trail, she came in just ahead of Ragna DeBotts. They were separated by 1 minute entering that aid station. So we have a shakeup in the women's race. We've got Beth Pascal still leading through Auburn Lakes Trail. She has a 20-minute lead or so over Ruth Croft, and then Ragna DeBotts is in third place.
Here we are looking at the rookie Chucky River Crossing mile 78. So we will bounce back and forth to see some of the middle of the pack and back of the pack runners as they continue on their journey along the Western States Trail. Of course, we will continue to provide updates from the front of both the men's and women's races. Behind Jim Walmsley, the drama is unfolding rapidly. Tyler Green moving into second place, Portland, Oregon's own, then Drew Holman in third. Corinne, what did I say at the beginning of this day?
That Drew Holman and Tyler Green were going to run their way into the top 5.
Thank you very much. I was wrong. They're running their way onto the podium today. Even more impressive than I expected.
Huge.
And then in the women's race, as you said, Ruth Croft moving her way into second position behind Great Britain's Beth Pascal.
And to be fair with that prediction, when Megan Hicks and I were asked to talk about the women's field, we both immediately said Beth Pascal, period. And then flip-flop 20 minutes later, you said, okay, so who's going to win the race? And Megan and I both said Ruth Croft. And then we were like, oh, wait, we totally forgot what we had started this conversation with. And here we are with Beth Pascal putting on a show, leading this women's race basically from start to finish, with Ruth Croft in her debut 100-mile race is now in second place, just ahead of another debut 100-miler in Ragna DeBotts.
It looks like we have number 130 sitting here on the ground enjoying a nice Gatorade. This is what it's all about, folks. We have got runners coming into Michigan Bluff. Let's look up who number 130 is if we can. Again, our internet access is a little bit tough. We have pacers for runner number 300 here as well. So we'll try and identify as many of these athletes as we can. Yep. Oh, here's number 300.
Yep,
Sorry,
so
I missed him.
Runner 300. Oh, yes, this is my friend Angela's husband. They're from Ashland, Oregon. He has run the Grand Slam. He might be, he can't run the Grand Slam this year. Vermont is canceled. But he was supposed to run the Grand Slam last year when everything was canceled. This is Penyon Somont. He is from Ashland, Oregon. He is 39 years old. He is on his way out of Michigan Bluff, headed towards Forest Hill. Who was the other bib number that you had pulled up?
Okay, so that Joseph Chick is from Ashland, Oregon. Is that who you looked up?
Mm-mm.
No, okay, so
Are there two guys from Ashland, Oregon?
This is Joseph Chick from Ashland, Oregon, number 130. That is our friend who is sitting on the ground enjoying a Gatorade before hopefully getting up and moving along the trail towards the track here. Another runner here, hard to see that number. We'll try and pick that up from the Michigan Bluff aid station.
A gentleman after Steve Kirsch's heart. He is a Gatorade phenom.
Oh my goodness, I am sweating. The drama of this race, the heat of this day. I am absolutely soaking wet right now. It doesn't appear like you can see it through my shirt quite yet, but it feels like I've gotten some exercise today, even though we've been sitting here since 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I've got friends in Bozeman. They are glued to the live feed, cheering for Drew Holman, and that is because his really good friends from San Francisco have moved to Bozeman over the past 2 years, and they're friends now with all of my friends. I'm getting text messages that Bozeman, Montana is pulling for Drew Holman as well. So now we've got Boulder pulling for Drew Holman. We have San Francisco pulling for Drew Holman, and we have Montana pulling for Drew Holman. So Drew, you have the backings of a lot of the western part of the U.S. cheering you on, trying to bring you into the Auburn track here to join us.
Drew Holman, he is soon to be a household name in trail and ultra running, soon to be closing out what looks to be a third place finish here in his first 100-mile race. He is somebody who I have been sort of shouting. I've been shouting his name to sort of anybody who has listened about his potential in this sport, his heritage as a ultimate Frisbee player
You're
at Carleton
obsessed.
College. Drew Holman representing us people who came from obscure sporting backgrounds to get into trail and ultra running.
Lacrosse isn't exactly obscure.
Not as obscure as ultimate Frisbee.
But his pacer is also a former lacrosse player, so he's in very, very good hands. With Paddy O'Leary, a former Irish national team lacrosse player, being the gentleman responsible for pacing Drew Holman now in from Pointed Rocks into the finish, it looked like.
Yep. Paddy O'Leary, of course, from San Francisco by way of Ireland, escorting Drew Holman the final. They're on their final 10 miles now. I think Paddy was responsible. Although Paddy left
I
Forest
wonder
Hill.
if Paddy.
Yeah.
I wonder if Fernando pulled a short leg in the middle there.
Yeah, it alternated a little bit. Good to see those guys out there representing the San Francisco Bay Area.
Someone wants to know if Drew's going to get signed after this. Drew's a Nike athlete chasing other Nike athlete in Tyler Green. So we've got our Hoka winner with obviously the very, very prominent, very successful Jim Walmsley being now now will be followed in by two Nike athletes as Hayden Hawks tries to hold on for a top 5 as well. That's bib number 16 up on your screen.
76. Let me
76.
look him up here. Bib number 76. Where is that? We've got Jim McCaffrey from Hamden, Connecticut, an East Coaster coming through Michigan Bluff.
Used to that humidity, so hopefully the heat hasn't been. I mean, the heat's been hard on everyone today. The heat's been hard on us. It's been hard on our equipment. But hopefully the humidity trained him well to be moderately comfortable out there today in the canyons.
This is so cool to see the action at Michigan Bluff here at 8:25 p.m. on Saturday, June 26th, the third Saturday in June, which is always a celebratory occasion. Western States 100 Day, the oldest 100-mile ultramarathon in the world, the granddaddy of them all. People compare it to the Masters, the golf competition, sort of like the Wimbledon tennis Grand Slam. Here we are at Western States, cheering on these age group runners as they battle through their own journey, making their way to the track. And most of these people now will not finish until well after the sun has risen tomorrow.
They might be. I'm going to come back for golden hour tomorrow after we get a little bit of shut eye, and that might be where some of these folks are finishing between that 28 and 30 hour mark, really between that 29 and 30 hour window. At the end of the cutoff, we'll be welcoming in the final runners into the Auburn track during golden hour. Great catch of the napkin there.
I've got to wipe the sweat off my face right now, Corinne.
That's why I have bangs.
Quite warm here. Oh, but I can't tell if it's just pure excitement or the fact that it might still be triple digits here in Auburn.
I do feel like that breeze is really, really helping us out. But it's been hot. I thought it was warm this morning. You did not. It got very hot today, so hot that our equipment started to fail on us. But we are looking forward to our second and third place male finisher coming to join us on the track here soon, potentially racing it in to the finish, which will be very, very exciting. We're waiting for an update on Hayden Hawks and Cody Lind from that Pointed Rocks aid station. I don't believe we have seen them come through there. We do believe that Tyler Green and Drew Holman have left there in second and third, respectively.
Here we have runner number 314, it looks like. Maybe I'm wrong. I can't find that number here.
That number does not
database.
exist. Oh, no.
It was 317. I don't know. Here's a pacer for number 59. Anyway, what a scene here in Michigan Bluff. It'd be so fun to be hanging out there right now.
Yeah, Mike, the pacer for number 59, he is there to pace Mike Acer of Yardley, Pennsylvania. He had 16 tickets in the lottery. That
Claire
is several
Gallagher.
years. Claire
Green
Gallagher.
Gate.
She looks like
She
she's
is
moving
hurting.
gingerly there. I mean, it was a little bit glitchy, but she is moving very, very gingerly, I would say.
This is
through
way
here.
back at Green Gate. So Claire Gallagher clearly struggling. She probably spent a significant amount of time at an aid station. Sorry, we probably got updates on that while Corinne and I were down on the track. with men's champion Jim Walmsley. If you want to send us a DM, let us know if there's any updates on Claire, what might be happening with her race. It is great to see the defending women's champion continuing to march on the course, even though her dreams of a repeat championship here are clearly out of reach at this point.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we've got an update on Casey and Claire coming through Green Gate. Our last official Green Gate on on ultralive.net was, of course, Camilla Mayfield in 9th place, chasing Keely Henninger, who is in 8th place. But then behind her, it looks like to be Claire Gallagher, trying to hold on to that 10th place female position, with Casey Lichtig behind her, and then Magda Boulay behind that. So we've got some women who might make it into the top 10 over the past 20 miles, particularly if they're moving so gingerly leaving Green Gate at this point. We don't know the condition of the runners behind them, obviously, but we are, we'll see what happens.
How beautiful is this? A runner with what is probably his wife, arm around him, walking into Michigan Bluff. Here's a runner walking out, number 192. Let's check who that is. Shout out to number 192, Mr. Mike Grimm from Los Altos Hills, California, just down the road from us here. He got in with 128 tickets.
He's been in this thing for a hot second.
This is his first running. 128 tickets. How many is that?
That's a lot. It compounds. I can't do math anymore. We've been out here for 16 hours talking for a lot of that time.
Well, shout out to Mike Grimm. I'm sure he is determined to make it to the finish line after working so hard to get into this race over what is probably 7-8 years of failing in the lottery. He is finally in for his first try.
That is.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. It's his second try. Western States finishes. I'm on the Western States entrance list page here. This is a great resource. So this is Mike Grimm's second running of Western States.
So it looks like we've had our third woman come through officially. I think that's actually, I think that's an update that we probably have, maybe we've already had, maybe not. They are now through the 85-mile mark. So again, we've got Beth Pascal being followed by Ruth Croft. Ruth is 18 minutes behind Beth Pascal. Beth is seeming to be very safe in that position. Although Ruth has been closing on her. I think she's been much further back from Beth earlier in the race. Ruth has gotten herself into a superb position in her debut 100, being second place right now at mile 85. She can hopefully start to smell Auburn from where she's at. This is the furthest she has ever run. Ragnar DeBots is in third through mile 85. She is 20 minutes back, so she is just 2 minutes behind Ruth Croft.
Corinne, I have to cut in here to give a big round of applause to Mr. This is Edge Maldonado.
Yes.
From Carson City, Nevada. That was awesome to see the group hug from him. Go Edge. Awesome.
Just
group
on
hug
the
with
other
his
side
crew.
of the lake.
Keep it going. There's Rachel Drake. That is Keely Henninger's pacer with her dog Teddy. She is waiting for her husband, Tyler Green, who is the second place runner right now at Western State. She is talking to Yassine DeBoon there on the right. He's a top 10 finisher here at Western States himself. This is the Portland, Oregon running community represented by myself here in the booth. These are great human beings here to support Tyler Green as he approaches.
Yes!
Is this him coming in?
Yes!
Tyler Green in second! Oh my goodness, and no hands bridge.
No hands bridge. Tyler Green is moving.
Oh my goodness, he is running with JT Lehman, another runner from the Portland, Oregon community. Tyler Green is probably about 30 minutes from the track here in Auburn. We will make sure to have an awesome interview with Tyler, so stick around. Tyler, this is the race of his life. It is finally his coming out party in a major race. Tyler Green crossing No Hands Bridge on his way to an incredibly proud, textbookly executed second place finish here at Western States. We have to look up his progression throughout the day because it is truly something
to behold. But also, I believe, this is his second running of Western States, and I believe in his first attempt at the distance, he ended up outside the top 10.
He was 14th.
He was 14th. At one point, he waited for Rachel to stop puking because she was battling the heat as his pacer, and she was like, "No, leave me." And he's like, "I'm fine. Like, we're running fine. I'm okay." So it looks like we have, who is this coming through Pointed Rocks? Oh, it is Cody Lynn running with his father, Paul Lynn, through Pointed Rocks.
Can it get more exciting than this, folks? Cody Lind in 4th place. That means he's probably overtaken Hayden. We'll check and see if we've got an update from Hayden Hawks, but clearly Hayden is fading here in the final miles of the Western States 100. Cody Lind with the final 10 miles, the final 5 miles ahead of him, separating him from the finish line here in Auburn, California. Cody Lind, 3rd-generation Western States runner. His father there, who had the yellow shoes on, that is Paul Lind, a 2-time finisher himself, a great coach to some of the athletes in the field.
These are runners back further on the course here. Here's runner number 57. Looks like he's getting a waist light on so that he can see as the trail gets dark. We were talking about Tyler Green's splits coming through the race. And remember, we saw him early this morning going up the escarpment behind Brittany Peterson, Claire Gallagher, and Addie Bracey. And we were like, wow, he is taking this out nice and easy. He is so calm. He started up to Lion Ridge in 16th. He moved to 14th, to 12th, to 9th, to 8th. By Forest Hill, he was in 7th. By Cal 2, he was in 5th. By Green Gate, he was in 4th, running with Drew Holman, to 3rd at Quarry Rock, to Quarry Road, and to 2nd at Pointed Rocks. That is a textbook execution at this race. That is so insane.
Amazing. I just got another update from my wonderful wife, Harmony. Again, my internet is struggling. It sounds like Corinne's is doing better. But Harmony, who is glued to the coverage at home at our rental house in Truckee, said that there are now 10 women in the top 20 overall.
Yes.
There's no way this has ever happened in Western States history.
There's no way.
I'm going out on a limb. You guys don't even need to look it up. I don't think that has ever happened.
If it is, we're going to pretend it's never happened before because we are too excited about it. And honestly, we think it is so incredibly impressive for that to be done on a day like today when it has been triple-digit warm here in Auburn and out on the course.
Here we are still at Michigan Bluff, getting lots of great action here. This is so fun. What an environment there at Michigan Bluff as we welcome some of our middle and back of the packers into mile 55. Again, these folks still have a long way to go to the finish line. We are going to be welcoming a live guest here on the stage shortly, a special guest. It's going to be a lot of fun, a great conversation, a great character in the sport. So whenever we're ready in the production studio, we'll take a quick break and invite our special guest up as we continue to see. Looks like runner number 316.
Let's pull that up. That doesn't seem
No,
right.
that's not right.
That's
Maybe
not,
376.
That's not
Let's try that. This is probably right. Let's give a quick update before we cut away. That was Kristen Carbajal from Upland, California, number 376, here for her first Western States 100. She got in through the lottery with 16 tickets, so shout out to
42
Kristen.
years of age, running strong and smooth, picking up a pacer and getting out there.
Look at these guys moving. Looks awesome. Okay, folks, on the live stream, stick around. There's Gordy Ainsley. Oh, my goodness, hanging out in Michigan Bluff. Look at him. He's got his massage table out. This is the man who started it all, folks. Oh, my goodness. Thank goodness for the cameraman. That was amazing. What a gift. That was so cool. Okay, guys, we're going to take a very quick break. We will be back momentarily with a very special in-person guest here in studio. Okay, welcome back to the 2021 Western States 100. It is 8:42 p.m. I am Dylan Bowman here with my friend and colleague, Corinne Malcolm. We have been sitting here since 4:30 in the morning, and we are now joined by a very special guest, a legend of the sport, Mr. Nico Mermoud from France, one of the founders of Hoka, the title sponsor of today's Western States 100. Nico, how are you today?
I'm great. Nice to see you again, Dylan. Nice to meet you. Yeah, it's been a great day. I also started this morning very early, which was not that tough for me coming from France 2 days ago. Perfect jet lag. It works pretty well. Great day. Very, very hot. I think it's one of the hottest years I've seen from my Western States
I'm
experience.
still sweating like crazy right here.
And of course, again, like following the team and a great and magnificent effort from Jim.
Yeah, how is it for you? What does it feel like to be here to witness Jim become a three-peat, a 3-time in a row winner of the Western States?
I came for the first time in 2011, about a year after Hoka started, and I came because Kilian was running for the second time. I had read and heard a lot about the previous year with Jeff and Anton. So I was in Chicago, and there was a flight arriving at 10 a.m. on the Saturday in Sacramento. So I took that flight, and I came and saw everything probably from Forest Hill, finished with Kilian, and I was blown away. I know UTMB obviously since 2003. This is the sister event, but it's such a different mindset and culture, and the crazy community, family, and it was amazing. And since I came back 5-6 times, I was here in 2018, 19, and 21. So I witnessed the 3 victories for Jim, which are the 3 victories for Hoka.
Amazing. So Nico, I mentioned that you are one of the founders of the brand, one of the founders of Hoka. Talk about the origin story of the brand and the journey.
Yeah, it's Jean-Luc and I. We started back in 2008 to look at some oversized prototypes, trying to change running originally to go downhill faster with shoes which were much bigger and rockered and would work and roll a little bit more like a mountain bike tire or a fat ski. I know from the last time I see you, Dylan, you're a great skier.
Thank you. So is Corinne.
Okay, so so we were doing some cross-marketing and benchmarking with other sports. And we're like, okay, let's try to see if oversize would work in running and in shoes, in footwear. Starting downhill and going to the line, which grew year after year from 2010 until now, transiting from ultra running to road and track and triathlon.
Obviously, Hoka has a huge market share. I definitely have seen them. I see shoes, the Hoka shoes everywhere on the trail and everywhere on the road. How hard is it to keep being so innovative in the road and trail running marketplace?
We started at a time where there were a lot of innovations because a couple of years before we're also the minimalist shoes and the 5 fingers. So it's opened the eyes of dealers and customers and runners to see that the shoes didn't need to be the same for the next 20 years. And it built up from there. So the innovation, successful innovation that you can feel, brings more innovation. So we saw for instance the Hoka first trail shoes, and then some shoes which are a little bit smaller and faster, and then 3 years ago the combination of the rocker, the oversize, and the carbon plates became a new revolution, and we try to stay on top of that. We know the competition is tough, but as you mentioned, you see a lot of Hoka shoes on the roads. In this, we're trying to stay very focused to serve the runners and the people who are dedicated runners. And this market is very connected to run specialty. And this is really the channel where we have built up market share and became extremely successful, going from the 12th place maybe 6 years ago to close to the first place right now. I think we're still second, but we have like great momentum with this special market of the shops where the true runners go.
Yeah, it's an amazing journey for the brand. Really quickly to our production team, if we could get up here on our screen, a split screen of us talking with Nico and also the Roby Point aid station, that is much better. Thank you so much. So Nico, one of the things that I think is so remarkable about Hoka of today is just the strength and depth and talent of the athlete team. It's so remarkable. I mean, it's really the who's who of trail and ultra running, not only here in the US, but also in Europe, your home continent, of course. Talk a little bit about how proud you are of the athletes and how the brand goes about identifying and recruiting these athletes.
I'm proud of the athletes, and I'm also extremely proud about the people who run Hoka at Dakers, because there could have been a temptation to go after like the big market of lifestyle and sneakers and the commuters and so on. And the executive team stayed really focused, is involved at the highest level with events, with the athletes. We started, I know you know these guys, Dylan, but back in 2009 with Carl in the US.
That's Carl Meltzer,
Carl Meltzer,
the winningest 100-mile racer of all time.
And Ludo Pomeray was was here right now with Audrey.
UTMB champion.
Yes, UTMB champion, and got the first Hoka racing shoes back in 2009. Joined by Dave Mackey about 18 months later. And from that day, the team got built. Back in 2016, Mike McManus, that was running the sports marketing, joined with all of his unbelievable runner and Adidas background, and helped us go to the next level, picking up young athletes in pretty much every sport, like in triathlon, in track, in road, and never dropping trail running, never dropping ultra, which is the true DNA of Hoka in the early stages.
Very well said. I'm very glad that you mentioned it, that as Hoka has grown into these other markets, triathlon and road running, a little bit into lifestyle too, that you have stayed true to your roots. You've continued to invest in our sport, our amazing sport of trail and ultra running, like here at the Western States 100. What does it mean to the brand to be the main partner of the Western States now?
Just before getting on that, when you sell running shoes, you have to understand that for 100 customers, you probably will have 89 to 90 who will walk with the shoes and travel. You will have maybe 9 who will run on the road, and 1 who will be a trail runner. So seeing the dedication and getting to this point where we are the main sponsor of Western States is kind of a dream. It's a little bit like the first time we saw Ludo and Caroline winning at UTMB. These are milestones. These are really true milestones for the brand. It's extremely exciting. And Jim, he comes to the house in Les Contamines every summer. He's like the most crazy, amazing character. He takes risks, but at the same time, he's so thorough, he's so dedicated, he knows exactly what he has to do, even working through an injury like he did this year. So it's a very, very, very special moment.
What does it mean for Hoka? Obviously, ultra and trail is at the core of Hoka, but what does it mean for Hoka to really be growing right alongside and get to kind of, grow the sport of ultra through the company itself? What does it mean to kind of grow together with the sport?
I think it's exciting. Of course, we want also to have a lot of success in road running and on the track. But it's always my partner and I, Jean-Luc and I, we spent some time at Salomon. We always wanted to not only bring better technology, but bring a new experience, create a moment for the consumer. And if you have the opportunity to bring technology which grow either a sport or an activity or a side of the sport, it's always more exciting. And trail running now is really on fire. You see a lot of excitement from the other events organization companies such as Ironman, such as Spartan. Everybody wants right now a piece of trail running. It's adrenaline, it's freedom, and for us, like the team, the product, the sport, the community, we all try to be working together.
It's a great point, Nico. Just to our production team, if you could go back to that last view of Roby Point when we were looking downhill, that would be amazing. We should see Tyler Green coming up that hill.
Roby Point. This is what we want.
Yes, this view right here would be excellent. Nico, before we let you go, what did it feel like to see Jim Walmsley come across the finish line today, representing the brand that you started way back in 2008 or 2009, representing the company with such stellar talent?
It's the first time we're a sponsor, and I have a little VIP pass, so I can go to the finish line without jumping over the fence or sneaking in. So that was pretty easy. I mean, I'm always a bit worried until it's over because it was so hot. You could tell that Jim was a little bit fading towards the end with all of the efforts from the early stages, and maybe a little bit a lack of challenge and competition. He knew he was not going to break the course record. He knew nobody was going to catch him, and it's always a little bit scary. There's a couple technical downhills at the end, so you get a little bit nervous that there could be a fall or maybe a little blackout at some point, because you see him smiling and running fast through the finish. But this is extreme. This is crazy extreme. It's technical terrain. It was 103 degrees. He started at 5 this morning, and it's at the same time exhilarating. And when you're on the course with the athletes, a bit scary.
Well, Nico, thank you so much for your perspective. It's so cool to talk to a true pioneer in our sport. You're a great runner in your own right. You have many great finishes at the UTMB and other races. I know Corinne and myself are grateful for your time, and we both look forward to seeing you back in Chamonix in about 2 months from now.
Yes, I hope you guys enjoy it. Don't worry. I get a lot of questions from athletes, and are we going to be able to get in? Is the event going to... It's okay. France is cool. Everybody is cool for the moment. We have a nice president. Nobody's going to be locked in, and you're going to have a great summer in the Alps, and we can't wait to welcome you.
Okay, excellent.
Wonderful.
Nico,
with
thank
Michelle
you.
and Catherine.
Thank you so much. It's so fun to chat with you. Maybe come back and join us a little later. We are going to cut back now. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll go back here to Roby Point and check out where Tyler Green is. We expect second place athlete Tyler Green here any moment coming up Roby Point. Okay, we are back after an awesome interview with Nico Mermoud, one of the originators, one of the founders of Hoka One One. Again, thanks to Hoka for the amazing support all day today here on the Western States 100 live stream. Corinne has some insane, awesome updates for you coming right now.
Yeah, so I think the biggest drama right now is that we don't really know where Hayden Hawks is. He has yet to come through Pointed Rocks, which means that now Cody Lind has moved himself up into 4th place. So right now, the duo, Cody Lind and Brittany Peterson, are currently both running 4th in their respective races, having moved up steadily all day. Paul Lind is going to be absolutely so proud of both of them.
So amazing. One of the great storylines from today, the power couple. That is Brittany Peterson and Cody Lind. Here's Tyler Green hiking up Roby Point, the pride of Portland, Oregon. Tyler Green marching his way up to an amazing 2nd place finish. I think this is JT Lehman, his friend, one of our training group. We call ourselves the Walsh Wallabies after Matt Walsh, our friend, physical therapist and trainer in Portland, Oregon, who gets us all strong and healthy. We have a great training group. It is so amazing to see Tyler Green running his way up to Roby Point. He is nearly to the paved road. We've got some guys clearly out having a good time.
Oh my goodness, there are some costumes going on out there. Actually, the folks that I'm staying with said, "Hey, when you're ready, when you're done with the women, come hang out with us at Roby Point before you go to bed for a little bit, because we'll still be going hard." And I said,
amazing.
Maybe.
Yeah, this is Tyler Green and his pacer JT Lehman from Portland, Oregon. He's got his hat on backwards. He's got this last right turn a little bit more uphill, and then is straight up downhill all the way to the track here. Everybody stick around. Make sure you see Tyler Green come finish this race out. We're going to do a finish line interview with him just like we did the champion, Jim Walmsley. This is Tyler Green's official coming out party, somebody who we knew had the talent to compete at this level, coming back where he finished 14th in 2019, clearly well below his capabilities, but he had a finish, he had experience on the course, and here he is continuing to run up this paved road. We saw Jim Walmsley hike most of this, and we've got Tyler Green just tiptoeing his way up, clearly no rush at all. Looks like JT's throwing some texts out to his friends.
Yeah, definitely making sure they're all there. Hey, we're coming. Get ready. They are going to be coming in, trying to get in before really the need for putting on a headlight or the headlamp. They're definitely going to make it in. I was corrected right now. I mean, at least according to our ultralive.net.
He's changing his shirt. Go ahead.
Brittany Peterson might actually be up in 3rd place right now, ahead of Ragnar DeBot. So Ragnar DeBot is falling off potentially a little bit, followed by Katie Asmith in 5th, Audrey Tanguy in 6th, Emily Hawgood in 7th, Keely Henninger in 8th, and Camilla Mayfield in 9th. Right now, waiting for. And I guess we definitely know that Claire Gallagher has also come through Green Gate. So we're going to say Claire Gallagher in 10th place right now.
So solid showing for Nike Trail. Tyler is putting on his new shirt to cross the finish line. His friend, and 3rd place runner right now, Drew Holman, is also Nike Trail athlete. Of course, Brittany Peterson as well. So all 3 of them representing very well. Tyler marching up the final climb here. No rush at all. He probably knows that Drew Holman's a little bit behind him, not going to be able to catch up. And again, this is Tyler's just best performance of his career for sure, but certainly not a surprise to those of us who know him.
Yep, and I just want to say, although I know Ultra Signup says that that Brittany Peterson is running in 3rd and Ragda is running in 4th, what we're getting from iRun Far on the course at that mile 85 aid station, it was that Ragna was in 3rd and Brittany was in 4th. We'll be waiting to see what they come through at Quarry Rocks, which is 90-mile mark.
Amazing. Check out all these Christmas lights out. You can see how the local community really gets into it here in Auburn. This is a very special race. To live on Roby Point on this road would be truly something special. Go out, set up a picnic every year, stay up all night with a cowbell, have a couple frosty cold ones, cheer on these runners as they make their way the last 1 mile from Roby Point to the track.
And we recognize that with Tropical John's voice coming over the intercoms right now, that it might be hard to hear us. So we might just keep talking louder if we need to. So we know that our audio and Tropical John's audio coming through the live stream to you is a little bit of a conflict. We apologize for that. We are doing the best we can here in the stadium, trying to keep the people informed in the stadium because our voices are not piped out to them right now this year. But then we will be taking the interviews live on the track when Tyler Green arrives here in Auburn.
So we are just over 16 hours here at the track in Auburn. That means Tyler should probably finish at about 16:07, between 16:07 and 16:10, I would guess, maybe a little less than that. But anyway, he is well on his way, going to sneak here onto the track without a headlamp. Pretty amazing to see Tyler Green close the deal here with so much strength, such an amazing textbook run. Corinne just a moment ago ran down his progression throughout the day. Really, truly something to behold. Maybe we'll put a link to that in the show notes from Ultra Live so that you guys can take a look at how to properly execute a race, going from behind the lead women up the escarpment to finishing second place.
What will be really
at the finish.
One thing that'll be interesting to see when they come to the stadium here is that we actually have teammates Steve Kirsch and Ruth Croft chasing each other in right now. Currently in the overall splits coming through Quarry Rock, we have Beth Pascal ahead of Steve Kirsch. And then Ruth Croft chasing Steve Kirsch. So we might have the two of them coming in together, which would be kind of a very cool sight to see teammates chasing each other in.
Amazing. I have to give a shout out to my dear Aunt Kim from Santa Barbara, California. Somebody who has been such an amazing person in my life for my whole life, who has crewed for me here at Western States, just texted me, "I miss being in Auburn, quadruple exclamation point." She's also one of the people who refuses to go to Green Gate from being so traumatized from the heat and the hike down to that aid station. So shout out to Aunt Kim. We miss you here in Auburn as well. This is absolutely amazing, and it's so fun to be here without the pressure of racing, isn't it, Corinne?
Yeah, 100%. And then this is also, I think, really, really interesting. iRunFar posted this just a couple minutes ago. In 2019, all 10 men finished under 16 hours. This year, only one man finished under 16 hours.
This is a great point.
Triple-digit heat, folks. This is what happens. It is a long day in triple-digit heat. One of the hotter races on record, more akin to the 2013 race, more akin to the 2018 race. Not easy conditions for all these guys and gals out there running today.
Yep. Tyler Green with a fist pump for those out cheering for him. Corinne, that's just such an amazing point. Yeah. 16 hours used to be a time that was good enough to win here at Western States. Now, usually to be in the top 10, you have to be under 16 hours. But today, of course, a very difficult day for these athletes, given the conditions, given the temperatures. And again, it just makes Jim Walmsley's performance all the more impressive. Here's Rachel Drake, Tyler Green's wife, with their dog, Teddy. Pretty awesome to see this. Wow.
So awesome.
Oh my goodness. This is what it's all about here, folks.
Rachel will be dancing her way onto the track. I don't know if there's anyone quite as joyful as Rachel Drake in the sport of trail running right now, and she is beyond thrilled, I am sure, to be running alongside Tyler after pulling a pacing shift for Keely Henninger. Tyler Green working his way for an exceptional finish here in second place.
Amazing.
This is what he wanted back in 2019. It was not the race that he got, and we are so, so thrilled that we will be welcoming him here to the track in Auburn in second place.
You can tell there's fewer people with demands on the bandwidth here because our footage here from Robie Point has been totally on point. Shout out to whoever it is manning that camera. This is really awesome to be able to experience this last mile with Tyler Green. He should be hitting the track here within a minute or two.
Yeah, and I don't know. There's speculation, is Hayden Hawks lost? Is he pulling? I don't think so. My guess is that he is... I think at this point he's hurting and he wants to finish this thing, and that he will be walking it in if he needs to, because I think DNFing the 2019 UTMB really was a punch in the gut for him. And so I think that given how far he is into this race, I am hoping, at least as long as he is hurting and not hurt, that he is slogging his way in, as so many men have done before him, this far into the race.
Yeah, so if anybody who is watching now has any updates on Hayden Hawks, we'd love to be able to share those with the audience. I think it brings up a great point of just, the value in getting it done when you're in Hayden's position after trying to be in contention all day, to have it really sort of take a turn south in the late miles of the race to still grit out a finish will be such a great learning experience for him to take to his next 100-mile attempt, maybe here at Western States or elsewhere.
Yep, and we're getting close. Tyler Green and his his whole crew are almost here to the
We might be
track.
able to see them here.
We're going to start to see some headlamps. That is the benefit to us of having runners finish after the 16-hour mark, is that we start to see headlamps come onto the track or come towards the track. These are cars coming towards us right now, which is definitely deceiving. They are almost there. They're going to make we'll know. They're going to come across the bridge right here. Okay, now we know he is super close. This point in particular, I feel like, is a key. I don't know. I don't remember much of the last couple miles, but I remember that kind of weird bridge element on your way in.
Yep. Yeah, so he should be here on the track here in about a minute, maybe two. People are helping him out with the light. It quickly faded. He probably didn't pick up a headlamp. He won't need it.
Important update from the field. Tim Tollefson says he's back from the dead. As he passes through mile 94 in a blur, he's in 5th.
Let's go, Tim T. Back from the dead, like the champion he is.
Yeah.
Tim Tollefson coming for a top 5 finish at his first Western States.
And he's being chased by Kyle Patari, who is the 6th male, coming through the mile 94 mark. He's just 4 minutes behind Tim Tollefson. So those two men are going to be chasing each other in. We know that Drew Holman is somewhere headed towards Roby Point. We now know that Cody Lind he's also crossed No Hands Bridge in 3rd. So we are going to have our second place male here any minute. We're going to have our 3rd place male here probably 5-6 minutes later. And then all of a sudden,
Cody Lind probably 20 minutes after that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to be busy.
Wow. This is really, really awesome. What an awesome race. Amazing Kyle Patari continuing to just march through the field now in 6th place.
There's a lot of attrition, it looks like, in the men's field. The women's field is held together. I would say, I'm biased maybe, I would say the women's field is held together a little bit better than the men's field today. And we've had attrition early. We don't know where Hayden Hawks is right now. Max King has dropped out. Jeff Browning has dropped out. Matt Daniels has dropped out. Scott Wolf has dropped out. So I feel like the men have suffered more so in the heat. I don't know if that's due to pacing. I don't know if this just wasn't their day. But I feel like the women's field is held together better. Here comes Tyler and his crew.
Coming onto the track now. Tyler Green from Portland, Oregon. Just a few steps away from the Placer High track. We think. What are they doing over there? Here he comes. Tyler Green, everyone. Hitting the track. He's got 3/4 of a lap. Yes, he touches the track. Yes, paying his respects to the race.
Green.
Touching the track. Here he goes, running around with his wife, Rachel Drake, an amazing runner in her own right, representing Portland, Oregon so well. We are so proud of Tyler Green as he makes his way around the track here to finish an incredibly strong 2nd place finish, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 16 hours and 10 minutes. Holy smokes, Tyler Green.
Someone
Put this one in a textbook, right?
I know.
Come on.
Textbook running. Someone has taken Teddy from Rachel Drake so that she can be on the track with Tyler Green, which I also think is just really wonderful to see them finishing together.
What a great view here from our camera folks at the finish line. Stick around, folks. After Tyler finishes, Corinne and I will go and do a finish line interview with him momentarily. We'll probably stay on the track all the way until Drew gets here, too.
Yeah, my guess is that, Tyler is stopping to hug folks on his way in. He's savoring this. We will probably stay on the track.
Tyler Green, everyone!
Yes!
Yes! What a guy. Look at this. He can't believe it. He's so happy. He drew it up perfectly and executed perfectly, giving his beloved wife, Rachel, a hug. This is the greatest sport in the world, Corinne. Are we going to cry again?
Yes,
Are we
I'm
gonna
100% going to cry again.
Amazing.
It's Tyler Green.
Tyler Green with the medal from the race director, Craig Thornley, and a big hug. What a guy. He can't believe it. He is so excited.
Rachel can't either. This is amazing.
Oh, geez, Corinne. This is such an emotional ringer we're going through here, isn't it?
It's
My
okay.
goodness.
We're going to be okay.
This is everything packed into one.
Okay, so we're going to need to move over to the track to sit down with this man, your second place finisher of the 2021 Western States, Tyler Green of Portland, Oregon.
Yes. As soon as our production team gives us a heads up, we'll take a quick break and make our way over to the track. Again, Tyler finishing in just over 16:11. We will see you guys in just a couple minutes from the track with Tyler Green. See you in a sec. Okay, everyone. We are here to celebrate the second place men's finisher, Mr. Tyler Green. A fan favorite here on the track, but this was definitely your coming out party here in the sport of trail and ultra running. Everybody who knows you knew you were capable of this. You drew it up perfectly. How's it feel to finish second place?
It's extremely surreal. I mean, I think other people believe in me usually before I believe in myself, and I just get these messages coming, and it's all of a sudden like burgeons me up to this like new place. And you see in my pacer, he said this place is a love magnet, and it just like draws you, and you, as you get closer, it gets stronger and stronger. And I'm just thinking about my running community and my family, people that are watching at home, and thank you for doing such incredible live stream as well so that they can experience it too. It's just special to be able to experience it with others, and my crew was incredible, absolutely incredible. I mean, we were dialed.
Okay, so back in 2019, you had to run your way into the race. Suddenly, you're 14th in that race. we have a pandemic year. You have to run your way back into the race. You got to wait to run this thing. What does it mean to move up officially from outside the top 10 to know that if you want it, you're coming back next year?
Yeah, that's really special to be able to. I mean, we talked about having an M on your number is pretty cool. Just that is exciting. Yeah, so I don't know what else to say about that.
That's okay.
It's amazing. And just really quickly, we are expecting the third place finisher here pretty soon. So we'll welcome Drew in here soon. But Tyler, for those of us who love this sport, you really did execute what seemed like the perfect 100-mile race. You could print it in a textbook and sell it to new trail and ultra runners, and they'd be able to learn so much. You were behind the lead women as you climbed out of Olympic Valley, and here you are finishing second. Talk a little bit about the pacing and the fact that you were able to run through the entire field.
Well, I really like to listen to wise people in the sport, so I read Iron Farr's The Western States Killing Machine multiple times. That's Joe Yuhan. He wrote it, and I encourage everyone to read it. And had a good conversation with Ian Sharman yesterday afternoon, and he just sobered me up to relax and let things happen. And I just saw people go out really fast, and in the canyons, I was just like, I am going to walk everything, and I'm going to chill in here. And it was like, wow, I feel really good through the canyons. And it was this cool moment of like, I got into this place where I would get excited about getting to the finish line, and then I go back to, I'm running down El Dorado right now, and I should be doing everything that I can to be here to get to Forest Hill in a good position, or in a good place to feel good at Forest Hill. So I'm losing my train of thought.
You've been running for a long time. You're allowed to lose your train of thought. That is fine. We shouldn't be asking you super complex questions right now. That's not fair. That's okay. So we watched you steadily climb all day through the men's field. But not only that, we watched you get to share miles and chase a teammate, a Nike teammate, and Drew Holman, who we're waiting to finish right now. What did it mean to know that you were out there together, pushing each other and climbing up onto the podium of this race?
I really tried to get into the mindset that my competitors aren't people that I'm working against, that we're all here in this together. And of course he's my teammate too, so that adds to it. And together we were like, okay, well, let's start to chase down Hayden. We had heard 11 minutes and then 8 minutes. So it's like, okay, maybe it's happening. So he was like, let's work together here. So that was super cool. And then at some point I kind of we were running together, and I was like, I just need to make a move here and not have to think about, because Drew was holding on pretty tight as well, after I'd caught him, and again, I lost my train of thought.
So we'll let you go here in a second, Tyler. Where was it where you finally got that separation from Drew, where you finally realized that second place was yours for the taking?
That was Auburn Lakes.
So roughly 15 miles ago down the trail.
Not for the taking, just that I started to get a little bit of a gap, and as that out of sight, out of mind, I just wanted to get around the corner and away from him so that he stopped thinking about me.
Amazing, Tyler. I love how you said that it wasn't you working against the competition. It's you working to be the best on the day with your friends and competitors. It's the spirit of our sport. We love it so much. Congratulations. Rest up, rehydrate, and congratulations.
And on the track, in third place, behind his teammate Tyler Green, this is Drew Holman. Drew Holman from Boulder, Colorado. Lived in San Francisco for a while. He won his way into the race by winning the Bandera 100K in 2020 just before everything shut down. He also won the Cayuga Trails 50, the Quicksilver 50K. He was fourth at Way Too Cool in a very fast 3:22. And as fast as he has run all day, he is savoring his victory lap with a podium finish at Western States. This is Drew Holman, who's 29 years old, now living in Boulder, Colorado. Cramping up a little bit here at the end, but you trying to finish take your time, Drew. You got a big lead over there. Drew Holman from Boulder, Colorado, finishing third at the 2021 Western States 100.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Okay, we are back with men's third place finisher from Boulder, Colorado, Drew Holman. This is so surreal for me. I feel like I've known Drew from his earliest days in trail running. I see Patty over here. I feel like we got to witness your progression from a collegiate ultimate Frisbee player to the third place finisher here at Western States. Drew, we all knew you could do it. Everybody who knows you knew you could do it. You waited a long time since you got your golden ticket last January. What does it feel like to cross the finish line?
Feels just so good. And Tyler just worked me. Absolutely wrecked me. And my parents are here, which is cool. And yeah, that was a rough finish all the way around.
but you made it here, which is so wonderful. I mean, Patty's in tears over here, and I don't see Patty cry all that often, so you brought it out of him, which is impressive. Patty, you owe Jim a beer still, so. Oh, you made him work. Okay, good. You made Patty work. That's good. Okay, so I received texts from your community in California, Colorado, and Montana. What did it mean to have such a huge community behind you, even if people might not have known that you were going to be not only top 5, but top 3 today?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, like, a lot of people flew a little close to the sun. And yeah, sorry, I'm not super eloquent right now. I'm feeling very shaky.
Yeah.
But no, I think just in general, like, this community, I just fell in love with. And now I'm going to cry because I'm going to be like Debo. I was crying, like, at the beginning when I started running with Patty and then with Fernando. And I think that that's what this sport does, is just brings so much life to each of us. And yeah, I hope this gets edited.
It's beautiful, Drew. We can tell you're hurting a little bit. We'll let you go here in just a little bit. You ran an amazing race. You let the leaders go very early. From the earliest start of the broadcast, I said Tyler Green, Drew Holman, they will be top 5 today. They were in second and third, both on the podium. And here you are. One of the things you said to me before, as I said I was going to be blowing up your spot on the live stream, was that you wanted me to make sure to shout out the community that brought you into the sport and that saw you evolve into this great athlete you are now. Shout out those folks a little more.
Yeah. So I started trail running at SFRC. Brett Rivers, building an incredible community. Debo, Fernando, Patty, and so many lady crushers. Apologies. Again, my brain is very mushy. But yeah, I think that SFRC is what makes this sport beautiful. And the community that comes together every Saturday morning and lifts people up no matter the experience that they have as a runner. And I showed up with very little running experience, grew up playing hockey in northern Minnesota, played ultimate frisbee in college, and yeah, like every Saturday there was just such stoke around the Saturday morning runs. So I love you all. That was not how I wanted to get it done, but yeah, it got done. So. Where also is Fernando here?
Don't know if Fernando is here. We have given him plenty of love. Not yet, but we'll make sure he gets a hug from you when he gets here. Drew Holman, we're so proud of you. Congratulations on a heroic 3rd place finish today.
No, we saw you.
Pretty fucked up.
Yeah, no, we saw you. But you got a good crew. Patty, you wanna come help your boy out? You're gonna help take him this way.
Can I just say?
You can.
I don't see you let him sit
Yeah,
for a minute.
yeah. You wanna let
It's a
him?
little hot and stuff.
Yeah. Can we get you anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you. That was awesome.
I'm so hazy.
Yeah. Can you hand him How's your stomach? Yeah. Do you want a Gatorade? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just stay right here.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back here to the 2021 Western States 100. I am Dylan Bowman here with my friend and colleague Corinne Malcolm. We are now, it is 9:37 p.m. We are 16 hours, 37 minutes into this year's edition of the Western States 100. This is an absolute roller coaster. Corinne, how do you feel?
We're doing great. I don't know. I think everyone can probably tell. We've been out here, since 30 minutes before start this morning. We arrived at the track at 4 a.m. We've been going nonstop, but we've got stuff going on in the race. We just talked to both the second place male and the third place male in Tyler Green out of Portland, and then Drew Holman in a phenomenal third place finish, most recently out of Boulder, Colorado. But there are still things happening. We know just as of a couple minutes ago, Cody Lind is fourth at Roby Point, so he will be in here in the next, 7 minutes or so.
10 minutes probably.
He's walking with
dad.
Paul, so we'll be sitting down, I think, with Paul, hopefully, and Cody at the finish line in just a little bit. They're walking up that climb at Roby Point, and they'll be joining us here. But not to be outshone, just a quick update. Beth Pascal blazed over the famed No Hands Bridge about 5 minutes ago with an elapsed time of 16:31. Yep, so 7 minutes ago now. So she is our first place female. She's only got 3 miles left in the race. So Beth Pascal is going to be here before we know it as well. Ruth Croft is also through Pointed Rocks. We haven't seen her at No Hands Bridge yet. She was 19 minutes behind Beth Pascal at Pointed Rocks, mile 94. Once again, this is her 100-mile debut of the Netherlands. Ruth Croft of Adidas Terrex chasing the Solomon athlete Beth Pascal from Great Britain. And then Ragna de Botts is still from the Netherlands, living in Spain, is still the third place female. She is at mile 94, 24 minutes back from Beth Pascal. She's getting some water, she's getting some food. She is on our way to us now. So we got women coming in very shortly. We're going to have Cody Lind and hopefully Paul Lind at the track here momentarily. And then we're going to have, before we know it, we're going to have Beth Pascal here at the track as well, which is absolutely insane.
Just amazing. Here we have Cody Lind having the race of his life, accompanied by his father, Paul, a 2-time finisher himself. Cody Lind about to seal the deal on an amazing 4th place finish here at the Western States 100. I don't think anybody leading into today's race would have predicted Cody Lind in the top 5, but here he is from Pocatello, Idaho, a 3rd-generation Western States runner, climbing up Roby Point. We should see him here on the track in less than 10 minutes here.
Also, it appears that Tim Tollefson, good old Tim T, he has also come through No Hands Bridge, mile 97 as well. He came through ahead of Beth Pascal, so he will also be one of the next people that we welcome to the track. Let's see what that was time-wise. About 13, 14 minutes ago, coming across in 5th place. So we're going.
He should probably be about 20 minutes out at this point.
Yep, and then Beth Pascal is going to be chasing him into the track.
For 6th place overall.
For 6th place overall.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Yep, and then let's see, who else do we have?
So then Ruth is definitely going to be in the top 10 as well.
Ruth, I think, will be in the top 10 as well. It looks like Stephen Kirsch has also come through 97, which means we're missing our 6th place male. I bet it's Kyle Patari. So we're going to see Tim Tollefson, Kyle Patari, and then Stephen Kirsch pulling it off in the heat. I was worried about him going into this.
So does that mean he's 7th man again right now? He's
yes.
M7.
Yes, he will be defending the M7 bib. I guess, again, I would wager that he wanted to move up in the field. He texted me when you called him a workhorse on your podcast. And he said, "Excuse me, I'm a racehorse." So, Steve Kirsch.
Bulletin board material, yes.
If he finishes M7 again, I think he might have some words for you, but he has pulled off, I think, a really good race. Since we saw him fall out of the top 10 as well, he's handled the attrition of the men around him and is going to maintain that top 10 position. But yes, it looks like Ruth Croft will also finish in the top 10 of this race, which is, I don't know, I don't think any of us expected that to happen.
Yep, amazing. Just want to give a quick shout out again to our sponsors who are making our incredible live stream coverage possible this year. Thank you to Hoka One One, the title sponsor of the Western States 100. We just had Nico Mermoud here to talk about the origins of the Hoka brand. He was one of the founders. It was really fascinating. Thank you so much to Hoka. Thank you also to Buff, out there supporting athletes since the very beginning. See a lot of these athletes wearing Buff neck gaiters, filling it with ice, keeping themselves cool. We talked to Adam Kimball, a Buff athlete, a little while ago here in the booth. So thanks so much to our sponsors, Hoka and Buff.
Yep, so we're still watching. We're getting this footage of Cody Lind on his way to the track. They're using headlamps now. He is going to be finishing soon. He'll be coming in under the 17-hour mark. Man, this is starting to put Ellie's record even into like highlighting it even more. I feel like just how fast that time is.
Yep.
And a good thing to remember, we pointed this out earlier, thanks to Iron Farr for mentioning this, that in 2019, the top 10 men all finished under 16 hours. We have now had one man under 16 hours.
We're almost at 17
We've had two men under 17 hours,
Jeez.
and we're coming up on the 17-hour mark. Cody will slip under the 17-hour mark, but this is not a fast year.
A historically difficult year. This
Yeah.
is amazing.
And I don't know. Okay, so here's the thing.
So
Yes,
that means the top 10 women are going to be well back.
potentially, yeah. It'll be interesting to see what the time looks like there. I mean, the front end of the women, I think, are going to be ahead, but I think the top 10 spread might be a little bit more than we've seen in the last two iterations of the race, as far as what is that 10th place time. Is it 20 hours or is it a little bit slower? And in years past, 20 hours was good for like 3rd to 5th. So the field itself is just getting better and better and better and stronger and stronger. The interesting thing that I want to bring up, yes, it's hot. It's hot. There's no snow in the high country. Is part of why this race was so hard because we've been, quote unquote, off for a year. We've brought this up a lot this week.
I mean, you heard Tyler Green in our finish line interview say that it went out really hot. He felt like people were running way too aggressively early. He stayed back. It paid off for him, finishing at about 16 hours and 10 minutes for second place overall. I would say, Corinne, that is probably fairly accurate. Just the competitive juices that haven't been able to be unleashed over the course of the last 2 years here at the Western States 100. Finally, these athletes came out. Some of them flew a little bit too close to the sun on a historically difficult day.
Yeah, and I would say, because when I look at like the difficulty of 2017, for example, where we had super, super high attrition in both the men's and women's races, and the whole race as a whole, we had fairly high attrition. The field in 2018 and 2019 was notable in part because I think the attrition rate was actually really, really low. The attrition rate this year is fairly high, and although yes, it is a hot year, it's not I do not believe it's a record heat year. And so it's just interesting. It's only speculation. We will never be able to say for certain. But I do have to wonder if some of the reason that we're seeing such steep attrition and fall off across the race, both in the elite race and over, throughout the rest of the mid pack and backpack, is that just because we haven't raced in a while? We're rusty. We go out too fast. Maybe we don't I don't know. It's an interesting thing to speculate about, I think, as we watch runners really struggle today on a hard day in general.
So true. Yeah, such a hard day on such a hard course with such high competition. It makes people go to their absolute depths, doesn't it? It just reveals our true character, reveals how strong we really are. And it really is amazing to see these athletes here, the top 4 men coming through. I mean, also, it just makes Jim's win look absolutely ridiculous. I mean, running 14:45 in this heat when everybody else is past 17 hours in the top 10 men, it's really, really remarkable.
Yeah, I think it's just really showing his ability to nail this race from start to finish. He knows this race well. He knows how to take care of himself. He knows how to run every single section of it. And I do wonder, although all the men talked patience, all the men talked running with the course, not against the course, I wonder how much of that flew out the window and how much of that actually played out over the course of the day.
There you hear the trademark voice of Tropical John Medinger announcing that Cody Lind will be here on the track here shortly. Again, stick around with us. We will celebrate him coming around the track. And then we should be doing a finish line interview with Cody as well.
So if this is currently right, we still don't. Oh, we do. We have Hayden Hawks through Pointed Rocks in 8th overall, 7th male ahead of Steve Kirsch. I don't know if I've got a split from that for my run far, but we'll keep an eye out for that. I don't know if he left Pointed Rocks, I guess. We'll keep an eye on that. But right now, if this is correct, Beth is 7th overall, Ruth is 10th overall, Ragda 11th overall, Brittany 12th overall, Katie Asmuth 13th overall. That's a pretty good day.
Amazing day for the women out here on the course. This is going to be such a dramatic, this is going to be so fun to see the top women come in here as well. So close together. Such an amazing competition.
It sounds like Tim
International
Tollefson has
depth.
also crested the top of Robey
Oh
Point.
my goodness, Tim Tollefson is now probably about 10 minutes out of the aid station. He really has found a second win, hasn't he?
I think he got really, really overheated.
Top there he is, Tim Tollefson in all white.
By himself.
Still running up Robey Point. Pacerless. This was one of the things that Tim was adamant about. He wanted to run this race alone. It takes a lot of belief in yourself to do that. Tim Tollefson, one of the best in the world, making his way up Robey Point. And we now have Cody Lind on the track here in Auburn, having the race of his life. Cody Lind coming in for a 4th place finish with his family, including Paul Lind, who's a 2-time finisher himself. His father, his grandfather was the medical director here for 3 decades. Look at Tim Tollefson on the right, looking absolutely phenomenal. He has definitely found his second wind here as he climbs up to Robey. Just a minute away from Cody Lind coming through to seal the deal on a 4th place finish here. Amazing run by Cody Lind today. His coming out party as well. So I feel like we had Tyler Green, Drew Holman, and Cody Lind's coming out party today. The workhorses. The
100%.
workhorses.
And we said if we had a hot day, if we had a hard day, that those men were going to shine through that. If you were the men in front of them, you should be scared of what that might look like.
Here he comes. What a great vantage point we have here from the finish line.
Yeah.
Cody Lind, everyone, make some noise for the youngster from Pocatello, Idaho. Look at him, he's cracking a smile. He realizes what he did today. He is so pumped. Be proud of yourself, young man. Amazing run, 16:49.37 for Cody Lind. We are going to take a quick break here momentarily, and then Corinne and I are going to go down and have a chat with this amazing runner from Idaho.
Yes.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are here to celebrate the men's 4th place finisher from Pocatello, Idaho, Cody Lind. An amazing performance. Big round of applause. We also have Cody's dad, Paul Lind, here, who's an amazing coach and character, and their family has been so important to the Western States 100. This might be my favorite story of the race so far. Cody, this is your coming out party, an amazing 4th place finish, something that not a lot of people expected, I'll admit, myself included. Congratulations. How does it feel to be the 4th place finisher today?
I have to say it's pretty surreal. It really has not hit me. I have just dreamed of this day to cross the finish line arch, and let alone 4th place. Yeah, that's beyond everything.
We've just promised each other that we're not going to cry, so we'll see how we do here. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, Paul's dad was the medical director here for over 30 years and fired the shotgun off. Since 2016, Paul has taken over those duties and has run the race twice himself. This is the first time that Paul got to stand and fire the shotgun while his son ran his first Western States, which is phenomenal. This is a big open-ended question. And there might not be the perfect answer for this, but what did that mean to not only fire the shotgun this morning, but then to come across the finish line and watch Cody come across the finish line just now?
You had to do that.
I had to.
I'll keep it short, and I'll say that I think Gramps would be pretty damn proud.
I just handed the shell to Cody. This is a memento from a really amazing day. Oh my goodness, it is so amazing. 3 generations of Linds having such a powerful connection to this race. It was your first time. You raced your way in at the Bandera 100K. You earned your spot here today. You earned your 4th place finish, and you ran such a smart race. What was your strategy out there today?
I'll be honest, the most pressure I had on myself was running it the best way I could, and I knew putting myself in position by Forest Hill that I could do that, and I just had to keep telling myself, run my own race, and I'll set myself up so I can have a really good finish, and that's what I did. And sometimes it exceeds your dreams even.
We've got Tim Tollefson.
Way more emotional this morning. I get as many arms like
Tim Tollefson with Sierra Slayer finishing 5th at Western States. And from the course, Kyle Pieteri is at Roby Point. Will be here momentarily. Congratulations to Cody Lind and Tim Tollefson, 4th and 5th. An update on the women's race, our leader Beth Pascal coated rocks at 9:08, 50 minutes ago, so she should be here fairly soon, in the next 20-30 minutes. She's maintained a lead over Ruth Croft of now 18 minutes. It's been sort of 16 to 18 minutes the whole second half of the race, so they're basically running the same pace. Rocking at the box is 5 minutes back of Ruth Croft in third place. Brittany Peterson in fourth, and Katie Asmuth in fifth. And on the back stretch from Edgewater, Colorado, this is Kyle Pietari. Also looking very smooth going around the track. Probably doesn't feel that way, but it looks that way. Kyle's a Harvard Law School graduate and attorney at Morrison and Forster in Denver. And shout out to his wife, Stacy. He has 4 previous top 10 finishes at Western States with the best time of 15:56. One rabbit run in 2019. And now he is finishing Western States in 6th place. From Edgewater, Colorado, this is Kyle Pietari.
Hi, we are on the track with 2 phenomenal runners in Tim Tollefson and Kyle Pietari. This is Pietari. I'm missing vowels everywhere. Forgive me, I have been awake just as long as everyone else here today, so we're all running on fumes a little bit. Phenomenal running for both of you. This was Tim's first Western States, and Kyle's, this is your 5th top 10 in a row. Phenomenal. Yes. So, Tim, to you first. I think there was a moment out there when we were all worried that this was getting cut off you, and you rallied back. What does it mean to be here, running home, finishing your first Western States in a phenomenal performance for 5th?
this is probably one of the most proud ultra finishes I've ever had. I've never had a low that bad. I mean, I think I probably sat down for 30 to 40 minutes in that aid station. And Joanne, the medical doctor there, bless her heart, I was hoping she would end my suffering and cut the wristband. But she just said, hey, I'm going to see you at the track on Sunday, and had no sympathy for me. But it's like, she gave me everything I needed and withheld everything I didn't, and I'm forever grateful for that.
Tim, just for the record, you sat there for 36 minutes, according to iRunFar.com.
And I'm glad no one saw what happened between Cal 1 and Cal 2.
Okay. So this is what it's all about, a little good-natured ribbing between great competitors here. Kyle, this is your 5th top 10 in a row, and I think one of the things that we've been talking about all day, the things that people really admire about you, is the fact that you're a family man. You've got 3 kids, you've got a big job as an attorney, and here you are, 5 consecutive top 10s. What does it mean to balance all that and still compete at such a high level?
Well, first, back to Tim. He totally fell apart, and I passed him, and it seemed impossible for him to come back. But he did, and then it happened again, and I thought, for sure I've got him this time, and then he passed me again. This doesn't happen to most people. It's not normal.
The second time I rallied, maybe I didn't tell you, but I realized I didn't have a headlamp, and it was going to get dark, so I had to run fast to get to my crew at Pointed Rocks to pick one up.
Good strategy.
So back to your family and your life outside of running. How does it feel?
Yeah, I owe a lot to my partner, Stacy. You want to say something real quick?
He's really great at like running himself into the ground, working himself in the ground, and then like compartmentalizing that, and still just being a really great spouse and dad.
Margot, do you have anything to say?
I don't.
Yeah, it takes a lot of hard work and a lot of good communication with Stacy, and I have to be supportive of her in every way I can in order to have her support to make my schedule possible. And during my peak training week, 3 weeks out from the race, the hardest I've ever trained in a week, I had 3 nights in a row in which I worked past 1 a.m. And then my kids wake me up at like 6. It's tough, but just gotta make it work.
It's amazing. It's so relatable. It gives us all hope that we can continue to pursue these amazing athletic goals. You are a fixture of consistency here. 5 top 10s in a row. Congratulations to both Tim and Kyle. Incredible runs on a really tough day. You guys battled through for proud finishes. Big round of applause. Nice job, guys.
We'll find someone to carry you out here. You good? Can we get you up? Okay.
I'm going to go try to pee for the drug test.
Oh, yeah. If you can right now.
Beth Pascal has now passed through Logan Point, winning 7th place overall. And on the track, our first woman, this is Beth Pascal from Belper, Derbyshire, England. She was fourth here 2 years ago, 2019. She's done the Lakeland 100, the Spine Race, Diagonal Defoe, and a couple of UTMBs. She is a pediatrician. I was taking a few months off of work to hang out in Flagstaff, Arizona, and train in the U.S. Her husband came out at the start of June. Big shout out to Matt Bennett, her husband and crew, and Brady Burgess, her pacer. She holds the women's record at the Bob Jones Round, a big deal event in the UK. And after finishing fourth in her debut race here, Dr. Pascal is the first woman, the winner of the 2021 Western States 100.
Okay, everyone, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is the performance of the day. To put it in historical context, this is the second fastest time ever run by a woman on the Western States course. In a historically difficult year here at the Western States 100, Beth Pascal manages to run the second fastest time in the storied history of this race. It was astounding to watch all day, Beth. How does it feel to come back from your fourth place finish in 2019 and be the champion?
I don't have any words. It feels amazing. As you can see, I'm just so emotional right now. I can't put it into words. I still can't quite believe it. It'll take a while to sink in.
So we found out earlier this week during an interview that you guys leave on Monday and you finally get to go home and celebrate with everyone. Now you have extra things to celebrate. How amazing does that feel?
Yeah, it feels really special. I mean, this year has been challenging for everybody for obvious reasons, and I put so much into this, the build up to this race, and it feels like I doubted myself. I didn't know if it was the right thing to do. And yeah, I'm just so happy that it's all come together in the end.
Beth, I don't know if you know this, but the drama unfolding behind you in the women's race has also been incredible. It is one of the most exciting races here. The competitive depth in the women's field is really something to behold. Were you getting updates on what was happening behind you, and generally what was going through your head with a commanding lead, but with so many great athletes behind you all day?
I was getting a few updates, and yeah, I did not relax at any point until we got some intel at No Hands that Ruth, I think, was about 19 minutes back at Pointed Rocks. And that was for the first time I thought this might actually happen. But before then, I didn't believe it was going to happen. I couldn't relax at all.
So I think one thing that we've been talking about all day is that not only is your time historic, but your place and the rest of the women's place amongst the overall placing is the best we've seen in a long time. A woman hasn't finished in the top 10 overall since Pam Smith in 2013, and I believe we haven't had 2 women in the top 10, and we're expecting Ruth soon, since 2006. So it's been a long time. I guess I feel like that has to feel wonderful. How cool is it to be leading this pack of women through the men's race today?
I think it's awesome. I have to be careful what I say here about women and the heat and men perhaps not, pacing themselves quite so well. But yeah, it's super exciting, and I'm so stoked for Ruth as well. And the rest of the women, maybe, I don't know if there's going to be more in the top 10. But yeah, it feels really good.
Awesome. Very British and diplomatic of you to say it that way. I don't take offense as a male, so it's really, truly impressive, Beth, to see you finish 7th place overall, the highest overall placing by a woman here at Western States since 2006, when Nikki Kimball finished 3rd place. Beth, you made history today. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy it.
I just wanted to say a massive thank you to everyone who's helped me be here today. I want to thank my husband, Matt, most of all, and without him, this absolutely wouldn't have happened. He's the unsung hero of the whole thing. And I want to thank Brady and Naja, my pacers, and Brady and Joe and Naja and Matt for crewing me. And also my coach, Martin Cox. And I want to shout out to the Flagstaff girls for welcoming me into their community over the last couple of months. And there's a million more people I could thank, but there we have it.
Beth Pascal, everybody.
The official time for Beth Pascal was 17 hours, 10 minutes, 42 seconds, and as earlier noted, that is the second fastest time in race history, behind only the great Ellie Greenwood's course record of 16:47 on a cool day, a day that the high temperatures never got out of the low 70s. Today, the high temperature was 101 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have another report from the course that the second woman, Ruth Croft, is at Roby Point. And on the track, this is Stephen Coach, second coach from Flagstaff, Arizona. 27th here last year, and he'll be 7th male again this year. So he'll have an 87 on his chest again next year. He runs a creative content studio in Flagstaff and is originally from New Mexico. He probably thinks that eating red and green chili enchiladas would be the greatest thing ever, maybe not this very moment. And we're meeting at the shed in Santa Fe to do that anytime. Stacy's his brother, Andrew, and one of his best friends, Paul. Thanks to his girlfriend, Emma, and his coach, David. This is Stephen Coach from Flagstaff, Arizona, finishing 7th, male, 8th overall. And second cowboy. And on the track, this is Ruth Croft from Granite, New Zealand. Granite is on South Island's east coast, the rugged part of the country. I promised her that I would talk about Pancake Rocks, which is very near to there. Wants to thank Martin Gafuri for putting up with all her stuff and getting her to the finish line, and also to Alex Varner, her crew and pacer. She'll get a 5-star rating on TripAdvisor. Lastly, thanks to David Ruth. He had not seen from college 10 years ago, but he's kept up the touring today. This is Ruth Croft, second woman, 9th overall. First Kiwi. Bid number 13 is lucky for her, Ruth Croft from Greenock, New Zealand. Ruth Croft time, we believe, is the 6th fastest female time in the history of the race. Very impressive on a very hot day.
Okay, welcome Ruth Croft to the finish line here at the 2021 Western States 100. Not only did you finish 2nd place in the women's race, you are also 9th overall, an absolutely phenomenal performance. Tropical John said it was the 6th fastest race ever by a woman on this course. We'll double check that and make sure it's accurate. Either way, one of the greatest performances ever here at Western States on a historically difficult day. How did it feel out there? How good does it feel to finish?
It feels super good to finish. It was overall a pretty positive experience for my first 100 miler, so I think I might tap out now.
Yeah, I was going to ask, this was a big step up in distance for you, and we had said earlier this week that we think everything you touch turns to gold, and it turned to silver today, which is still very, very, very good. Does this mean that you might be done with hundreds for a little bit?
Definitely, I'll be taking a break after today.
A well-earned break. Ruth, there was an incredible dynamic in the women's race today. I don't need to tell you that. You guys were battling. It was so fun for us to watch. I'm sure it was a little less fun for you in the center of the action. But we had Ragna DeBotts, Katie Asmuth, yourself, many others around just behind Beth Pascal, who finished here about 20 minutes ago. What was the dynamic like at the front of the women's race?
To be honest, I didn't really know what was going on ahead of me. I was just focusing on myself and just going out super conservative, considering I haven't run this far before, and then just doing the basics right, like making sure I was eating every hour and trying to stay as cool as I could. And yeah, just really trying to run within myself. And yeah, that's it pretty much. Sorry, I'm not really working.
It's all good.
Is there anyone that you would like to thank? I believe we might have our next female coming towards the track who will be 10th overall if that is the case, which is insane, by the way.
Interrupt you here briefly so that we can welcome Ragna DeBotts on the track in the back stretch.
That's amazing. 3 of you in the top 10? 3 women in the top 10. That's insane. No. We haven't had...
Ragna's a Dutch runner, born and raised in the Netherlands, now lives in Spain and Catalonia. This is her first 100-mile race. Her previous race longest was 115K, which works out to about 74 miles. She was the 2017 winner of the U.S. Skyrunning Championship at the Rut in Montana, and the 2018 World Champion winner of the CCC race in Europe. She's a professional dressage trainer, and then moved to Spain with her husband Terry Arroyo and her daughter Ona. This is Ragna DeBotts from the Netherlands, living in Spain, finishing 3rd at Western States in her debut 100-mile run. And we have a very interesting statistic here. This is 3 women in the top 10 And we're going to have to go back and do a little research to see if that's ever even happened before.
Hi, I'm here on the track with Ragnar de Botts of the Netherlands, living in Spain, traveling around the world right now with your family. Super incredible. You only found out 5-6 weeks ago that you got a bib into this race. You now finished 3rd female, 10th overall, which we don't know has ever happened, at least not recently. How does it feel to have fought so hard all day and be here right now?
It's been a real long day. I've had some real good moments. I enjoyed the first 80 kilometers a lot. Then I had like 20 kilometers of suffering, and I slowed down quite a bit. It was very, very hot, and it caused me some trouble to eat, so I had to just slow down. And luckily at Forest Hill, my partner Pere paced me, and he really pushed me and helped me to get over this moment. So after a while, I started running faster again and enjoying running with him. And I still had to go through some other difficult moments, but I can't be more pleased to be here at the finish and in 3rd position.
Amazing. 3rd in the women's race, 10th overall, a phenomenal performance. We don't want to keep you too long. We want you to go rest because I know you're tired from a long day. You've been working hard in the sun, in the heat. Is there anyone, obviously you ran with your husband, you have your daughter here, you had a crew with you. Who would you like to thank? What would you like to say to everyone here before we let you go?
I definitely thank my crew, Damien, who filmed me during the race. It's been teamwork, really. I mean, it's so important to have your crew and to get them to help you, and they just did a perfect job, so I can't be more grateful.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. You put on a phenomenal performance. We are so proud of you.
And on the back stretch, this is Hayden Hawks from Cedar City, Utah. This is his first 100-mile run. One of the top shorter distance guys in the U.S. in the last many years. He is the JFK 50 course record holder, amongst many other accomplishments. He wants to give a big thank you to his wife Ashley for being his rock and his greatest supporter, and also to his crew members Steve and Kendra Hooper for inspiring him years ago to give Western States a go and supporting him through the St. George Running Center. His pacers Ben Robinson, his crew is Ashley Hawks, Steve and Kendra Hooper, and also his child Crosby and a little girl on the way in October. Welcome to the 100 Mile Club. From Cedar City, Utah, this is Hayden Hawks. And I can now confirm that this is the first time in the history of Western States where we've had 3 women in the top 10. Congratulations, ladies. You're ending on a really tough day.
Okay, welcome back, our friends on the live stream here. Welcome back to the 2021 Western States 100. It is now after 11 p.m. here on the track at Placer High School. Corinne and I are frayed from an incredible emotional roller coaster watching these incredible athletes pour over the finish line. We now have, I think, the top 10 total athletes through the finish line here at Placer High School. We are about to welcome the 4th place women's athlete and 11th overall, I think, Brittany Peterson.
12th overall.
12th.
Hayden Hawks finished while we were off air, so 12th place overall, I believe.
So 12th place overall, Brittany Peterson coming down from Roby Point, going to enter the track here in probably 3 or 4 minutes. We'll have a good vantage point from her here, and we will go down to the track to have a great finish line interview with her momentarily. But Corinne had a really fun, interesting thing to share.
Yeah, one of my friends passed over an Instagram post from Brittany from, I believe, yesterday. So not only are Brittany and Cody, so Brittany and Cody are partners. Cody finished an astounding what place? Fourth, fifth?
Fourth place
Fourth
finish.
place. I don't remember anymore. It's
So we've
been
got
a day.
matching fourth place finishes here.
So yes, matching fourth place finishes. And yesterday was their 5-year anniversary. So they've been chasing their way up through the field all day. They're going to have matching fourth place finishes. They will come into next year's race with the M4 and F4 bibs on. And they celebrated their anniversary yesterday, which I think is just, what a great way to celebrate together, running from Olympic Valley all the way here to Auburn.
Speaking of Instagram posts, I can't wait for the matching M4F4 Instagram post this time next year. Shout out to Brittany Peterson. What a tough performance from her today, returning second place women's finisher from 2019. She is entering the track right now. Kudos to Run Happy Bee, Brittany Peterson from Pocatello, Idaho.
Moving well. She looks
looking
so
great.
happy.
Go, Brittany, go. Such a tough competitor.
Yes.
Consistent, strong, versatile across distances. Really great athlete, Brittany Peterson here.
She ran such a smooth, consistent race. It seemed like she was one of the women who maybe struggled with the heat in the middle, but she has just fought her way up through the field all day long.
Throwing those high fives to the fans as she rounds the back corner here. Coming around to the final stretch, the home stretch, after 100 miles from Olympic Valley, where these athletes started at 5 a.m. this morning. That is 19 hours ago. At this 18 hours and 7 minutes ago. Sorry, math is completely impossible for me at this point, but I'm doing my best. Some high fives for the fans. Give it up for Brittany Peterson from Pocatello, Idaho.
I just want to say, these women are running so fast. Just over 18.
That's insane.
That's insane.
Why are the men so slow and the women so fast?
No, well, I mean, we can come up with a few
Story
reasons.
of the freaking day. Okay, to our production staff, give us the heads up when we are clear so we can go down to the track and say hello to this great champion, Brittany Peterson. Okay, big round of applause for Brittany Peterson from Pocatello, Idaho. Bringing it home for a fourth place finish, following up an amazing second place finish from 2019. Another incredible time from you. The top 4 women today, absolutely phenomenal. It's amazing to witness. Brittany, we've got a few questions for you. First of all, you fought hard all day. You seemed like you started a little bit more conservatively. Talk about your strategy and how it feels to finally arrive at the finish line.
It's good to be here. one that can't really just get out of the gate super hot. So I think that compliments Western States, because you probably shouldn't do that. But I was running with Ruth Croft for quite a bit, and we were both like, I think they're going out a little fast. And it was really good to work with her and just kind of reassure each other we're doing the right thing. And clearly she was more comfortable at that point, because I was getting worried, and she never shared that same worry. But so I think it was chasing appropriately and then feeling chased by the end. So really glad to hold on to 4th place. I feel like that's just as exciting as 2 years ago, because I feel like I worked so much harder for it. I mean, I'm sure it's the same, but it feels really, really good to be here. And a hot year is definitely a challenge.
So I don't know if you know this yet, but we had 3 women in the top 10 overall, and then you are just outside the top 10 overall. First time ever that we've had that many women in the top 10 overall. Obviously, you were in the thick of it, chasing hard, moving up to the field. What does it mean to you to see the women just crush their way through the overall field today?
I mean, just like the top 3 women are just phenomenal. Honestly, I was waiting, like, did they go out too fast? Are they gonna maybe have some issues like the men's field seemed to have? But no, they held on, and that's so impressive and just, super cool for our sport and for women's running in general.
So, Brittany, it was a family fair out there today. Your partner, Cody Lind, also finished 4th place in the men's race, the race of his life, the race of his career. It was so fun. I wish you could have been in the booth with us all day. Were you getting updates on Cody's status throughout the day?
Yeah, and that was just so inspiring and just energizing for me, where it's like, I knew he could do this. I knew he's so smart, where he just executed perfectly as I knew he would and could. And it's just, super random that we're both 4th place, but really special. And my crew tells me we should go buy lottery tickets.
I think that might be a very, very good idea. And it's thrilling to think about you both back here next year rocking the F4 and the M4 bib. I think we're planning on it. Yeah, we got the thumbs up back there. Okay, perfect.
I'm not thinking about that yet.
That's totally fair. So I think we'd love to give you an opportunity to say anything to people watching at home, to the audience here, to your crew, to your partner, to your coach.
Well, obviously, Cody, huge congratulations. I knew you could do that. Love you. And then, for you guys, obviously, all the race directors, the volunteers, you guys, just the live coverage that I haven't seen yet, but it's just super special to just see our sport get up to that next level. And then to all the volunteers out there, just everyone was so happy and excited and helpful. And just the energy of everybody out there. No cuss words. Hello? Yeah. Hello? Okay. The energy from everyone was phenomenal and very much needed and appreciated. And then I know everyone's following at home, so thank you for sharing the journey. My whole family came out. Tons of friends, Cody's family. It's just this huge homecoming, and just all of the people that I'm so grateful to have here. So love you all, and thank you so much.
Brittany Peterson, everyone. Big round of applause.
And on the track, this is Kyle Curtin from Durango, Colorado. He's won the Ozark 100, Kettle 900, and Tahoe 200. Finished a bunch of other hundreds, including Hurt, UTMB, and the Bear. Unsupported FKT on the 171-mile Tahoe Rim Trail. He's a fun employed dirtbag, he says. Hiked the Appalachian Trail in 2015 with his dad. Shout outs to the Pluckelman, the Easterbys, and the Dawson families. Big congrats to Ben and Hannah Tyler for having their first child. This is Kyle Curtin from Durango, Colorado.
Okay, welcome back to the 2021 Western States 100. I am Dylan Bowman here again with my friend and co-host Corinne Malcolm. We are watching Katie Asmuth, one of the runners who has made more fans than anybody today, making her way down from Roby Point down onto the track. She is currently in 5th place overall. This is them right here.
Yeah, they're about to come onto the track. She, just so people recognize today, she was up as high as 3rd throughout the day, closing on 2nd. She's going to finish a super respectable 5th place here. She will be wearing that F5 bib coming back to Western States next year in her debut Western States. Phenomenal race by Katie Asmuth.
Yeah, so she's still going to finish in roughly 18:23, 18:24.
A huge finish for her.
Yeah, it's a really, really great time on this course. 5th overall, 2nd American, 3 international athletes in the top 4. Brittany Peterson taking top American honors this year. But Katie Asmuth, again, I think she is from Mammoth Lakes, California. I think she recently relocated there. Mom of 2, nurse practitioner. pulling off real life responsibilities and still finishing 5th place here at Western States.
Says she got into trail running because it was freedom, and it was, allowing her to get to go out and kind of empty her mind out on the trail because, she had 2 kids at home. I think that's great. I think it's, given her a sense of freedom, and she's clearly just running a phenomenal race today. She looks so thrilled coming into the finish. She is running a phenomenally fast time for 5th place in this race.
So just so you know, everyone, we are going to be going down to the finish line again as we watch Katie Asmuth cross the line in 5th place with so much excitement and happiness palpable. Congratulations to Katie. We are going to take a quick break while we run down to the track and have a quick chat with Katie. Okay, we are here with Katie Asmuth, the 5th place finisher of this year's Western States 100. Katie, big round of applause. Corinne and I were just sitting in that booth watching you come around the track, commenting that you've probably made more fans today than anybody in the race. It was amazing to witness the women's race in general, but your race specifically. You came out of nowhere, not a lot of people talking about you before the race, and you were a factor all day long. How did it feel to have such a great debut at Western States?
It doesn't feel like a great debut at this very second. I'm stoked. I don't know what to say. I'm very proud of myself. I really gave all of me. So I'm proud of myself. And yeah, I think the heat really, really got to me, and I was really proud of how I managed the heat, but somehow I was still burning up all day, and I emptied my stomach contents at the last aid station. So I was felt much lighter after that. But honestly, the aid stations were just so amazing. I can't tell you how many aid station workers I was like, can I do this? Do you think I can do it? And they're all like, you are gonna crush, Yeah, I just felt so much support out there, and I was just really happy to be there. It was awesome. I'm really pumped. Yeah, thanks. That was a long answer.
I think a lot of folks, so Dylan mentioned you might have surprised folks. I'm sure it sounds like you have plenty of people who knew exactly what you were capable of out there today, right? In fact, you raced your way into this. You are a golden ticket winner, which I think deserves extra kudos. It's not an easy way to get into this. It sounds like you've already made up your mind. Are you going to come back wearing that F5 bib next year?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah. I'm coming back, and yes, I will plan on being here. This is like where you want to be. Like, yeah. I was hoping to be able to come back the next year, and hopefully the next year after that, and just if I could be a Western States lifer, that would be really cool. But I'm such a fan. That was so fun. I mean, I was like pinching myself all day that I was even here. So yeah, just super pumped. You know, as a mom, and like, I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot to do all of this, and I'm very proud.
That's what I was going to say, and you're so good at articulating the feeling we all have about the Western States 100. It is the place to be. This is amazing. You mentioned your family. You are a mom.
I love my kids. I go through a lot.
Talk about what it means to have this performance in front of your family here.
I mean, everything. Like, everybody I know's here. It's so cool. I mean, yeah, I'm so honored, and I feel like the overwhelming selflessness, you know, you all know, but like for crew and your family and your spouse and your coach, and, you know, I mean, just what it goes into this day is a lot. So anyways, I'm feeling a lot of gratitude for everyone.
Well, we have gratitude for your brave, courageous performance out there today. Congratulations on the 5th place finish. We'll see you back here next year.
This is Alex Nichols from Colorado Springs. He was second here in 2017 in his previous run. He has also done Run Rabbit Run and a bunch of other stuff. He's the head coach at Colorado College. And he started beekeeping this spring. Big shout out to his crew chief and wife, Maddie Schmidt. Alex Nichols is the 10th man to finish, so he'll get an invitation to come back next year with an M10 this time. From Colorado Springs, Colorado, this is Alex Nickel.
Okay, welcome back to the 2021 Western States 100. We just had a really fun interview on the track with Katie Asmuth, the 5th place women's finisher here at the 2021 Western States. We see Audrey coming down from Roby Point. Corinne, we are still here.
Somehow.
We're feeling the vibe. We hope everyone in the chat is having a good time. Corinne, we haven't had any updates yet. We just sat back down, but we did just get to see Alex Nichols finish after another tough run here at the Western States.
Yeah, he had worked his way up very, very far into the men's field, as we saw coming into Forest Hill, and then it seems like the heat probably got the best of him. He came across the finish saying, "Whew, that was a hard one." So, the attrition in the race is pretty significant. The attrition in the men's field in particular, I think, is of note. I think that in general, we're seeing that we'll have to go back to the data after the fact, but from what we're witnessing here at the track, it really does feel like the men's race fell apart much more significantly than the women's race.
Yep, and it's really interesting to think about what we can attribute that to. Why is it that the women held it together so much better in this really tough version of Western States? Here comes Audrey onto the track. We'll pick up that conversation as soon as we see Audrey cross the finish line here for a strong 6th place finish.
Yeah, a phenomenal. So remember, Audrey led over the escarpment. She pushed the pace early. She led Camille Herron, who doesn't get led by anyone very often, over the escarpment. It seems like, kind of slowly faded back to 6th, but really, she's maintained her position, and I think that is, should be a big kudos to her as her first run at Western States.
Yes, she did take it out in true European style, quickly over the top of the mountain, but she did not fade over the course of today. Audrey Tanguay, on a very difficult day at Western States, is going to be finishing in a great time, somewhere in the neighborhood of 18 hours, 37 minutes. Here she is rounding the corner here to the home stretch here on the track. Do you recognize her pacer there? I think that's Ludovic Pomeray, UTMB champion. Yes, that is
Casual.
Ludo Pomeray from France. He is a UTMB champion himself. He's capturing everything for his Instagram, I'm sure. And here's Audrey, a 2-time TDS champion, one of the best racers out of France on the European continent. First finish here at Western States, 18:37 and change.
Yeah, if we compare this, just in general to we had 3 women in the top 10. This is our 6th woman coming in, well under 19 hours.
Yeah. Do we have overall for her?
I do not have overall for her, but she's in the teens, I would say. I can pull that up. I just want to point out that when Claire won in 2019, she was 17th overall. And so cool year. Men held together much better. Men did not hold together today, and the women stormed through the overall rankings.
Man, I'm just struggling to figure out what to attribute it to. If it was the men maybe being a little bit more eager after a year off, getting back to Western. Maybe the men didn't deal with the heat quite as well. Here's Audrey giving a hug to Ludovic Pomeray.
I mean, oftentimes it can come down to pacing, and I think these conditions are going to compound that, and it's going to make it a more pronounced disadvantage in the men's field. I know frequently when I'm running these long ultras over the last, let's say 20 or 30% of the race, I'll catch man after man after man. And I'm like, where is the next woman? And it's because the women seem to pace themselves so much more consistently than the men. And I think maybe in a race like this where the conditions were hot and hard after not racing for so long, maybe just that was too much to ask for the men's field today. I'm not sure.
How great is this, seeing Audrey Tanguay getting emotional here at the finish line, knowing what she's been through out there to achieve a 6th place finish here with her friends and crew members, celebrating together. And just so everybody knows, we were doing finish line interviews for the top 5 men and women. So we are not going down to the track, though Audrey Tanguay is a great champion. Totally deserves an interview. If she wants to come over here, I'm sure we would be happy to sit down with her, but great work by her nonetheless.
Yeah, more than likely she'll be whisked off as well to anti-doping.
Yes. I'm sure she would probably prefer to be whisked away from an interview at this point. So, anyway.
Phenomenal performance by a very, very talented runner in her first Western States 100. She set the pace early for the women's field. She kind of forced them maybe to decide if they were going to go or not. Maybe that spurred Beth forward. But really, really wonderful to see her come in a very, very strong 6th place in the race today.
Absolutely. So Audrey Tanguay in 6th. We are awaiting the 7th through 10th women's finishers here. Of course, the top 10 at Western States, as we've mentioned a couple of times, do get automatic entries into the following year's Western States. So everybody that you've seen in the top 10 men and women so far will have automatic entries into this race. Such a coveted thing in this day and age when it is very difficult to get into the race. That's why it's always recognized. It's always a big goal for all these top athletes to secure those top 10s.
Yeah, and I believe that she is 16th overall in the field. So 6 women in the top 16.
6 women in the top 16.
Yeah, not
insane.
A bad showing whatsoever.
Claire Gallagher was 17th when she won the race in 2019.
Yeah, I mean, once again, you got to point to the conditions. We've got multifactorial things here. We've got the conditions, which are significantly different than 2019. We had snow and a colder year in 2019, which maybe is more favorable to people running a consistent fast race and not having attrition to the heat. But we also haven't raced in a year for a lot of folks, or 18 months in some cases, and that can definitely mess with your head, make you feel a little rusty, and maybe just not be able to hold to a plan very well because you haven't raced in a long time.
So who do we have now in the men's field who potentially we expected to finish inside or near the top 10, who's still struggling towards the finish line?
Pat Regan, I think, might be one of our next men in. He is wearing the M8 bib. He is still out on course. I believe he's sitting in 11th, if this is correct. Alex Nichols would have been our 10th male finisher.
Wow. So Alex Nichols earns a ticket back if he chooses to accept it next year at the Western States 100.
But it does seem potentially that, let me see where some of these splits are coming from. Because my internet has not been great. But Eric, is Eric Sensman still on course? I believe Eric Sensman is still out on course. If that is the case, I think he is in this next group.
Good for him. Good for him.
I think Jorge is in this next group.
Yes, I just spoke to Stephanie Howe, former champion of the race here, partner of Jorge Maravilla. She was holding their beautiful son, Julian Axel Maravilla, And she said that he's still going to be a couple of hours, I think she said. That he
Yeah.
was through ALT. He's having a tough day, but he is going to make it to the finish line. It seems he is determined.
Yeah, we also have San Francisco Elon Lieber of Equator Coffee. He will probably be in that group as well, maybe chasing Jorge. That would actually be kind of a fun finish to see the two of them running together. He's been training really, really hard. That would be an exceptional. I think that'd be a really great finish for the two of them to come in pretty close together. Obviously, everyone has been treated to a long day in the heat. Being out there longer and for being exposed to it longer is not necessarily easier than getting out of it quicker, perhaps. So, they're definitely going to be slogging their way in into the late night hours. It is almost midnight, which seems a little insane. We're approaching almost being awake for 24 hours.
Corinne and I have been here for 20 hours now. We got here at 4 o'clock this morning. It honestly has gone by in a blink of an eye, but definitely starting to feel a little bit fatigued myself, not gonna lie. But for those of you at home who are still watching, we super appreciate your presence here on the live stream all day. Our internet is still pretty slow here at the finish line, but I hope you guys are all interacting with one another in the chat. I hope you guys have been enjoying our live coverage, of course, brought to you again by Hoka One One and Buff. So thanks to the sponsors who made today's experience possible. It has just been so freaking fun for both Corinne and myself, and we are so appreciative of all your attention throughout the day.
100%. So we're going to be waiting for, it seems like from the splits from iRunFar, I believe that we've had all top 10 women come through Pointed Rocks, which is that 94-ish mile aid station, 94, 95, kind of on the border there. So that is really exciting. We're going to see those top 10 women through the finish line. There's going to be some well-known women who are going to fall outside of that top 10 group, and I believe including Claire Gallagher, who I think has had a tough back half of the race, but is still out there fighting. I think Casey
Women's champion Claire Gallagher still making her way to the finish line, well below her standard, and it's so cool to see champions. And I know Magda Boulet and Casey Lichtig, also former champions of the race, are still out on the course, making their way here towards the track in true champion fashion. So it's so cool. It's so good for the sport. It's so good, to be an example for the next generation, to show that even when you're not going to win, you can still show the poise, good sportsmanship, to keep trying to work your way through it and get to the finish line. Obviously, not to say there's anything necessarily wrong with calling it a day either, but it's just really cool to see, especially Claire, Magda, and Casey still working so hard. Yeah,
I'm definitely not a death before DNF type of person. I definitely know when do you know when to hold and when to fold.
Yeah.
But it's if you're just hurting and you're not hurt, I think it's kind of important to see things through. And so watching these women continue to fight on days that might not be what they were hoping for is really, really powerful. I think Casey, former champion of this race, Casey Lichtig, is, I think, rounding out our top 10 through Pointed Rocks, which will be, she will be the happiest person we might possibly the happiest person we see across the finish line. So I'm really excited to welcome our next few women across the line. We're looking for our 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place women who should be here. They're going to continue to trickle in. I do think the 7th, 8th, and 9th have been fairly close together, and so that I think that will be kind of an exciting finish potentially.
Yeah, great. Do you have updates on who we have coming in next? 7th. I know Keely's in the mix there. Camelia, Casey. Am I missing anybody?
Yes, I believe so. Emily Hawgood should be our next finisher, our Adidas Terex athlete out of Zimbabwe. Emily Hawgood, remember Emily Hawgood, another one of Paul Lynn's athletes, so he's already back at Roby Point.
What a great day for Paul.
Paul Lynn just having a phenomenal day with his runner. So he is back out at Roby Point right now. He said they're having a party tomorrow. They've already got 2 kegs on ice.
This is why sports are just the greatest thing in the world, right? Because Paul Lind, a 2-time finisher himself, has how many? Three athletes in the race?
3 athletes.
And all of them in the top 10, including his son and his his maybe soon-to-be daughter-in-law. But Cody Lynn, his son, third-generation Western States runner, finishes 4th. Cody's partner, Brittany Peterson, finishes 4th. And now we expect Emily Hawgood to be coming in.
To be our next female coming in. And remember, she ran 3 golden ticket races to get into this race.
So many good stories, man.
And turned down an Ultra Trail World Tour spot the week of Canyons because she wanted to fight and earn her way. And there are many ways to get into this race, including the Ultra Trail World Tour positions, which I think are great to keep the sharp end of the race very sharp, generally given out to international athletes and then a couple American athletes. Emily Hawgood turned down that spot, ran a 3rd golden ticket race, as which Paul said they will not be doing that again, that he was not thrilled that that's what they had to do to get into Western States. But she's here, and she's putting together a very solid debut Western States where she will be finishing 7th.
So cool. From Zimbabwe.
From
of all
Zimbabwe,
places.
a recent graduate of a high altitude physiology master's degree program over in Gunnison, Colorado, at the Western is it Western University, Western Colorado College?
Western State University.
State University.
Gunnison, Colorado.
So she
home
just
of
finished
Duncan
that up.
Callahan, 2-time Leadville 100 champion.
Yeah.
Great guy. Okay, so we are awaiting Emily Hawgood, who we expect to be the next women's finisher here on the track. And then I think it was it Keely Henninger in 8th place?
No, it is Camilla Mayfield in 8th place. And then Keely Henninger in 9th, followed by Casey Lichtig in 10th.
Is there anybody threatening from behind Casey, or does it look fairly safe that those will be our top 10 women?
I think it looks fairly safe because I think they have all bumped Claire Gallagher out of the top 10. I mean, never count Claire Gallagher out. Obviously, we know that she can close hard, but we saw her leave Green Gate. Remember, we had that footage of her and her pacer leaving Green Gate, and she really did her body language, her stride looked off. I mean, she's run 80 miles, so your stride's going to look off, but we've seen Claire run supremely strong over the back 20 miles, and that just didn't seem to be what was going to happen over the last 20 miles of this race.
Mm-hmm. So again, our internet is moving quite slow here, but it looks like to round out the women's top 10 over the course of the next probably hour or so, we should be seeing Emily Hawgood coming in, followed by Camelia Mayfield, followed by Keely Henninger, followed by Casey Lichtig. So stick around if you want to catch the women's top 10. And just so our watching audience knows, myself and Corinne are going to be taking a break after the top 10 women come through here. We will likely have a substitution team come in and take control of the set here so that we can go take a little bit of a rest.
Yeah, we've been up everyone's been up for a long time, but we've been up and on the mic live all day. So we're going to take a little bit of a rest, and then Dylan's got to get ready for Hard Rock, so he really needs to go sleep. He got more sleep than any of us, I think, last night, probably more than any of the racers at least. But he's going to go sleep and then hopefully get in some excellent training for Hard Rock tomorrow. And then I will be joining, I don't know who, Topher, AGW, whoever wants to sit with me tomorrow, probably from the 28 to 30 hour mark or something like that.
Amazing. The silver and golden hour, we'll call it.
Yeah, and I just think it's an exceptionally cool part of the race to watch those runners come in. They've been out there literally all day. And it's just, I don't know, everyone comes back here. It's ahead of awards. It's ahead of the cutoff. Everyone who has finished the race ahead of them will be there in the stands, on the infield, cheering them in. And it's just I think it's one of the most magical parts of ultra running.
Absolutely. It really is. Terrific. We are going to take a quick commercial break to say thank you to our sponsors.
My grandmother in Navajo would say, ego, which means if it's up to anybody, it's up to you. You have a choice in life, whether it's positive or negative, it's nobody's fault but yours. Growing up on the reservation, we were always taught to wake up in the morning and start your day off with a run and greet the Creator. You want to be up when the sun is rising, showing the Creator that you're not laying down, you're not being lazy. Some Navajos, they'll get up and they'll yell real loud to let the Creator know we're awake, we're here, and we will always be here. Yate she'e Brandon Dugai, Yanashia, Kintlachini and Shle, Tachini Bashashin, Torachini Deshache, Kiani Deshanala. I am Diné, I'm Navajo, and us Diné people, we are the first people to live on this land. We are the first people to care for this land. We have our own language, our own tradition, our own beliefs, our own way of how we go about things that nobody else will understand. I'm out running where my ancestors rode their horses, where they trekked long miles, and a lot of the pain and suffering that they went through to get us to where we are now. When it comes to running, when you get to the certain point of breaking down where you don't want to do it anymore, you don't have an excuse because you grew up the hard way. Our ancestors didn't stop. They found ways to get through the situation. And when I'm out running and it's hard, I dig down into that. When it comes to races, I can be towing the line with 100 other people and I am totally different than everybody else. A lot of people out in the world don't know the Diné people. They ask if we are still here. Yes, of course, we're still here. We've always been here. This is our land, this is our home. We've put our blood, sweat, and tears into our people to make sure that it goes on into the future. That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to push to run professionally, to not only represent the Native people, but to teach the younger generation that we can do it and that we can get out to the big world and show we are Navajo and that we are still here.
So the woman that you're seeing coming up this hill right now, once again, she is followed by Paul Lind. This is Emily Hawgood, our 7th place woman coming over the top of Row B Point. This is super, super exciting. Again, this is the woman who ran 3 golden ticket races in order to get into Western States and is now here living her dream, running in, hiking out of Row B Point to finish 7th in her first ever attempt at Western States. Paul Lind bring in Brittany Peterson most recently, and then and before that, his son, Cody Lind. This is really, really cool. Paul has had his hands full today, emotionally coaxing runners into the finish line. Very, very, very cool to see Paul and Emily headed up this hill as she is going to become our 7th female to cross the line here today in Western States. She is
so
tired.
Tough. Look at how tough she is, man. Just hands on knees, working the hill up Row B Point.
Gritting it out. She's going to come in. She's not going to go under the 19-hour mark, but she's going to be in the low 19s, which is not slow once again. This is really, really impressive.
I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Why are the women so fast and strong today, and why did the men's field totally explode?
Well, the men's field after, we must say, the men's field after Jim Walmsley.
Exactly, yes.
I mean, Jim said that was not an easy
not
day.
to take anything away from those guys. It was truly impressive to see how deep all those guys went. Amazing to see all the men who finished in the top 10 today, how deep they dug to get to the finish line today. But the women are just so impressive today. This is one of the greatest women's races maybe ever. Definitely in Western States history, but in 100-mile history, I don't recall ever seeing such an impressive group of women rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, the last, let's call it the last 35 miles has definitely taken a toll. They have spread out for sure. Because at one point in time, we are deep into the race with only about 45 minutes, spreading out between 1st and 9th. Once again, we are looking at Emily Hawgood coming in 7th, and she is, I mean, almost 2 hours, I think, now after Beth Pascal came in. So
again, time is a flat circle. I have no perspective on how long it's been.
Time is
Look, she's still soaking wet. So was Ruth when she came in. It must still be quite warm out there. They're still drenching themselves, and it's the middle of the night here in Auburn, California.
Yeah, it does not matter. Hands on knees, hiking her way up this hill.
Look at her, so tough,
hopefully
so strong, almost to the top.
Hopefully we'll get to see her stride it out a little bit once she gets over the top of this to get into that downhill on her way in. But so I think the biggest difference, Dylan, between the men's race and the women's race is that really the only attrition I think in the women's race was Camille Herron.
Yep.
And Addie Bracey.
Who's now 0 for 3 at Western States.
And Addie Bracey.
Yeah.
Who was running right at the back of the top 10, kind of coming through Michigan Bluff, or I think 8th to 10th, coming into Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill.
She was up in the lead going
early
over the top of the mountain.
Early.
With the leaders at least. Yeah.
Yeah, within that top 5 group. And so once again, I think that has been the primary attrition.
Yep.
On the women's side of the race. I think the men went through much more attrition. And kind of had a bunch of it was interesting to have some late interesting explosions where you had Alex Nichols surge up and then explode back. You had Hayden leading with Jim for 50K and then kind of holding second and then totally just, I am honestly very impressed that he made it across the finish line. I did not think that was going to happen. So I think part of that is just, we saw, I think, much more attrition in the men's field than we saw. The women's field, I think, was much more stable overall. Despite the fact that there was movement and that it was very close, I feel like the men's field kind of wildly swung in one direction or another.
Totally. Here she goes, breaking into a stride here as she gets up over the last hill at Row B Point. Breaks back into a little bit of a hike. Doesn't seem like she feels threatened by any of the women behind her. She knows she is safely in the top 10. Still an uphill gradient here. So as soon as she hits the downhill, I'm sure she'll start
Paul's
jogging. There's her
checking.
coach checking behind her, seeing if he sees any headlamps.
Yeah, did we see a headlamp? And is it someone that we need to be worried about? Is it one of the guys? Is it one of the gals? Who might be behind us? So good job on Paul checking. We saw a runner get taken by surprise back in 2019 when actually the woman that is chasing the woman that is behind her is the person that you don't want behind you in the last mile of the race. That's Camilla Mayfield out of Bend, Oregon. She famously charges. I've seen it happen over and over again in this race in Lake Sonoma. She can look like she is not near dead, but definitely like she is fading. And then all of a sudden something kicks in and she's like, you know what, if I go faster, this will be over. And she will surge back up to the field. In 2019, she is the runner who caught Caitlin Gerben as they entered the track, and then they had to sprint it out for 300 meters to finish the race. Absolutely exceptional. So having that person be the person right behind you, Paul is doing a good job looking over his shoulder, because that's what happened in that last mile, is that Caitlin's crew, I think, thought that she was safe. They were running along, chatting in a big group, and then all of a sudden, Camilla Mayfield went zooming by them, and Caitlin, it took her a second to react because I don't think they expected anyone to be there.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, amazing to see after so many hours out on the trail to see it come down to a sprint finish on the track is absolutely remarkable. It looks like Emily is now over the final hill. We will see her cruising through the neighborhoods here in Auburn as she eventually kind of hits a steady downhill gradient, which is her indication that she is home free and close to the track. So again, Emily Hawgood is from Zimbabwe originally, currently making her home in Colorado after having finished up a graduate degree program at Western State College in Gunnison, Colorado. Kind of an obscure combination of locations going from Zimbabwe to Gunnison, Colorado. But it's another great story, another great character in the race here today. The way that she earned her spot into the race is quite remarkable. Battling her way through 3 golden ticket races, finally getting her shot after a strong 4th place performance at the Canyons 100K just 2 months ago. Here she is, earning her spot into next year's race again with a top 10 performance. She'll be wearing the F7 bib next year. F7. Yeah, sorry, still losing track of numbers and stuff.
No, it's the right time of day to be losing track of numbers. We've technically made it to Sunday. Now we've been talking from Saturday to Sunday.
Oh my goodness.
This is ultra commentating, I think, at this point. So Emily is moving well. She's going to make it here to the track in just a little bit. She's going to finish, in the low 9-hour range. That is a great time for the 7th place to be running.
So any
here.
updates
on whom?
The next woman was Camellia, then Keely, then Casey.
Yes. That is correct.
So we are going to get some updates from those runners here, let you know when you might be able to see them. If you're staying up to finish watching the last women in the top 10 come through here. You don't need to stay up too much later. We do expect, I would assume, within the next hour, Casey Lichtig is going to probably be rounding out the top 10. Again, she is a former champion of the race, and we do expect her. She's been through the Pointed Rocks aid station.
Yep. So Camilla Mayfield has just, as of 18 seconds ago, come over Roby Point in 8th. This will be her 3rd top 10 finish in a row. This is the Brooks runner out of Bend, Oregon. Camilla Mayfield she just came over the top of Roby Point. She will be making her way to the finish. She's a phenomenally fast road marathoner as well. She's got wheels. Once again, you don't want her chasing you. So she is going to be our 8th place woman. She's come over the top of Roby Point. She's got a little over a mile to go. She'll be coming in behind Emily. It'll honestly probably only be a couple minutes behind Emily if Camilla is moving well.
Yeah, amazing. And as you said, she is a very strong closer. So she may still be feeling as if Emily is within striking distance. Emily breaking into a hike to crest this little hill in the neighborhoods of Auburn. And she is so close, she can start to really smell the barn, as they say. And it is so great to see her coach, Paul Lind, who's having one of the greatest days of his life out here at Western States. Just
a phenomenal.
So proud of his son, his athletes, and having a ball himself, just having fun, enjoying the scene. It's so great. Here they are crossing this beautiful white bridge in Auburn. I think that signifies you've probably got, what would you think, Corinne? Less than a half mile for sure to the track.
Definitely. And for those of you who are watching online, it's kind of funny. We are actually stationed quite near to the anti-doping tent. So many of the runners, after they finish, generally at least the top 5 men and top 5 women, and then oftentimes a couple other random men and women in the top 10 group are required to submit to post-race drug testing. It oftentimes takes a long time for them to be able to pee, and so we just saw Drew Holman's crew come out from the tent celebrating that he had finally peed. Ruth Croft also just emerged from that zone, but she is currently laying on the ground in fetal position, clutching a puke bag as Alex Varner stands over her, chuckling. So this is the beauty of the sport going on behind the scenes here at the Auburn track.
Here's Camelia.
Once again,
good job,
don't let her chase
from
you.
Bend, Oregon, looking awesome, man. She is cruising
Brooks
from Roby
runner.
Point.
Brooks
She's going to
runner.
be, I would guess, just a minute or two at the end of the day behind Emily.
You don't want Camilla Mayfield chasing you in the final stages of a race. She is so strong. She is a talented road runner. I believe she has run an Olympic qualifying time in the marathon before for trials, Olympic trials qualifying time for the marathon. She lives and trains in Bend, Oregon. She's good friends with Mario Mendoza and Ian Sharman.
Yep.
I think Ian has probably given her a lot of advice when it comes to Western States, and I think that she is probably trying to replicate his top 10 streak.
She is cruising.
This is her third. This will be her third top 10 finish in a row. She was in the top 10 in 2018. I believe she almost caught Stephanie Howe, I think. I think she came up just short, and she promised to never come up just short again. So she out-sprinted Caitlin Gerben in 2019, and then this year she is currently in 8th, but she's honestly not that far behind Emily Hawgood. Emily Hawgood's crew needs to get her to the track. I think we're going to see Emily Hawgood and her crew enter the track very shortly.
Yeah, she's probably safe, but this is great. They'll only be separated by a couple of minutes here. And yeah, Camelia really moving super strong. As you said, she is known for being a great closer.
Here comes Emily Hawgood onto the track.
She's
got her
baby.
flag. So Emily's got the flag from Zimbabwe. She's coming onto the track. She's going to run her final 300 meters with her flag. She is so excited.
Yes, the Zimbabwe flag. Proud. Emily Hawgood representing Zimbabwe here on the track with an amazing 7th place finish. This is so cool. What a great story. Emily Hawgood, 3 attempts to finally achieve her golden ticket into the Western States 100. And here she is making the most of it, earning her spot into next year's race as well, where she will wear the F7 bib.
She's going to finish right around 19:15 or so from time, 19:14 perhaps. She should be thrilled with this run. This is really a great run by Emily Hawgood to finish 7th in a highly competitive women's field in a very tough year. And I sure hope that we see her back here next year wearing that that F7 bib.
Yep. I would be shocked if we don't see her back.
I mean, she has to. She worked too hard to not come back, right?
I would honestly, at this point, I'd be really surprised to not see any of these women, or to see any of these women
not come back. Yeah. I don't know. Ruth might need a couple days.
Oh, maybe Ruth.
Ruth is currently laying over there in fetal position.
I'm sorry. It looked to me as if Camelia might have been entering the track at the same time. There you go, Emily Hawgood. Congratulations on an amazing run. That is so cool. F7 for next year. A proud 7th place finish for Zimbabwe's Emily Hawgood. I hope our friends in Zimbabwe are watching the live stream right now. I hope you are very proud of your countrywoman, Emily Hawgood. Really one of the funner runners to follow throughout the course of this spring's racing season.
She
Finishing
just
up a
kept
great
fighting
run
back.
here today.
Kept coming back for more to try to get that golden ticket, and it finally clicked. She kind of had a series of bad luck. She was just outside of getting a ticket at Bandera. She took a really bad fall at Black Canyons and toughed it out, hoping that someone would fall apart ahead of her, but ultimately finished 6th or 7th, and then got that golden ticket at Canyons just at the end of April.
Yep. Next up, Camelia Mayfield from Bend, Oregon. Here in the white and pink, running for Brooks. She is cruising, man. She looks really great. She definitely was running more quickly than Emily Hawgood through the streets of Auburn. She takes off her headlamp. She doesn't need that thing anymore.
Yeah, I think that Camilla would probably tell you that she had a tough day. I think a lot of these women had a tough day and they had to dig deep to persevere. She's definitely moving well over this last section. We saw Emily Hawgood have to walk quite a bit. But she will be so thrilled to have secured that F8 bib that allows her to come back next year. This again will be her 3rd top 10 finish in a row, following in her fellow Bendite fashion of Ian Sharman. She's on the track.
Come on.
Wow. She has made a
Camelia
significant
Mayfield.
time.
Yeah, she really did. I mean, if the race was another 1 or 2 miles longer, she may have caught Emily. But here she is entering the track. Camelia Mayfield from Bend, Oregon. An amazing, proud run from her, dropping her headlamp on the track. She is cruising. Oh my goodness. Let's get some cameras on her,
Making
please.
Bend proud. What a great
cameras
performance.
can't keep up.
The cameras have been dropped.
Can't keep up.
The cameras have been dropped.
I've got eyes on her, and I can confirm for the watching audience that she looks incredibly fast, cruising around the track.
We're cutting across the infield to try to get to the finish to see Camilla Mayfield come in, making Bend proud.
Good hustle by the cameraman there. Look, you can see him cruising through the infield, the cameraman. Yes. Go, go, go.
Tell Billy or whoever to run faster.
So cool.
Yep,
so
he's
inspiring.
Finish just over 19,
we should
17.
Paul Lind up here, honestly.
Adam third optional chase. Two is Brian Bart, and the main man behind the scenes, Coach Thomas Morgan. This is Camelia Mayfield of Bend, finishing in the top 10.
It'd be great if we can get a camera down there to see Camilla Mayfield embrace the race director. She's getting her medal.
Got the camera in the press box here. We'll see if we might be able to transition to one of the cameras on or near the track so we can see her reaction here. Looks like we got a cameraman maybe approaching from the finish line area. Okay, great. So we have a camera coming up. Let's see if we can get at least a
She's on the move.
happy
You
smile.
can't slow her
She's
down.
not slowing down.
No, she's getting out of here.
Look at her smiling, laughing. Good for her, man. This is so cool. Great job. Congratulations.
She has made it through a tough, long day out there to secure her ticket to come back next year. After a year away from the sport where we were all shut down with the pandemic, she had 2 previous top 10s. She's now secured her 3rd top 10, and we are just so thrilled for Ben's own, for the Brooks runner, Camilla Mayfield.
Yep. Amazing. She looks great, man. It looks so strong.
That's her husband. She's picking something off of him before she hugs him.
How great is this? Hope the friends and family in Bend are watching this and are proud of Camelia. Big hug for hubby.
Yeah,
it
great
takes
big
a
hug for
team.
hubby.
It takes a village. So freaking cool. Congratulations. Go kick your feet up. Enjoy some rest. Pat Regan cruising through Auburn.
Making his way in. So this will once again not be the race that Pat will have wanted for himself.
Great for good for him for
sometimes,
gotten it out.
You have to walk it in.
Yeah, it's really impressive. It's admirable. It's good for the sport.
He's one of those guys, though, that I think if he shows up here fresh, if we can get him through the high country, I wouldn't want him chasing me with 20 or 30 miles to go on that runnable stuff that he is so good at.
Yep. Yeah, Pat Regan definitely much more well known for his speed and efficiency in flatter races. He's a 3-time champion of the Javelina 100 in Arizona, a race put on by Ara Vaipa, Jamil Curry's organization there in the Phoenix area. Pat Regan from Savannah, Georgia, I believe.
Yep, so the heat should have been his friend today. I do not know if that was part of the struggle out there or not, or if he just didn't have it in the legs. But he seems like he is happy out there right now, and that's all that really matters. He's going to make it his way to the track, and honestly, it might be interesting. I don't know how far back our 9th and 10th place women are. We're looking for Keely Henninger and Casey Lichtig, and they might creep up here on Pat on his way into the track as our camera is following him. Following the blue footsteps and the red footsteps that are painted on this road that you can see the runners walking over as they head towards the track from Roby Point.
Pat is in no hurry whatsoever. Looks like he's just going to enjoy a nice little mosey into the finish with his buddies here. That's what it's all about, you know, just getting it done. No need to rush. Nothing left to prove. You're going to finish it up. Pretty awesome. Don't kill yourself. Just get to the finish. Secure that belt buckle. And maybe do your best to race your way back in next year.
Yeah,
if you still have the motivation.
Yeah, if you still want to come back, that's kind of it's a big task. It's a big choice. You know, you have to focus your season, I think, in a lot of ways on Western States. It's hard to run this and then successfully come back to run something else later in the season sometimes. So it can be quite committing for runners to do this year after year.
Absolutely. I can attest to that. So can you.
Yeah. So, yeah. It turns out that, you know, the double that we've talked to so many athletes about a lot of these athletes are going to be heading over to UTMB week to either do CCC, or TDS or UTMB. Primarily, I would wager most are signed up for either CCC or UTMB if they are going over to attempt that double. And that's not an easy task whatsoever. Let's see if we can pull up. There'll be some women outside the top 10 that will still be well known. Abby Hall is in that group.
Yeah, how's she doing?
Boulay is in that group. I am going to try to find out. Once again, our internet is being a fickle fiend over here, so we'll see if we can pull anything up on our end. But yep, there are definitely some women that will be toughing it out, that will fall outside the top 10, that might be, you know, turning around to race their way back in next year. Sometimes that is the disappointment to get you going again.
Yep. There we go, Pat Regan tiptoeing his way. Not anymore.
Just kidding.
Yeah. Pat Regan is one of those guys. I don't know him super well personally, but he's the type of person who everybody knows him, loves him. Everybody likes hanging out with him. You may have noticed there's some blue footprint looking things on the pavement. You see those right in front of Pat Regan there. It's a really cool thing. They paint those on the streets. Those stay on the road year round here in Auburn, showing the runners how to get from Roby Point all the way to the track. They're blue footprints that say WS100 on them, a pretty amazing thing that is part of this community 12 months out of the year, signifying the importance of the Western States 100 here in Auburn.
Pat Regan's coming up to that bridge that we keep seeing in all of the runners. Kind of all the film of them coming in through here. They are getting close to the track. When you hit that, you know you are close. I'm loving all the blue Hoka signs to help delineate the way. Those are new this year. I always had to trust my crew that they knew where they were going over the last mile. I know it's only a mile to the track, but I'd be like, do we turn right here? And they'd be like, no, Corinne, you do not turn right here. Like, keep going straight.
Yep.
So having these big blue Hoka signs out along the course is definitely helping athletes coming in. And again, this is Hoka athlete Pat Regan, more well known, I think, for being a very good, fast, flat 100-mile runner and road ultra specialist more than anything. He was top 10 back in 2019. I believe he was 8th. I think he's wearing the M8 bib. He would have finished right behind Mr. Stephen Kirsch that year. But right now, it's just not having the day that he had hoped for, and he is hustling his way in with his crew and pacer here to the Auburn track to finish out his 2021 Western States.
Congratulations to Pat Regan, making his way down, cruising it on in. Again, we should probably see.
We don't yet have a split or an update for Keely Henninger or Casey Lichtig through Robie Point yet. We have their splits from Pointed Rocks, where Keely Henninger had about a 15-minute lead over Casey Lichtig there. So they should be kind of safely in 9th and 10th, unless one of them is really having some issues. And honestly, we don't have another female coming through Pointed Rocks yet after them, so they have created some distance between them and the 11th place, the 11th and 12th place runners that are Michelle, who again is that bib number 22. She has a golden ticket from one of the early season races. And then followed by Claire Gallagher, your 2019 Western States champion. They've both come through Quarry Rocks, or Quarry Road, which again is mile 90.7. So there's quite a bit of time and space between our 10th place, current 10th place female runner, Casey Lichtig, and 11th. So it looks like that Keely Henninger and Casey Lichtig will be safely in the top 10, securing their spots for the 2022 edition of this race. And I'd be curious to know, Keely Henninger, this is her first 100-mile race, and I wonder if she will be excited to come back, or maybe not excited quite yet to come back.
So true. Keely, still a youngster. I think she's about 27 years old, from Portland, Oregon. Has all the talent in the world. I'm sure she's not necessarily satisfied with her likely 9th place finish here at Western States. But she will have the opportunity to come back and improve upon it next year. Again, that's not a decision she's going to have to make until, I think, December. So
yep.
She's got time to think about it. She can let this one settle in. She can recover a little bit, let the pain subside a little bit before any of those decisions have to be made.
Yeah, and then our next group of women we have through Auburn Lake Trail. Again, that's 85.2. That's led off by Magda Boulay, currently in 13th, Shannon Howell in 14th. Our last marking for both those women was at 85.2, Auburn Lakes Trail. Again, not right behind them, but maybe another 6 or 7 minutes back. We have the pair, actually, of Abby Hall and Sarah Kais, who came into that aid station together. So maybe they're helping each other along right now, or they're in an epic battle to secure 15th and 16th runners there. And then the last woman to have come through that 85.2 aid station is Mira Vargas. She was a golden ticket winner by finishing, I believe, 4th at Black Canyons in February. So we'll see those women continue to finish late into the night here. I guess technically early in the morning, Sunday. We are waiting for our 9th and 10th place women, and then we will be taking a break for Dylan and I. We will be going to sleep after a lot of live coverage, and then I will come back and join the commentary team for the golden hour tomorrow morning. I believe that this is going to be Pat Regan coming onto the track here. The camera is going ahead of him this time, hoping maybe to beat him onto the track. So Pat Regan here is now jogging in through the gates. We're going to see him come onto the track here and run his last 300 meters around the track to the finish line.
All right, Pat, come on down. There he is, folks. Savannah, Georgia's own Pat Regan. Cruising now. Look at him go. Just cruising. He's got the good smile, the good attitude.
This is Patrick Regan from Savannah, Georgia.
This is where he feels at home on the track.
Look at him saying hi to everyone out there.
See, as I said, he's one of those guys who, he's got one of the charisma, the personality. I think, he's, again, I don't know him super well personally, but everybody who knows him thinks very highly of him. So shout out to Pat Reagan from Savannah, Georgia, cruising in for his second finish here at the Western States 100. I'm sure he would have loved to have done better, but he's doing great. A lot to be proud of out there today for Pat, especially coming from Savannah, Georgia. I mean, he might be the highest placing person who doesn't live out west at this point.
Besides Casey. Oh, I guess he's ahead of Casey.
Yeah. So
I love they always say that. They always say long suffering. If you mention a spouse that's supporting you or a significant other, they always do this. This is like their thing.
I'm going to pick that up and use that as well. That and emotional muling. Those are the two things that I'm going to continue to say long after this live stream is over.
Harmony, your long-suffering wife.
Literally. Poor Harmony. She's asleep now. She's turned off the coverage. I know for sure. She sent me a text saying she was going to bed. But she was watching all day, which is great. She's a fan too. Here's Pat Reagan, an amazing finish, 19 hours and 30 minutes. Big hug from the race director, Craig Thornley. Congratulations to Pat Reagan. Big shout out to Savannah, Georgia, everybody who might be watching on the live stream who are friends and family of Pat's. He looks good, man. I mean, certainly looks like he didn't kill himself out there, you know?
Yeah, he looks
changed
stiff.
his mindset, tried to just get a finish. I'm sure his legs are blown out. There's a lot of downhill running out there.
And it turns out when you're not running quite normally, it hurts a lot more.
Yep.
You become a lot more sore when something's a little bit off. So we do have news that Keely Henninger has come through Roby Point. She came across the top of Roby Point. It looks like probably about 6 minutes ago. So she will be making her way to the track. I'm hoping that we have maybe one of the cameramen who just came in with Pat Reagan, hopefully headed back out there to go find Keely Henninger, who's going to be coming in to be your 9th place female in this 2021 edition of Western States, and she's going to be well under the 20-hour mark. I am supremely jealous.
Firing a text over to Ryan Thrower. He wanted to know when she was coming through Roby Point.
He might have already headed out. He was going to go by the bridge.
Over there.
I think he was going to head to the White Bridge, try to grab some footage of Keely making her way into the track here.
All right, Keely Henninger, a friend of mine, a friend of ours here on the set. There she is, Portland, Oregon's own Keely Henninger, running with Danielle Snyder, her friend, another runner from Portland, Oregon. A great showing from the Portland contingent today. Keely Henninger in 9th place, following up Tyler Green's 2nd place performance in the men's field. Keely Henninger, originally from Pennsylvania, now working and running for Nike. Another one of these athletes who's got a big professional job in addition to huge competitive ambitions. I believe she's only 27 years old. I might be slightly wrong on that, but still a youngster in this game. Grew up a team sport athlete, was a basketball player, and has made her mark on the sport of trail and ultra running. Clearly has a ton of potential, and will have an opportunity to come back here to Western States if she decides to next year to try and improve on this 9th place finish. Looks like she's got a great team of people running with her here.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see Keely finish her first 100-mile race, her first Western States. I know that she was told that she was in this race last year. Ryan Thrower just grabbed his camera. He is sprinting across the field. He said he was done
There he goes.
running.
Rye Guy has already put 19 miles in today. There's Rachel Drake running with Keely after her hubby, Tyler Green, finished 2nd. Rachel Drake did help pace Keely earlier in the day, so Rachel Drake is getting more action, more exercise out on the course than a lot of these runners. Pretty cool to see. Pretty great to see Ryan sprinting out of the stadium here too. He's
looking spry.
He's
I don't
put in
think
20 miles today.
I don't think I could move that fast right now. So
those on the live stream, I think it's important to mention, this is one of our volunteers putting in 20 miles today, getting footage for all of you at home. And he's also been up since 3 o'clock in the morning with me.
driving you.
Super hardworking guy. Great dude. Shout out to Ryan Thrower. Here we got Keely Henninger closing it down. Western States 100.
Moving well. She's going to be well under that 20-hour mark, which I think is that's the mark that I would like to get under at Western States. I think that Keely is moving she's had a day. I think the heat definitely at some point, it seemed like it was getting to her a little bit, but she's fought back. She's maintaining a top 10 at our first Western States, at our first 100-mile race. That is super impressive, and we are going to be so thrilled to welcome her here to the track in just a little bit.
Yep. Probably 5-6 minutes before we see Keely enter the stadium here at Placer High. Still don't think we've had an update on Casey yet, who would be our 10th place woman coming through Roby Point, ultimately making it here to the track. Casey Lichtig from Omaha, Nebraska, former champion of the race herself. Looks like she might be earning her ticket back for number 8 next year. Amazing.
That is so impressive. She is working her way towards that 10-day belt buckle, which is just so insanely impressive.
Yeah. And there is a fun fact. We've mentioned a couple of times that it is very difficult to get into the Western States 100, but you can race your way in if you finish top 10. And ultimately, I think this is still a rule. I could be wrong. I can consult with the race director after the fact. This at least used to be a rule that if you had 9 finishes, or if you finished your 9th race but finished outside the top 10, you would get an automatic bid into your 10th running.
I think that might still stand in part because there are so few people that fall into that category year after year.
Maybe one or two places a year.
So I was just pulling up Keely to make sure we had some of her results correct. Keely's older than I thought. She's 29. She'll be 30 next year at Western States.
We've got the Nike crew here outside the set. Pat Werhane, team manager, Nike Trail, getting ready for the arrival of Keely Henninger. Portland, Oregon's own Keely Henninger coming up.
Hyping.
I wish we had a camera on these guys. They are bringing the hype here at 12:36 a.m. here in Auburn, California.
A different type of party than usual.
I think everybody's getting a little loopy here at the track.
Topher has confirmed for us, Topher Gaylord, who is a board member of Western States, confirmed that if you have 9 finishes, even if you fall outside of the top 10, that you can come back for your 10th finish to try to make your 10th finish attempt the next year. I think that is an incredibly, I think it's amazing. What an opportunity to get to come back for that if for some reason you weren't able to quite sneak in for that top 10 on your 9th go.
Yeah, it's a great rule. Hopefully someday I might be able to achieve 10. I'm at number 3 right now. It would take a lot for me to get 7 more.
It's a lot more.
Especially after how much fun I had today. I mean, goodness.
Yeah, giving this up.
This is so great.
To go do that.
Here's Keely Henninger from Portland, Oregon. Closing it down. Here's the White Bridge. There's Ryan Thrower with the camera. He put in 20 miles today.
Oh, she's excited to see him. A familiar face.
Look at this crew supporting Keely. Looks like she's got some family in tow today. Her pacer is Danielle Snyder, also of Portland, Oregon. That's Rachel Drake in the white shorts. That is Tyler Green's wife, who also helped to pace Keely today. So Rachel Drake, an amazing runner in her own right, recently finished, I think, 6th at a very competitive Golden Trail Series race in Spain just a couple weeks ago. Now Rachel is here.
A phenomenal runner.
Not competing herself, but supporting her friends. That is what it's all about. I think that is Keely's partner, JT, in the blue shirt with a big smile on his face as well.
This might be his first run. I feel like he's more of a cyclist. So happy to see him running Keely into the finish.
Yep. Here these guys are. This is so cool. There's Danielle Snyder, one of Keely's pacers in the blue Solomon vest there. They are cruising downhill towards the stadium.
My question is, what have they done with every single person on this crew's dog? because I think this was a
So many
4-person,
dogs.
4-dog crew, which is not an easy feat on race day. So
Yeah.
they will be, Keely will be so excited to get back to the finish line and see JD, her really, really wonderful, amazing dog. She's going to be, I don't know if she's going to want to take the spot to come back next year. We'll have to ask her after the fact, maybe let her sleep on it a little
Yeah.
bit.
For a lot of these athletes, it does look like this paved downhill section.
It's not.
Just a little tender.
Yeah, just a little tender. The quads are looking a little beat up from many of these runners coming into this downhill, this gradual paved downhill into the track here today. Let's see if we can find a split back to Casey if she has come through yet. Again, this is Portland's own 29-year-old Keely Henninger. She both runs for and works for Nike. She's got a big kid job there working in the lab. She's my favorite science buddy in the running world. So excited to see her finish her first Western States, her first 100-mile race in an astounding 9th place.
So cool. Keely's so tough. So tough. I know she had ambitions to finish, on the podium or even contend for the win today. She's ultimately going to finish 9th place, so she's got a lot of room for improvement. This is her first go at Western States. It is not unusual for it not to go perfect on your first try, but she will have another opportunity to come back and improve if she chooses to do so. Next year, we will see. She's got some time to make that decision. Here she is coming into the track. We can see the lights from our vantage point here on the set. There's Ryan Thrower with the camera, jumping over walls, looking super spry, even with 20 miles in his legs. And with 99 and 3/4 miles in her legs, this is Keely Henninger entering the track, hitting the soft surface. 3/4 of a lap to go.
What, you can see the finish line. You got to make it around the track. I think
There's
it's a really
Casey.
cool way.
Oh my goodness. Casey in Auburn.
This
Keely's
is really
going to be safe.
This
but
is really, really, really cool because I think, for sure.
what a great story.
No, so
man.
this is
so freaking cool.
This is going to be, I am more than certain, technically the fastest top 10 ever. And what I mean by that? What I mean by that? So we've got lots of fast women at the front of it. We had the most women
Sub
ever,
20.
but we're gonna have
Sub 20.
all 10 women in sub 20, and I can tell you that's the fastest ever because in 2019 I was that 10th place woman and I came in just over the 20-hour mark, and that had been the fastest 10th place finish, I believe. And so this will definitely be the fastest top 10 finish, and not on an easy year.
Another great stat from today. So many great stories coming out of this year's race.
Look at
It's going to take a couple days to decompress after this one and just gather our thoughts to remember everything that happened out here with these amazing athletes. Here is Keely Henninger coming around the final bend. She's got the last straightaway in her sights. Shout out to her pacer, Danielle Snyder, her partner, JT. We are super proud of Keely here in the booth. What a great run from her. Way to keep chipping away, keep fighting hard. 19 hours, 42 minutes, 33 seconds for Keely Henninger of Portland, Oregon. Great job, Keely.
Such an impressive finish. First 100-mile race, first Western States.
Heck
Just
yeah.
absolutely phenomenal.
Get the medal from the RD, Mr. Craig Thornley. Nice little hug there, signifying that you finally made it. Craig gives out lots of hugs here. Pretty darn special. Shout out to Keely's family back home in Pennsylvania who might be watching this feed. Any of her friends still awake in Portland, Oregon, elsewhere. Hope you guys are proud of Keels. Now we are back on the 2016 champion, the Pixie Ninja from Omaha, Nebraska, Casey Lichtig, battling injury all spring. Sort of a mysterious injury. Came into this race feeling a little compromised, not feeling totally herself. but she knows how to get it done here. She's closing out her 7th finish at this race. And she's going to have an automatic ticket for number 8 next year.
You know that makes her so happy.
It's really amazing. I mean, we saw this in the interview we played hours and hours and hours ago of Casey, but this race really does mean so much to her. She has such a deep connection to it. It's held so many amazing memories. You mentioned earlier that she's got every belt buckle possible. She's got a winning belt buckle, a few sub-24 belt buckles.
She's moving
got a
really well.
30-plus belt buckle. She's only going to be a couple minutes back. Cruising.
Yeah, she has moved up well. I think Keeley had to fight to stay in that top 10 group. I mean, there really is no one challenging them. But I mean, she had to fight and kind of faded a little bit within the top 10. Whereas Casey, I feel like, has kind of slowly worked her way up all day. And she looks really good finishing.
Yeah, solid, strong. Cruising. Great job to Casey. She should be done here in 4 or 5 minutes. She just passed that white bridge, which I thought was always closer to the track, but it seems to take a little bit longer than I remember to get from there to here. But we will wait as long as it takes. Casey, again, a Hoka athlete, rocking that Hoka Western States 100 singlet. Shout out to Hoka again for making our coverage possible today.
So I misspoke. Our time last year was not the fastest. The fastest top 10 group ever was 2012 in the cold year. And that was check out this top 10 of legends: Ellie Greenwood, Rory Bossio, Eliza LaPierre, Chrissy Mowell, Nikki Kimball, Lizzie Hawker, Tina Lewis, Amy Sproston, Ashton Nordell, Megan Canfield.
Amazing.
Right?
Yep.
And so that was the 10th.
There's Tim Tollefson passing the set after a proud 5th place finish. Yes, he passed his P-test after hours trying to do drug testing. Tim, we're so proud of you, buddy. Great job today. Amazing. Lindsay. Yeah, all you have to do is play it back 20 hours, dude. Just lay around tomorrow. You'll get the whole thing. Take care, man. Great job.
Yeah, so they will actually be just behind that. It seems that year, the 10th place female came in 1945, and right now the clock is at 1946.
Wow.
So ever
Very
so
close.
slightly slower.
But in much harder conditions.
In
Holy
much
smokes.
harder conditions than the 2012
That's
year.
a perfect representation of just how far the sport has come in the last 9 years, isn't it? I mean, those are legends of the game, as you said, not to take anything away from them, but this is just a whole different ball game running in this type of heat than in 2012. Here we have the Pixie Ninja, Omaha, Nebraska, Casey Lichtig, cruising around the track. Look at her picking it up, getting it done.
And pointing out that the 10th place finisher that year, the queen, Megan Canfield, was 51 that year.
Wow.
Yeah. Talk about exceptional in 1945 at 51. I would be happy with that.
I think she was. I might be wrong, but I think she was top 10 like 11 years in a row.
She's exceptional.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why they call her the Queen.
Here
we have Casey Lichtig, the Queen Junior here. The next generation of the Queen, Casey Lichtig from Omaha, Nebraska, cruising it in for a solid 10th place run today. A day that she came in not feeling 100%, having compromised training. Pulling off a top 10 is truly remarkable. It's such a fast women's race. Keely Henninger, 9th place. And here is
the Pixie Ninja. Casey Lichtig. Look how happy she is.
Go, Casey, yes!
Always a thrill to have her at this race.
Yeah.
It is her favorite thing, I think, in the entire world. What a great finish for Casey Lichtig. Probably a harder day than she had anticipated, but a very, very fast top 10 group. Again, today we had the second fastest time ever run from Beth Pascal. We had 3 women in the top 10. We had the second fastest top 10 spread ever, with Casey Lichtig finishing in about 19, maybe 48 even is what the clock was probably at. So very, very fast group of women today. What a deep field. And it's exceptional. And so, I mean, I'm blown away by how well they all held together in a year that was not easy. The weather was not perfect. The high country was dry, which is always helpful, but it was hot out there today, and that was so, so incredibly hard.
Amazing. So we should take a quick break here. We'll check in with our production crew, see if that might be something we can do. I think Corinne and I are actually going to sign off here shortly once we get the blessing. Okay, terrific. We just got word. Corinne and I are going to be signing off. Team, I don't think I'm going to be back on this live stream coverage. I'm racing Hard Rock 100 in 3 weeks. I need to get some training in tomorrow. I got to get some sleep tonight. But I love you guys so much. I had such a great time hanging out with you all day today. Corinne, that was so freaking fun, man.
We did it,
That was so, so cool. Thanks to Hoka. Thank you to Buff. Thanks to all of you who've been watching Corinne and myself all day today. Corinne, you're going to probably be back here in a few hours.
Oh, yeah, my plan is to go get some sleep. I'm going to walk out Roby Point, actually kind of probably go find some runners on my way out there. And then I am going to go to sleep for a couple hours and then come back for the golden hour tomorrow morning, probably at least, ahead of the 29-hour mark to cheer in our last hour worth of finishers before the 30-hour cutoff, which will just be, I think, something that no one should miss. We'll summarize the day, we'll cheer in those final finishers, and we'll close out the 2021 Western States in style.
Amazing. I will be watching on the live stream coverage. I'm sure you're going to do a great job in my absence. But thanks again to everybody who watched. For Corinne Malcolm, I am Dylan Bowman, signing off after the top 10 men and women here at the Western States 100. Stick around, though. We're going to have lots of footage here of the middle and back of the Packers as they come in, all the way up until, I think it's 11:30 or 11 o'clock tomorrow is the cutoff.
11 o'clock tomorrow is the cutoff. We'll be here.
Okay. Peace out. Thanks so much.